Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer.
Welcome to the LCS studios here in Los Angeles, California, where 20 LCS hopefuls have been boot camping under the guidance of LCS coaches, culminating in today's clashes. I am David Freak Turley, joined by Grayson Golden Glue Gilmer and Mark Zimmerman. How you doing?
Hello, hello.
I didn't get to show up in a nice Honda.
No?
Your Uber didn't pick you up in a nice Honda?
No, I
very
didn't
sorry.
get one. I'm pretty bummed about that.
You know, it happens. It's okay, though. We've got to talk about. There have been some changes to the Scouting Grounds format, so here's a quick update on how we got the 20 players competing today. The top 10 from North American solo queue, just like in years before, came over, as well as 10 players from 2 teams from the Face-It qualifiers. And this week, all 20 prospects were drafted into the 4 Drake teams, which themselves are led by combinations of LCS teams and their coaches. It's been exciting stuff so far. And, you know, there have been some good players we've seen.
Yeah, I was talking to a couple of the coaches. Kelsey's backstage. I saw Invert as well. You know, most of the coaching staffs from the LCS teams are here in some capacity. The Infernal one is really interesting to me. Invert was telling me that none of those players have any LCS or Academy experience so far. They've had a lot of collegiate guys on there or people coming up from the Academy team. So that's a team that I'm really interested to see, because that looks like the freshest batch of players.
Yeah, definitely some raw talent over there. Of course, there are some ex-LCS names there as well. But over the last 3 days, the 4 Drake teams have played in a best-of-3 double round robin. Mountain is the first-place finisher so far, with Ocean facing off against them as the second-place team. That leaves Cloud and Infernal to face off in our first series as the 3rd and 4th seeds. Now, in these best-of-3s today, players will be looking to show off their stuff ahead of the draft, where each LCS team has a pick in reverse standings order, and these LCS teams can trade or utilize that draft slot as they see fit. We'll see if they pick up some new talent. Talking with some of the coaches here over the week, definitely are a few who are like, yeah, you know, I'm looking to fill a couple of roles.
And I'm really excited for it. 2 years ago when we had the draft before, I tried to get everyone to boo Commissioner Chris Greeley. I'm going to try and rally the people again. Make sure to boo. I'll be out there booing, hopefully. That's the most important thing. The other thing, like you're saying, the players getting drafted.
That's really important.
You're close in the stack right now.
I was watching, so I was coaching Cloud one of the days of the scrims. I think one of the coolest things about this is how, I guess, intense it was for all the players, because all the players know, like, this could be like their foot in the door of going, like, starting a new career as a pro player. So, you know, everyone was trying really hard. It was a really, I guess, intensive set of like BO3s that they were playing. So I'm really excited how they'll do on like their final day. Like, kind of this is the point where all the work that they've been putting in the past week, and I mean, obviously to get Challenger to even get here, will kind of come to like one day and one point and see how they can like handle that pressure. So I think I'm pretty excited for the games today.
And I think what's really cool too is C9, the organization, when we had the draft, 2 years ago, the fact that they moved up to take, I think it was Blabber with their first pick back then.
We took Kumo. Kumo was our first pick. Kumo was our first pick. We picked Blabber like 7th, I believe.
Yeah, but
What a bargain.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So I mean, that's just cool to see that those guys did end up playing for C9 for the last 2 years, and Blabber getting stage time at Worlds was also really nice to see.
Same with Kumo. Kumo played versus Team Liquid, like solo killed Impact, right?
Oh,
straight from scouting, and both these players straight from scouting grounds, right? So it's like the path has been, they were kind of the trailblazers. The path has been made. I kind of want to see like who can follow in their footsteps.
Yeah, and so the whole week's worth of effort is certainly valuable. I was talking with Zix earlier in the week, and he was impressed with specifically Chime, that he was like getting better in matchups day over day, that he was receiving coaching, and then be like, okay, and then like it was noticeably better the next time around. So definitely a lot to watch for here. Definitely some good players, and yeah, like you're kind of talking about it. It's not only how good are they from playing solo queue, but how pro ready are they? So are they receptive to coaching? Like, are they good at leveling up and seeing which players were listening and which players were just kind of here to be like, nah, but I'm already good.
And I think that's what's really interesting, too, because some teams might be looking at this more like, oh, I need a top laner. Let's see if we can find a good academy-ready top laner who might need to sub in for my team later. Free agent still needs to happen, of course, but just having more options. Whereas some people might be saying, well, let's go develop someone like a Chime who, for the most part, seems like one of the bigger unknowns in this entire event so far. So people getting hands-on experience with him over the course of the week, and then finally getting to see him play today.
Yeah, cool stuff here, of course. Excited to see sort of what happens like on the big stage, right when the pressure's on. Does it look a little bit different? Do you play a bit more constrained? That'll be something to watch for. One day we'll see what comes out.
Yeah, I've heard some strong things about some players in Scrim so far. We'll see if those things change at all over the course of the games.
Doing well in Scrims is not the same as playing on stage.
SKT World Champions.
SKT World Champions. Who knows? Okay, so to conclude our day, one player will be crowned Honda Scouting Grounds MVP, selected by the coaching staff of the LCS teams participating in this showcase. The Honda Scouting Grounds MVP will take home this one-of-a-kind Elder Dragon trophy. It's awesome looking. I dig it.
That's super cool, yeah.
I don't think they've had anything like this in previous years.
There was a trophy for the winning team, I think, but I actually prefer like
So the MVP is getting that. MVP.
but the player MVP is getting it this time.
You actually get to
super cool.
take something home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Way
Yeah. I don't think LCS players. I mean, you get the MVP does get that one sound.
You need to make like a pseudonym. You need to make a new account and like hide your face.
just so I can go home with this trophy.
Yeah, just like disguise Toast, kind of how he did it with Hearthstone. Just do the same thing, you know?
Honestly, yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, I should do that.
All right, can't wait for Gilmer Grayson.
Yeah.
Blue glue or something like.
No one will know.
Oh god.
Who could tell what's going to happen? So to get a grasp of all the faces competing today, LCS analysts have been giving their Honda scouting reports. I'm excited to hand it off for the best report yet this time, coming from the bot lane. Thanks, Freak. I'm Freak with the Honda Scouting Report, and I'm here to talk about bottom lane, both the AD carries and the supports. So it's interesting because I'm going to start with AD carries, and in general, I would say the bar is low on a communication standpoint. Often, your job is kind of just to click heads and get your CS up there, but there is some level of communication you need, especially when support's roam. You've got to deliver what's going on in your lane. Now, the player I'm giving a biggest nod for here is Gorica in the bottom lane. He's actually a fresh bottom laner. He's normally a top laner, but he's a 900 LP player in Challenger, and he's been, as far as champion on champion come is considered, I think he's the best player here in the bottom lane. Now, as I talked about with comms, though the bar is a little bit low, he does need some work here. I was watching one of his matches on day 2. He's in a 1v1 lane against Ezreal, who hasn't based, has 1,000 gold on him, and no mana, and he never calls, hey, gank this guy, I've got lane control. So that's the kind of stuff you need coached into the players, and I think he will improve over time. Again, he's been an AD carry less than a year, so I think he's going to really move on up, but there are some good players out here. For the support side, you've got a mixed bag, because supports, I think, do need to be very proactive. They need to get on the map. It'd be great if they shot call. Most of the supports I saw were pretty quiet, but people were giving up some information. They'd sometimes talk about how the lane was pushing, who they could help, where they're going, who they're shadowing. So that kind of stuff is really, really valuable, so people know that they have support of their supports. The player I want to give the really big nod to here is actually Shady. I think Shady, of course, we've seen him in the LCS a little bit. He's got those extra reps. He's the most ready player out of the box. Another challenger player, certainly very good as well. And I think those are players you really want to give a look to. Back to you, Freak. Thanks, Freak. Great job right there, I gotta say.
Amazing.
Big fan of how well you did right that one. For you two, though, any players kind of stand out?
Well, I think you were just talking about but you were all just talking about Gorka.
We were talking about Gorka.
I think it's really cool that he swapped from top to AD, because I feel like that's not a swap you see very often. I feel like of swaps that you see, it's usually like mid to AD, mid to support, mid to top, or like jungle to nothing. Top laners generally don't.
Jungle to nothing is pretty freaky.
Yeah,
Jungle to
Obscurity.
Legends of Runeterra.
to coach.
Jungle coach,
Rainover's on stage. You're going to
Yep.
be coaching.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a good one.
But I think it's pretty interesting. He swapped from top lane to AD, and he's able to reach like 900 LP because it's such a mechanical intensive role. And I think the only overlap that those two roles really have is like you don't have to communicate that much. Top laners are generally kind of on an island. You're basically only responsible for teleports. And AD carries are in the same line. You're not responsible for that much in the communication aspect. So it's pretty cool to see someone swap, and I hope he does well in today's games.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience from his time in collegiate, So I think that's maybe one of the things that he can, move over easier than some people who are trying to lane swap while being a new player and competitive. He's at least had some competitive 5v5 experience and knows what kind of goes into it a little bit more. So you have that muscle trained while you're learning the right-clicking heads, as you so eloquently put it.
So eloquent, Just play Caitlyn, headshots for free.
Yeah.
Now it's time to send it over to Riv and Azael to bring us our first best of 3.
Thank you, Freak, Golden Glue, and Mark Z. I'm Rivington Vision III, and I'm excited to deliver some much-needed League of Legends action alongside my good friend Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley. How's Worlds? How is everything?
This is good. It's been good, man. But there's been a bit of a League of Legends drought since Worlds, so we're here to remedy it.
That we are. We are loading up for our first series as Cloud9 goes. I knew I'd do that. As Cloud goes against Infernal. And to get you started on what's going on here and who's competing today, let's jump into the roster rundowns on the blue side for Game 1. It's Cloud, and their coaches are Cloud9, but we'll get into that. Top lane Zig, jungle and Nori, mid Wolfie, bot Gorica, support Sandpaper X, coaches Cloud9 and TSM. Good job there, Brain.
And challenging them on the red side today is going to be Infernal. In the top lane, Misty Stumpy. In the jungle, Winston. Mid laner, 5 Fire. Bot and support going to be Evan RL as well as Gwyce. With coaches from Golden Guardians, EG, and Immortals all here to support.
That's right. The extra resource, we'll see if it comes into play. This is the third, fourth match of Cloud versus Infernal. And honestly, coming into this weekend, I thought the team housing Zig, Inori, and the rest of these players would find themselves in the final. But as we see, it's much harder to come in and work with a team, but we've seen everybody trying to do their best this weekend, and it's going to be great to see what both of these teams can pull out here for this matchup.
Yeah, and I think honestly, for these players, it's more about individual performance than it is about team results, right? Because you could actually be on the last place scouting grounds team, but be first pick in the draft. If you can really show a fantastic individual performance, these guys have had a couple days of playing together, but it is not as though this is a seasoned LCS team who's been playing together for months and months and months. These guys, some of them are pretty fresh faced, new to the competitive scene, trying to learn in this environment is a very big challenge. And you do see at times, having watched the games throughout the week, even if there is a great individual performance, sometimes it can fall to the wayside if the team is not knowing how to play around that, not knowing how to enable that player and necessarily close out the game.
Absolutely. We saw a few games yesterday, maybe even on social media, where you saw that 45-7. It was interesting enough that team that had 7 on that one did actually win the series. I won't go into it since we didn't know the full teams to disclose what they had in those scrims. Maybe you'll see them online later. But just seeing how much variance we've had in the results of these games, like you say, shows when people are turning on and then not able to perform. And that's what the scouts are looking for. Can some of these previous LCS players show the entire time with their experience, with how much veteran play they have behind them? And can the others that haven't had that experience, that aren't tested on stage, put to the wayside that they're playing against Academy or LCS players and play their own game?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And coming into it, people had high expectations for Cloud, as you said, because not only is it Inori and Zig, Inori was first pick in the draft, right? This is the guy that a lot of people were pointing to. Some coaches had singled him out as, quote, by far the best player here, right? And I don't know if they still have that same opinion after having watched all of the scrims, but Inori was a guy who had a lot of hype around him coming into it. He had been out of the scene for a while, but had some impressive performances on the LCS stage in the past. And you think back to the Phoenix One days and some of kind of those big upsets where he was playing a very explosive carry style. Now he has been working hard to try to get back into the scene and put alongside Zig, who was a mainstay in both LCS for a couple of years, also has been in the Academy. These guys have a tremendous amount of competitive experience, and people are looking at the squad and saying, all right, yeah, they're going to run over the competition. But it did not really come together for the team. And, it is really showing you that it is so much more than about just an individual at this level. You have to be able to play together cohesively as a unit. You have to have cohesive picks. You have to have a cohesive game plan and to be able to execute on it, because all of these players are of such a high caliber.
For sure. And you get to figure out who is kind of the vocal person. As we were watching throughout the weekend, we'd know who was a bit vocal, who even threw a little bit of toxicity in there. It's interesting because you come out of an environment where you play freely. Sometimes you'll do whatever, but that will creep up. That's not what you want to show to a team. They don't want to see any of that kind of toxicity coming into a game saying, we should have done that. It's more, let's look forward in what to do. So every aspect of what these players are doing, it has a magnifying glass on it.
It really does. And I think, as much as people are going to kind of laugh about the toxicity comment, it's very true, right? There's a ton of coaches here. They're evaluating not just what they see in game, but also how these players take feedback, how they react when they're put in stressful situations. Are you actually up to the task mentally? If your team is having a bad game, are you still focused on the win conditions? Are you looking forward to the next thing to do? Because these coaches, not only are they watching the games, but they're listening to the comms throughout each and every game. They talk to the players previous to the game. They will, break down what they want to see from the players that game. And then they're listening in to see, hey, are you executing on this? Are the comms clear? Are you actually communicating what needs to be communicated? Are you staying focused on what you need to be focusing on at all points of the game? And that is something that the players are really being judged on. And, to look over to the Infernal side a little bit, I had spent a lot of the week actually watching the top laners. We kind of broke it down between a number of different casters, all right, to just kind of study some of the different positions. And Misty Stumpy was a guy who actually really did impress me.
I love his play.
His lane phase, I think in particular, had been very standout. He had by far the best CSD. He had really tremendous gold leads that he had been kind of creating for himself oftentimes, and he's a very aggressive carry style top laner, and it is really fun to watch him play. It didn't always result in wins for the team though, because whether it's a breakdown in communication of how to best utilize that lead, or how maybe it's he doesn't know how to play it out, or the team doesn't know how to play it out around him. The leads didn't always result in a win, but he was pretty consistently able to create those advantages and did show some very impressive individual performances.
Absolutely, and the Infernal squad kind of saw the potential he had beforehand. He foreshadowed his own caliber of play. First pick for top, third overall, so very, very early in the draft for him. I mean, he has himself up at 615 in Challenger, which is a little bit lower, but still focusing on school and being able to keep all that. He definitely has a workload that is impressive for his positioning in league play.
Yeah, and some of the coaches have been talking about the fact that that he had been around last year and wanting to see the growth from last year to this year.
True.
And people have seen that growth and have seen that he has improved and is really kind of stepping into this role, I think, a lot better. I was also pretty impressed, I think, with Evan Orell and how he was handling criticism and handling the feedback from the coaches, getting to listen in on some of the VOD reviews and listening in on some of their kind of interactions post game. He was a player who did strike me as a very mature guy and someone who was very receptive to that feedback and hungry for the growth. And I think that's true of really everyone on Infernal. This is a team that clearly wants to be pro, clearly wants to be, getting to that top.
Evans had a taste of that, right? Playing internationally, what was it, the LAN Closing Cup in 2016. Not many players have a chance to play in front of a crowd. That was 25,000 people already in his career that he's had the pressure of playing under, and an instance where he had to think kind of immediately and hopefully not blow the game for his team, because it gets a little more interesting. We've heard players say when you can feel the thunder of the fans rumbling through the floor and your decision making and objective taking, and it changes the entirety of the game. It's not playing at home.
No, it really isn't. And even just being outside of your comfort zone, for a lot of players who are used to playing, if they're at school in their dorm room or at their house or whatever, it is such a different environment to be playing not only, in the LCS studio, but in the scrim rooms and everything. And you have people all of a sudden watching over your shoulder, evaluating your play. It's being recorded. It's being watched by all these different coaches.
Man, I can't type when people are behind me.
A microscope, right? You are really being evaluated down to the smallest thing, down to how you're managing, the minion waves, how you're executing on all of these small little things that the coaches are actually checking for. And that is something that is very prevalent in their minds. Five Fire is a guy who, coming into this event, is extremely high rated on the ladder, over 1,200 LP in Challenger. This is a guy who is hungry to go pro. And I saw him at times fall prey to nerves. We saw, his kind of high end where he is able to really, really shine. But we also did see games where I don't think we're really getting what was representative of his true level of play, where it did seem like it was nerves, where it did seem like you get into your own head a little bit and you feel like, hey, I need to force something here. I need to get something done. Because these players are also oftentimes stepping outside of their comfort zone as far as champion pool. Because you may have really climbed the ladder extremely well with X champion, but the coaches want to see, can you play all the meta picks? Can you fill all these different roles? Can you be a true carry threat? Okay, great, you can do that. Can you actually play a more supportive style? Can you be a roamer? And seeing him asked to play Nautilus and almost kind of imitate what we saw from Doomby at Worlds, that's a tough ask, right?
It really is. And I have two questions or kind of two things revolving for him. Is he came in on a new, that was the Zig, that was the Inori team. So there are a lot of opportunities to look great when those two are controlling top, mid is safer. And then the second one was, as we said, when we saw him on Infernal here at the Honda Scouting Grounds, was that he fell behind a little bit. Now, still picked quite early in the draft at second for mid, 6 overall. So they are seeing that Five Fire has that potential to show up. But I think, as you were saying, there is a bit of nerves starting to play in here as we get towards the end of Scouting Grounds. So as the teams are getting ready on stage, let's check up on Cloud Gorica on his time at Honda Scouting Grounds.
I think that initially there was a lot of conflict between the veterans and a lot of the rookies, right? And we'd run into a lot of the veterans wanting to do having one mindset of how to play the game, and the rookies having kind of a different mindset, right? Especially with me and Inori, that was like one of our first conflicts, right? Like we just had different views on how to play the game properly. And I think eventually on the second day, after our third loss, we talked with the coaches, and we kind of sorted out our differences, and we're able to be on the same page pretty much moving into like the next few games, and we actually were a lot better as a team because of that. So I think it's pretty cool now that you think about it, like, because they are really experienced in the end, right? And then this is Scouting Grounds, they played LCS, they played Academy, so you can really rely on like their leadership and their experience when it comes to those like kind of clutch moments in game.
It's really awesome to hear that, because obviously there has to be a bit of give and take in you giving up your style of play and accepting the way that everybody else is going to play. It's super difficult.
It is really difficult, especially when these are habits that you've developed not over the course of days, as they're trying to do here, but over many years, right? It's a lot of these guys have been playing League of Legends since the beta, and since 10 years ago they're little kids, and they're grinding all of these years to get to the stage where they are some of the best players in the region. But those are habits that are very, very difficult at times to break, because you are so used to playing the game in a certain way. You are so used to trying to play the game almost through the solo queue lens, which can be very different than competitive. There are different expectations. There is more of sometimes playing for pressure rather than playing for just your individual lane advantage. Sometimes you have to actually stay out on the map longer than you would want to get the wave in a certain spot, so that your jungler has access to the scuttle crab and isn't going to get collapsed on, and things like this, right? So there's all these different things that you have to think about that you're not always looking at on that individual level in solo queue.
Absolutely. I know one of my favorite things when I played competitively in games was scrimmages with other teams, combining with teams, and then going over and hearing somebody else's just kind of viewpoint on something. Because as you were saying, you always, I call it going over the same speed bumps. You're okay with it. It's not a big speed bump. It works for you. But until somebody tells you to go around it and you're like, oh, well, that's amazing. That's way better. Sometimes you don't come across it. So it's really cool to be in this environment and see how much you can learn. We're into picks and bans for game 1.
And with all the pressure that's on these guys, right, that can be very, very difficult. When you want so badly to become a pro player, you have to impress these coaches. You have to impress some of these pros like Golden Glue and Turtle and Blabber and all these guys that were stopping through. Diamond was here, and Treats, and so many different players who are watching and evaluating you. And impressing a player like that, impressing some of these coaches, can lead to opportunities to get into the pro circuit, to get into Academy. So these guys know that there is a lot on the line for them, and as a result, the stakes are going to feel higher. There's going to be a lot more pressure.
We'll rotate around. What will Zig decide for the top lane as we get on the Cloud side here? We'll definitely expect a strong composition for top and jungle, I believe, so Zig and Inori can work together. Those two quite on the same level and probably thought process of going over this weekend so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to be jumping out of champ select there or not. I don't know if that's just a graphical error, but
I think it looked cool. I think it was cool, Timo.
A little pencil drawing on that Timo there.
Reignover and
black and white
Diamond,
pen.
your coaches there behind for Cloud.
Yeah, so Gragas going to be locked in here for Inori. Does give him the ability to be pretty proactive early on. This is a player that really all throughout Scouting Grounds wanted to be playing aggressive, wanted to be looking for individual plays, and this is something that is going to allow him to have the ability to do that, and also sets up well for your solo lanes, as so many people are wanting to play these AD flex solo laners these days. We've been seeing a lot of things, like the Aurelia, the Jace, and so on, and it does give you a more diverse damage profile with the AP coming out of the jungle.
They're taking their time on the Cloud side. We have a lot of engage here coming in already from the side of Infernal. You know that's going to be followed up with the Rise and a few other things. So pick a composition that might be able to disengage until you're safe to fight. Syndra can do that beautifully. And what do we have for Wolfie here to pick for the rest of the team?
Yeah, and Wolfie, I think, is going to be very comfortable on Syndra. Syndra, in general, seemed to be a pretty popular pick throughout Scouting Grounds. A lot of these players really do kind of have Syndra as their comfort zone. It's something that is going to have strong early and mid-game pressure, is going to be able to play well around 2v2, and is going to leave them feeling pretty safe no matter what the matchup is. The Rise can be flexed between mid and top. Misty Stumpy did turn in some pretty strong games on the Rise himself. I did see one game where he was up over a flame horizon ahead of his opponent and really taking over on that rise. It was actually in a loss, but has turned in some impressive
happen.
performances. So
That's a backdraft.
We'll have to
That's called
see.
the backdraft. Lee Sin picked up. Winston looking to put a little spice on the first game here, and definitely will have to show up. Gragas won't be an easy one to fight against, but you can be pretty nimble around the big man and get the plays into your favor with this Leona.
And I think Winston is a guy who's really going to have to step up if Infernal will be able to compete in this series. Winston, I think, has been having trouble against some of the top junglers in this tournament. A lot of guys pointing towards Fnatic as well as Inori as these individual, really strong players who had been kind of, at times, outshining their opponents. So we're going to have to see some consistent play from Winston if they're going to be able to take this one against Cloud.
A lot of what he has had is the collegiate play for Western Ontario, as you would know his name from. A very powerful team in the collegiate scene. And we are on to second phase of bans through some supports. At Sandpaper X on the bot side, that's SPX for Cloud, and right over towards Evan RL, taking away his Sivir.
Yeah, so banning out that Sivir. There is Xayah off the table. We see Lucian banned out, Kai'Sa taken away. So they are trying to ban out some of the kind of more aggressive, engage-heavy style of options here for Evan RL to go alongside that Leona. Ezreal, yes, makes sense as far as a pick.
He
but
loves it.
It's kind of opposed to what Leona generally wants to do. Ezreal is more of that kind of farm, play it safe style of champion, whereas Leona really does want to go in. What this may allow them to do, though, is have Evan RL try to hold the lane in the 1v2, try to allow for opportunities for Leona to go elsewhere, or to just have some strong gank assistance here for Winston on that Lee Sin, and try to group up with him.
I think it's a super good idea that you brought it up because Inori is kind of a feast or famine guy. You give him a few kills early and he will run the table of the entire game. You take him down and he has a hard time getting that path back into the game unless somebody else can help facilitate it. We have a Rakan for Sandpaper X, and what will be on the top side, Zig, that tried and true Jace for himself among a lot of the champion pool that he has, but that's a good one if it does go to him.
Yeah, Zig has so much experience on this champion. Throughout the Scouting Grounds event, I did see him really take over a number of games on the Jace. This is a champion he's been playing for so many years with LCS experience, with Academy experience, and that difference did show to be pretty big in some of his games. He knew not only how to get a lead, but how to maintain that lead. And this is looking like the Malphite top as a counter pick into that Jace. You can go Q-Max, play Comet. You can also go more of the kind of defensive masteries if you want.
Lately.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of it in solo queue these days. People playing it with Predator also and looking for those Predator engages on the Malphite. So going to be interested to see if he wants to go more of an AP route or just build a lot of armor more for that 1v1, because Malphite can survive in the early levels against someone like that Jace. And if you are able to get through those early levels, you can get tanky enough that Jace really doesn't have much going on in that lane anymore. You cannot push out that Malphite, and Malphite is going to have such strong team fight potential.
And if they plan their backs correctly, the 3 teleports for Infernal could come in big. You're going to have Ezreal farming, so safe against the aggression that could come out of that Kai'Sa lane, as well as a Ryze TP in mid and a TP for Malphite top. So it should be a pretty omnipresent map game for the Infernal side as we get into it. Coaches will shake hands. Rainover's like, I have a coffee. Not right now, thanks.
And Nero just left him hanging. Nero didn't shake his hand. Rainover's still there.
Zig on your screen there preparing. Zig and Nori Wolfie on the going down that side with Gorica and Sandpaper X. Infernal has Misty, Stumpy, Winston, Fire, Evan RL, and Gweiss. Not necessarily matched up with the screen, but we'll get into game and we'll give you a little idea of where these players come from, what they've been doing in Scouting Grounds, and then the story they're going to write themselves of what will happen this series. A third place match here for the 2019 Honda Scouting Grounds with Rivington and Azael, and it's about to be live. I'm excited to get onto the Rift for this one. Like we said, we had a bit of a lull in league action after Worlds. Let's get right back into it. All right. Moving in, so that's the point you hear the crowd. Well, there's no crowd here today, but that's okay. Everybody online was sitting up and cheering. I love it. I can hear them at home.
In your mind's eye.
Yep. And then as we tweeted before, there you go, 30 seconds. She's welcoming us to the Rift. We get our presentation.
Very nice, very
nice. We're introduced to the Rift We may not get a true damage music play, but that's good enough.
Yeah. All right, so we are into it. It's going to be Comet Malphite. This doesn't necessarily mean that he has to go full AP or anything like that, but it is a very, very powerful lane-focused rune here for the Malphite. You can really just pretty much anytime your Mana Flow Band proc is ready, you just Q Zig here on this Jace, and you can help to poke him down over and over and over. It is going to be Klepto Jace, and does have that Corrupting Potion start, so he's going to have quite a bit of sustain. You can also pick up, potions through Klepto, which can help you to kind of survive this lane. And we want to see how much pressure Zig can get down in those early levels to try to create an advantage. Because if you don't get ahead of Malphite, it really does become difficult.
Just kind of push you out of lane, watch him walk towards mid and ult Wolfie over and over again. It does not become fun, especially if you get Scuttle Control there.
And you're also going to have to worry about Ryze later on in that side lane, because we are seeing this be that mid lane Ryze, but it is going to have to be Jace, very likely, who is matching up in the side lane later on against Five Fire here. That is going to be the kind of main split pusher here for the Infernal squad, and you can see Wolfie trying to shove in Five Fire, trying to hold him down here in this mid lane, and he wants to make sure that he's taking as much advantage as he can of this early game power that Syndra is going to have. He is playing Cleanse to try to negate that kind of gank potential, the setup that Ryze does have, with that empowered Rune Prison into a Q from Lee Sin. That can be very, very dangerous. So is going to be playing pretty respectful, not only about that, but also the Leona roams potentially. So we'll see how Wolfie can do.
We will have to watch that one. Wolfie, one of the lower kind of LP rated at 74 Masters right now, but still able to perform. Putting his gameplay out there at a pretty high caliber this weekend, but nerves definitely setting in a little bit for him. And we said Five Fire is at 1206 challengers, so a huge mismatch. And maybe the time they have to play currently for solo queue, because that's kind of what people say is if you have the time, you have the LP. But it could play out differently here on the Rift under tournament potential.
Yeah, and I do believe Wolfie is the Wolfspaw, who was kind of a pretty well-known Xerath player, Vel'Koz and these sorts of champions as well. So I do think he has been much higher LP in the past, but we are going to see a gank coming down here mid.
Could it be Big Brain? Nice and safe. He knows he doesn't have to flash, doesn't have to cleanse anything. This is an easy 1-2 hit. And now they actually have eyes on Winston. So Inori may be able to work something off this, but I think he was just viewed on that. Or no, it's his ward, so he's heading up top side possibly.
Yeah, a good little bit of pressure, though, from Winston. And he didn't spend a lot of time here, so that's something key to kind of know, right? It's not as though he sat around mid lane for a minute and then with this gank. He's clearing, he walks past mid lane, he looks for a little bit of pressure, sees it's not there. Now he's back to the Scuttle Crab, and he's down going to be clearing out on that bottom side. So just relieving a little bit of pressure there for Five Fire, and it does allow Five Fire to get the push. So we'll see if he wants to actually hold on to his TP and hoof it back to lane here, as it is a cannon wave, and he should be able to do it. So no, he's actually just going to blow the TP. And this is really just to kind of try to get lane priority. He knows that he is playing TP into the cleanse here from Syndra, so instead of holding on to it, he's just going to TP right back, try to shove in the wave, and actually deny as much of this as he can. The risk here is that it is a cannon wave, so you're not always going to be able to deny quite as much, since that does take like 8 tower shots. But in this case, going to be able to at least deny a couple of those minions, and the cannon should have gone down. So pretty well worth.
Good consideration for Wolfie as well, in the same kind of sense to head back and know he won't miss as much, but now has to kind of repair what's happening there. He has a good CS to clean up, so they should be safe. Level 6s are going to be coming up quite soon. Definitely a power spike for Wolfie. We could see a little bit of Inori coming back towards the mid lane as that just round warp for Five Fire. Top lane's going to get a little bit of love, thinking Misty Stumpy may have a Winston behind him right here. They're right, but Winston's a little farther off than he needs to be here for the Predator engage. Inori's going to come in. That's the 1-2 punch, and that's Inori picking up first blood for the feast, as we were saying.
Yeah, nicely done there. And not only did they get the kill, the wave is actually in such a bad spot here for Misty Stumpy. It's slow pushing away from him. So if he doesn't TP back to this, he's going to lose so many minions, but you are always very scared to do that. They are looking for it all in the bot side.
Gorka's pretty hurt right here, as Twice can get himself to safety, but still takes a bit of trade damage back, as Evan Aurel is right on the front line, throwing the auto attacks for the Ez and Leona lane. They're putting down quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, nice little engage. They got a good amount of poke there. I will point out, I really like that Winston actually made it his way up to top lane to cover that TP. Yes, the Cloud members did immediately base, so it didn't actually become relevant. But if you TP back in that situation as the Malphite, and Jace as well as the Gragas are waiting for you, you die and your game can be pretty much over. So Winston covering for him on that TP. But a well played out gank there by Inori. You could see he was holding onto his body slam, holding onto his flash until Misty Stumpy was already going to be pretty much guaranteed to die. Misty Stumpy could have tried to early flash. It likely would have been a flash follow and a kill. So then you just have to kind of judge, is it actually worth expending that? And I think in this case, as the Malphite, he's saying it's actually more valuable to just hold on to my flash and
You're gonna
have
be
the
6 soon.
possibility of that flash ultimate engage,
Yeah, that's way more pressure. I agree with you on that. Winston heading towards the top side. This will be second scuttle for him, as this one was picked up by Inori last time, so we're maybe switching sides of the map here second time around. The ping does go up. Oh, 5-5. I thought he was going to help him out for the Bromant. And no steal as Zig has time to leave the lane. So not really gain control too much of the top side. Zig definitely has it pushed to where he wants for now to get a roam on. But nobody has a huge advantage. The assist feels good for Zig. A Phage in there so he can keep his movement speed in and out for the auto attacks onto Misty Stumpy. But you still have to wait for that Flash R now that Stumpy has.
Yeah, and Lee Sin is also 6, right? So if Winston does get up to that top lane, there is pretty serious kill potential onto this Jace. He does have a little bit of a CS advantage because of the lane position, and you can see there's extra minions for him to pick up here. We'll see if he can actually avoid this, though. Flash R, you have to be very quick to react to. Zig does have his flash, and he saw Lee Sin, so he should back off now. If he was paying attention to that minimap, Lee Sin did show very briefly, and yeah, Zig playing it back far. They should know this is warded out, so it's not going to happen.
Straight in, Sandpaper goes in hard, and that's going to be the help to get the kill over to Gorica. Twice gets knocked back by the cask, and they're not going to be able to pick up the Leona. Too tanky as we get another fight in mid lane. 5Fire feels like he can put some damage down to Wolfie. A nice dodge to get that Q damage. Fizzled out, and it looks like they'll just trade in minions. A little weird positioning here for Wolfie, but it seems like he's trying to bait the team up for assistance, and they're going to be able to get some Drake action going on here to get a Cloud for Cloud.
Yeah, it should be a pretty easy dragon. We'll see if they want to try to contest it. Evan RL is making his way down here, but it's going to take them too long to kill, so they actually are just going to decide to back off for now. I don't think Infernal can take it themselves.
They
because
know
they are
that
going to kind of have to
Stumpy's
answer
coming
these waves, and yeah. They're just, you know, if you're Cloud, just let Zig push in top wave. Misty Stumpy's going to lose even more farm having made this roam. You don't need to actually force anything. And that's pretty costly, honestly, for Misty Stumpy. You know, he has to walk down all the way to try to support his team on this, and that is more farm being lost to the turret there, so he's going to lose another full wave and have, again, that wave pushing away from him, which means once more you have to be looking to reset it. So here is the play. Remember, Winston showed top lane. As soon as he showed top lane, they know they can look for this play on the bottom side, body slam flash, flash with that engage coming in from the Rakan to follow it up. So that was really well coordinated there by Inori and SPX. You can see no hesitation to pull the trigger there when they know Winston can't answer this gank. There's no way for someone to be here. Misty Stumpy had no TP, 5Fire had no TP, Winston's top side. There's no way it can be an even fight, and they're happy to go for it.
There's almost no threat really coming back as well for them to 2v2 initiate with the Zyra combo now, or the Kaisa and Rakan combo now. As soon as you kill Ezreal, Leona has to run. Not much damage coming from the tank support, but they'll see if she can facilitate those initiations. Twice playing a lot of the Nautilus, a lot of Leona this week. He's been trying to get himself into the middle of the mix, so we have to wait for the fight phase for him as this lane seems to be going back and forth currently.
And Inori just having much more of an impact in this early game. You know, he kills Misty Stumpy, puts that lane in Zig's favor, then gets down to the bottom side after Winston showed top, able to take down that as well. They're looking for an engage here, though. Good flash from Gorica.
Zig goes to the skies, trying to hit up Stumpy. He does have Seeker's Arm Guard to start off, so look like it's going to be that Zanya's big damage ground slam ultimate to try and deter action onto him. But he's got a ways to go there, pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is definitely a pretty expensive item. It'll take him a while. You can see that it is actually the tier build here from Zig, so this is going to be more about scaling. This started to gain a lot of popularity during Worlds, and generally does indicate that you want to play more heavily in the side lane and kind of set yourself up for that. So we'll see. how he's going to play it out. One of the things working in Zig's favor is also that, oh, they look for an engage here.
Unstoppable Force kicks him out. There's the Sonic Wave they need to get the resonating strike. Nicely done by Winston. He has been working so hard to pick up a kill early. He finally finds one.
Yeah, and that is a big one because there's no TP yet available here for Zig, so should be those minions lost. A poor flash, though, from Zig. Once you're actually locked in with that resonating strike, you cannot escape it. You do just kind of have to accept that death because it means he's going to be more vulnerable for a repeat gank as soon as Malphite ult is up. Luckily for them, they have priority on this bottom side. Wolfie threatening to roam down to bottom, and they are going to be able to take multiple turret plates. So those 2 turret plates alone are worth essentially a kill here. Nice trade.
Fire.
Oh,
Is he going all the way? Got to watch Scout of the Week. Should be all right, though. Chooses not to go too hard on the turret. This is what you definitely want to see from a mid laner, the 1v1 situation where you can push out your opponent.
yeah, that's very, very nice from Fire, especially when you are playing this really heavily scaling champion on this Rise, right? You know, he's picked up his Catalyst, he has his tier as well as Merc Tread, so he is still really kind of in those early phases. Here this is one more time. Zig stepping forward, trying to clear out this vision. Did not have deep vision to really warrant looking for this sort of play. And let's be honest, the wave was at his opponent's turret, so that's what kind of prompted this. He thinks, okay, I'm safe to do this while Malphite is answering. But as soon as Malphite is leaving that turret, you need to be backing up, right? You need to be respecting the fact that he is coming over to you. Because I don't think that Misty Stumpy is going to look to defend that ward without his jungler there. And Zig gets punished pretty heavily for that, does go down and loses his flash.
And I think they're going to create pressure with this all game. Misty Stumpy's ult almost up already, and they're starting to encroach into that top side of the jungle, saying, we want to take something else, make this Rift Herald even more impactful when you don't have the team to guard it.
What I want to see them do here is actually utilize Flash ult. That is up on the Malphite. Zig has no Flash. That should be a guaranteed kill. Winston should be pathing top lane. Yep. You know, trying to get a kill and drop the Rift. They are going to try to drop this mid instead and look to crack this, and I think this is great as well. Fire already has 2 plates off this, so if they can actually break this 3rd plate right here, they'll get the true damage charge, and if that turret goes down, we could see a Misty Stumpy ult.
I thought we were going to. I was going to say not too early, focus the turret, not the fight. We've seen it happen before. But they get the turret, they're going to leave it for the 2nd tier to go down, and we get a TP back to bottom to save that turret.
And that was really well played, honestly, from Infernal. They were losing pressure on that bottom side. They're going to lose that turret eventually. So they make a quick play towards mid lane, 5-man collapse. They utilize the Rift Herald, and that was really well done. But Inori going to look here. He has his flash.
Oh. That was Unleashed Power. Blowing the flash as well. Can he get the Realm Warp in time? And it looks like it's going to happen. Jukes out his opponents, and Fire is playing pretty spicy right now and getting it to go in his favor.
Yeah, playing very well. You know, getting the ultimate out, getting the flash out of Inori is really, really big. Inori just underestimating the amount of distance that he could kind of separate himself with the Phase Rush active. You know, once that Phase Rush is up, Rise is flying out, and Inori didn't have vision, but he thought he could still close that gap.
You mentioned it earlier, too. The early Merc Treads coming out. It looked like Unleashed Power kind of even tickled Rise this early into the game.
Yeah.
So hopefully a level 11 soon for Wolfie. There's a bit more ability power on the Blasting Wand, so that should put a good sting on the next person that he hits. 2-1, as there have been a few kills this game, but a lot of just junglers kind of approaching, finding each other, figuring out the map, and then not being able to make anything happen due to vision on both sides.
And they have sent Fire now down to this bottom lane, so Rise is going to be kind of holding down here. Because they have Cryo on this bottom side and the mid lane turret is down, they can move towards the dragon. And if Fire can kind of hold onto this turret for a while, they're going to be able to get priority elsewhere on the map. And Misty Stumpy, knowing there's no flash.
Double ult.
Whoop.
Just missed the shock blast. Unfortunate. Misty Stumpy's going to live on this one, so the rinse and repeat does not work for Cloud. But they are able to get the the Drake, I should say, on the bottom side of the map. Double Cloud here for Infernal.
Good little bit of pressure, though, and again, getting that summoner out. They are going to TP back, and they're going to see if they can actually catch someone on this recall. Zig has no flash still.
Looks like it's going to be a tough... Oh, they throw everything at him. No chance to take down Winston if there would be one. And that Zanya's is finished for him, so they keep trying to make plays.
Yep, and take notes of the boots here for Misty Stumpy. That's going to tell you a thing or two about what he wants to get done. He's grabbing the Mobies, so it is going to be very heavily about the engage. It's going to be about coming out of fog very quickly to look for these types of plays. He does not plan on laning long-term against Zig, who's going to be building towards these kind of powerful 1v1 items. He has the tier stacking. He's building the Hex Drinker, right? He's going to get to the point where he can shrug off a lot of what Misty Stumpy can do. So Misty Stumpy is just going to want to shove the wave and roam and look to group up and find engages time and time again. And I think we'll have to track, can they actually execute on that? Because if the game goes too slow when you're going for these sort of investments in roaming and playmaking, they don't always pay dividends.
Right, and that's exactly what they're doing, is investing in that roaming. Misty Stumpy, we can just see use that teleport to keep top push. They have pretty great pressure on that. And 1-all over the wall with the Zenith Blade, and that's a takedown onto SPX. They're getting a little too happy there in the mid lane, and they get themselves bit for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he didn't realize it. Nori had no ult, so Nori doesn't have the actual follow-up damage to kill off by fire there. That is Flash Ignite and ultimate committed by SPX in a situation where they're never going to have the damage to actually finish off that kill. So that is just a situation where you need to be communicating with the squad. You need to be on the same page on if you have lethal damage there, and they certainly did not. So it does end up costing him his life and his big playmaking tools. So now you don't really have to be that scared of the Rakan for the next 5 minutes.
And at this point in the game, you said Zig would have to find either 5Fire or Stumpy, but it looks like he's going to have to decide now, as they're both going to be split pushers with Stumpy so far ahead in his role. He will be able to basically start a fight and get the rest of the team there with Zanya stalling out. Now, seeing the team fights, Misty Stumpy gets to dive in with Gweiss. I mean, how do you stop that as Cold or as Cloud? You're basically going to have to hit a perfect quickness from Sandpaper, reset the fight, and hit Infernal.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see really good usage of the kind of cooldowns that are on the other side to answer, right?
Yep.
When you're looking over at Gorica, can he actually get into that supercharger with Invis, avoid some sort of engage, sidestep a Zenith Blade. You have the ultimate to try to dodge out from abilities as well. You have the flash. These have got to be things that you're actually using really well in combination with Inori disengage fights, and they're going to go in.
Evan RL jumps back. He's a little split from the fight as Inori goes gold. It looks like he could go down fast as well. Scatter the Weak comes out. Misty Stumpy dodges the Unleashed Power with the Zanyas. He's been holding a kill from Zig, though, as he finds the back line. That one's actually going to go over to another one. 5Fire picking one up for himself as Gweiss looking to help the team. They want to stick together, go the good communication. Zig back in, the flash from Winston. He wants to get back in the fight. Kicked out with that Dragon's Rage, and now there's the Mystic Shot. They needed to pick up another kill. Flashes forward, 5Fire wants it, and he gets another one onto Wolfie.
Yeah, they're going to get 4 kills in that extended play there. Infernal running over the fight. It looked like it was turning a little bit back in Cloud's favor with some of those bits of damage that were kind of coming through from the Syndra, but here is that initial engage again. Misty Stumpy was actually spotted by that ward, but they decided to go for this anyway. A great shift from Evan RL puts him on the other side of the cast. Misty Stumpy re-engages, and the Zhonya's immuning that Unleashed Power and blocking the 5th hit of the Kai'Sa passive, so buying a lot of time there. And it's here that it starts to turn around a little bit, because Wolfie is doing a good job sidestepping, hitting multiple members with that Scatter of the Weak. But Gweiss comes over the wall, gets the stun. Wolfie has to flow out those cooldowns, and 5Fire just simply waits for the next round of spells. He knows he has flash and is able to pick up that kill.
Love the way that was played by Misty Stumpy, knowing, hey, my abilities are down, but I'm still a tank. Put yourself in the direct middle. Oh yeah, Zanya's out on ult, still able to provide for the team, not walking out and waiting for cooldowns to come back up.
Yeah, and that's the playmaking of the stasis, right? You draw so much threat diving into that back line that all of a sudden all eyes are on you, and if you can actually get an effective stopwatch or Zhonya's off, then you really can kind of act as that pseudo tank as you're talking about, right? Because he's very squishy. If he just straight up tanks
we
that
saw
damage,
it,
he will get popped really quickly. So you have to be on point with how you are engaging, and timing that Zhonya's really, really well.
Ooh, Zenith Blade carried
Hold
with a
up,
noted
though.
body slam. In comes Gweiss as well. Misty Stumpy's into that fight, and this one's going to be a big Bash Brothers. But is there enough follow-up for the Bash Brothers? It is not. Stumpy and Gweiss go down, and now Infernal has to reset and figure out how they're going to control this power.
Yeah, it looked like it would have been a great engage there from Misty Stumpy, but your Ryze and your Ezreal are not really in position to actually follow up on that, right? So you're a bit too far ahead of the rest of the team, and even though it was a great ult, team's not there, doesn't end up being a one fight.
Flexing their muscles on the side of Cloud. Not too many minions to push in that mid lane. As this happens, I mean, they just lost 2, so to be able to get Drake still feels great. 3 Clouds coming up, Infernal versus Cloud. It seems a little backwards, but it's happening. We'll see how fast this speed puts them around the map. Gets Misty Stumpy with his Moby boots to the next position. He can be everywhere now.
He's going to have like 500 move speed. He's going to be flying. With triple Cloud plus Mobies, you are going to be really, really cruising. So, I mean, just look at the mini-map. Look at Malphite running down bot lane. Like, he is really going
Yeah,
fast.
501.
Yeah.
You're a genius.
There you go, 501
Look at
on
that.
point.
Big brain.
So it does make it actually a lot more difficult if you are pushing up very far, but let's track this one more time. So Evan RL is in the area, but you can see how far back he's kind of playing it. And then if you are going to look for a flash ultimate, you are now so far away from the rest of the squad, and Evan RL is trying to walk around the outside because there was a cast there, because there was an orb on the ground. I think he wanted to play a little bit more safely.
Yeah.
Perhaps could have played it more aggressively and tried to shift forward alongside the rest of his team when they were going in, but you need to make sure everyone's on the same page to follow up on those engages. Otherwise, Malphite can look pretty silly.
You can imagine what Firefire would just be screaming excitement to be able to hit everybody with Spell Flux in that area and just do some damage. But like you said, they got to be together. There's a big, big gap that Misty Stumpy and Gwyce can create that they have to communicate on.
Yeah, and Inori has really good disengage here too, right? So if you're trying to dive backline, Inori can drop an ultimate in between the front line and the back line, spread them out. If Malphite has used all his spells and it's just him and this Leona in the front line, well, guess what? There's no more damage coming through, right? So if you survive that initial engage and you ult out the Ryze, you ult out the Ezreal, well, now you can just fight front to back and kill off these guys before the rest of the squad can get there.
Basically, what has to happen, so much crowd control that Firefire runs free in these fights, and at 3-0 Ryze, Cloud really doesn't want to take a fight right now.
Yeah, I mean, Ryze is way ahead, right? Because not only is he up in farm, he's up a level.
Yeah.
He is up in
He's a big
CS
boy.
and kills. So he is going to be very, very far ahead of Wolfie as far as the gold lead goes, and it is going to give you side lane priority probably from now until infinity. Like, no one's going to actually be able to 1v1 the Ryze in a side lane.
That Fiora life.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem when you fall behind one of these kind of scaling side lane champions. There's not really any point where you get to catch up. It becomes about the playmaking and the 2v1 situation.
So is there a time where, or are we actually seeing Infernal not using that playmaking? Are they still in a good spot, or should they start to actually split that Firefire power with Misty Stumpy on other sides?
Yeah, I think I would honestly prefer to see the Ryze in a side lane and have Malphite group more often. I do think that you're going to create more of a kind of advantage through that way, because Misty Stumpy is never going to be able to solo kill a full Maw Jace, right? You're not going to have the Birth Deck to do that, so you're never going to create serious tower threat and serious pressure through that way. The reason that they are not doing a full 1-3-1 is honestly because you have to look at the engage that's on Cloud, right? And they are worried about the fact that Rakan comes out of Fog with a flash RW. You see things like the Body Slam flash coming through from Inori, and if you get caught out whatsoever there,
Kai'Sa's right there too.
Kai'Sa follows up and you're dead. So that is what they're kind of trying to balance here, but I do think Ryze at this point in the game with a fully stacked Seraphs, a fully stacked Roa, no one can contest you in a side lane. He should be the one pushing these waves and trying to draw members to him, because Malphite can engage if it's ever a 4v3 or a 4v2 if too many people try to answer on a side lane.
Oh, Winston getting caught out here, and that's what we were talking about. That's the catch. They have the follow-up from the Kai'Sa, and deleted off the map is Winston, even with the flash down.
But Winston really had no business being there. Gwyce is actually resetting for wards. Your AD is mid lane. You're just in this solo mission, but they're going to look for an engage, and Nori is gone.
Feeling a bit too comfortable after taking one down. You still have to remember the initiation on the other side of the map. Zenith Blade flash forward on Sandpaper. He goes for the battle dance back, but he will not be able to save anyone. This battle, 3 down on the side of Cloud, and a push from Zig in the bot lane as Baron in the eyes of Infernal.
Yeah, Winston gives up an easy one, but it is going to be Infernal catching multiple members afterwards, and they're straight onto this Baron jungler or not. It's going to have to be a hero play here from Gorica and Zig. They're trying to get over. Misty Stumpy is TPing back. It is right now just this 2v4 situation.
3,100 HP, Gorica and Zig could have it. Zig gets caught up, a little bit of adaptive shield there as it comes up from his maw on the magic resistance, but it's not going to work. Infernal's going to be all right for now. Almost a kill there coming up from Gorica. That would have been a nice hit to get some of this shutdown gold at least. 602 for Firefire at 700 bounty. I'm sure like 1,000 bounty, you should walk slower just because you're encumbered at that point. My word, they're able to turn these fights around and get back for some good positioning, even when Cloud tries to send them for a loop.
I mean, Zig is pretty strong here, but he just gets too close, and you're going to get the Empowered Rune Prison down. That CC does let him knock him down. Gorka playing this well, though. Look at how much damage he was actually able to get out. Was that last Q I don't think he saw coming over the wall. If you can actually flash that Q, there is a possibility of maybe making something magical happen there, but would have been really, really tough. And I do think he played it well to get that amount of damage down. But, just a little bit of sloppy play from either side.
Right.
Jungler's kind of getting caught out, donating it over, and it was the more dominating win from Infernal because they were able to get multiple kills off of that engage from Misty Stumpy, which leads to so much more. It leads to that Baron. You now have a death cap Malphite. You now have
Yikes.
The Rylai is fully completed here on 5 Fire. The items are coming through for all of these guys, right? 3 items completed for Ezreal. The Zeke's is done for Gweiss. They're in a full position where they're going to be very comfortable to fight. You even have a couple stopwatches to their name.
Very tough stuff. Cloud doing what they can to clear out the vision. They don't have it all, but they still want to get the fight. If they can take one down, make it a 5v4. Misty Stumpy's out for 45 seconds. Winston, Evan RL on the right side. 5 Fires just below the red buff, and he's going to start delivering the power. Here he is, Machine Gun Rise. Gets to the front line with a fast forward. Oh, the Spell Flux pop, and that's the rest of Cloud as they drift off into the sky. Zig's going to be chased in by 5 Fires Realm Warp as he is just walking the wrong way, trying to get the minion wave away from the turret to do as little or as at least as much as he can before he's chased out.
Yeah, trying to just deny at least a push in that mid lane, but they have minion spot. They are going to be able to get at least one inhibitor, and it was like fish in a barrel there for 5 Fire. All of the cooldowns were actually used from Cloud onto Misty Stumpy. They were able to burst him down before he could get Zhonya's or ult or anything off. So the initial engage was good, but when you are so far behind and you have to commit that much to a member such as the Malphite, who's really just 1 round of spells, well, Ryze all of a sudden is free, and this super fed Ryze got to stand and fight and got to have all of these clumped up members
See it again.
just getting ricocheted. So again, I like the initial look for the play here. If you don't kill off Malphite instantly, you're not going to win the fight because the turnaround is going to be good. So, strong engage here. They knock him down. Gorica dives in, but now it's all about the Ryze. And they don't have enough CC to actually keep him out. You can see Gorica buying a lot of time in the back line, and it's at this point that 5 Fire finds the angle. Remember, he has Rylai's already completed, so chain slows. The Spell Flux Q's coming through, spreading around everyone, and ends up being 4 kills for Infernal as they have full control of this game.
Every objective so far. Winston checking with Sonic, could lose himself. Cloud is looking for the one and done kills. That was the quickness coming out from Sandpaper, so a little bit of initiation now gone for Cloud as Infernal pushes down mid lane. There are 3 Cloud Drakes pushing them even faster with an Ocean to boot on top of that coming into the late game.
Yeah, and Ryze is in that side lane now. It's that 4-1 setup. The bottom inhibitor is already exposed. They knocked down the turret on the push before they did reset, so 5 Fire are going to be working on this, and Misty Stumpy threatening with this flash ultimate. You have got to be so careful. If you are
He's waiting for
a
the
squishy
group.
member and you get caught, you're just going to be dead.
Oh, give me 3. That's right there. There's 3 squishies right on top of each other, but that means you have Zig and Inori deliver damage as well. You have to be careful. This is why they're pros and I'm not. Mid inhibitor now being taken down. Looks like they're going to play it safe. They want to get the initiation out of Cloud first. And they're just going to make sure they get it and get everybody out and home.
Yeah, and they just kind of bleeding them out, right? Getting both of those inhibitors, no need to actually fight for it. They move back and forth between those 2 waves. They utilize the pressure from Ryze in the side lane as well as the Realm Warp to then get back to mid lane and actually take down that second inhibitor. So very well played from them. And now it is just 1 more lane of inhibitors to crack. They're looking like they want to group 5 top, and you could have Ryze in that mid lane pushing in some of the waves, but really all you have to do now as Infernal is allow the super minions pressure to draw members from Cloud, and as soon as it does, you walk forward as 5, and they should not be able to actually answer when you're down 10k gold with these sorts of items already completed.
My word, it's so much damage from Ryze right now.
Yeah.
He's so big.
Ryze is a big boy.
Double Zhonya's as well. You can't have a full focus. Cloud's going to have to work around that. It gets so just disjointed and chaotic when there's so many Zhonyas to play around.
Yeah, I mean, who do you focus? There's a GA on the Ezreal. There's a Zhonya's on Ryze, a Zhonya's on Malphite, a stopwatch on the Lee Sin. It's very, very difficult unless you can insta-kill someone right off the bat. But there's no flash on Inori, so it's going to be really up to SPX here.
Nice pushback from Wolfie on Scout of the Week there. SPX and Inori are in for a good bit of damage, but the follow-up may not be there. Gorka's getting messed up by the minions. He doesn't have the pathing anymore. It's going to stop him from getting back into the fight. Avenor out flashes over the wall into two of them, knowing the team's going to be behind him, but they're just adding the pressure, and it looks like Infernal is having a hell of a good time, realm warping themselves into the base, or teleporting, if you will, with the few that can, and they are going to be taking down the Nexus turrets for game 1 of this best-of-3 series.
Strong showing here in game number 1 from Infernal, and you've got to give a lot of credit here to Five Fire, who had a very, very strong game, but the team looked really, really coordinated. Everyone did step up.
Absolutely.
I think the picks made a lot of sense. They have powerful forms of engage. Malphite is able to kind of answer this chase very well in that side lane, as well as have some pretty effective teamfight initiations. Winston, besides kind of really getting caught once by the Baron, he played a great game as well. So I honestly do think that this was an impressive showing from Infernal,
sure.
and it did feel like pretty much the whole way through, they were the ones kind of dictating the pace of the game.
And we even saw Inori getting that first kill. We usually see that. I say feast or famine. And he kind of wasn't able to get more because they saw Infernal saying, wait, that's Inori kind of getting off to a great start. We need to back it up. But we also saw what I thought was interesting was that bottom lane of Ezreal and Leona, as we said, it was kind of a mismatch, still going in, still taking fights, finding comfort in that lane. So I like to see the versatility we have from coming across the map, and we'll have to see if Cloud can bring it back. Now, to share their thoughts on game 1, let's head back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, Riv. Infernal took game 1. They were the lower seeded team. I believe they were 4th seed coming into the day, but they struck first. And one thing we want to do with this day and this analyst desk is actually focus on individual players. It's less about which team won the game, because the teams are all going to dissolve anyway. Like, the teams don't really matter. It's about the players and can they step up and can they do something good. And we wanted to focus on Five Fire in this game. We chose before the game started. We were thankfully blessed with he was the right player to look at on that rise. He popped off.
Yeah, when we saw the draft, we kind of knew like this was going to be one of the highlights to watch. And also, you mentioned the teams. Infernal Dragon is quite OP, so it's not surprising that they won.
Oh my!
Even with 3 Cloud Dragons.
Had to fit that in there.
Yeah, but no, Five Fire really was playing actually really, really well. It's a tough lane matchup versus Syndra. He went up CS versus the TP or the Cleanse Syndra, and all the team fights he actually played really well. I thought positioning was always on point. He was doing it like a lot of damage while also keeping himself very safe. And he also went for a couple skill checks. As we'll see later, he fought Gorka in a 1v1, and here he's using the ult to reposition his team. I was really impressed with his Rise gameplay.
Yeah, I think taking the first turret mid was really impressive considering the matchup, like you were saying. And I think some of these plays,
like he's going for it.
Yeah,
I like that.
He's not playing scared, which I think is something you have to worry about with a lot of these guys being their first time on this stage and how much different that can feel. But he
started that fight.
Yeah, started that fight, got the pick off, and that was after they lost their lease. That was really big to make sure that they don't lose control. And I think this actually led to their Baron. So, a lot of these plays and fights, you can see either him starting it and getting the kills or ending it and getting all the cleanup.
Yeah, and as a player, it's a lot easier to perform in solo queue when you're kind of like, you're an anonymous person. There's no real pressure. If you win, it's not a big deal. But here, when you come on stage, you don't want to be the one making mistakes. So the people who are the ones like putting themselves out there and willing to take those risks and also succeeding as he did in these games, it's very impressive.
And I think overall someone that people are going to be keen to keep an eye on just because he has, I think he was a top 5 challenger player for almost the entire year. Maybe he fell a little bit, but for a long period of time, he was basically the best mid laner in solo queue in North America. So he's definitely someone I think a lot of people want to see more of. He was in scouting grounds last year. I don't think he got picked up on an academy team, but he came back this year and had a great first game.
Yeah, fantastic first game. The only caveat I would give it is from my memory in solo queue of seeing him, which could be inaccurate, but I do remember him playing a lot of Rise in solo queue, so that might be one of his best picks, if not his best pick. But fantastically played, if that is, even if it is his best pick. That was a great game of Rise.
Yeah, I think it'd be important from this show. Other picks, of course, as well, right?
Yeah.
More eyes on here today, right? The coaches that are here, who are already here all week, like those people who are making the draft choices, they've got all the extra information already from all the other, 15 or so games that he's played, or about 20 games he's played. The other thing I want to bring up is I was able to sit with Infernal on one of their post-game retros, and there was a fight where the team took Baron, and they're healthy enough they could actually just re-engage. Like they could just take the fight because they weren't getting stopped. And Five Fire, he realized that before he called it, so he like peels off the squad 1v4. He's like, we're gonna engage. And he's like a screen away, right? Yeah. And the coach is like, look, that's a good idea, but you got to make sure you call that and then make sure they're ready for you. So it's like, you know, it's another case of like, well, look, you don't have comps in solo queue, right?
Yeah.
Like no one really shot calls solo queue. No. So it's like, look, you were right, but you've got to make sure you wait for your team. So like again, communications is always going to be something these players need more of. Even if you have the right idea in your brain, you got to get it to your squad.
Yeah, and I think especially on a champion like Ryze, this was a very active game, so you didn't quite have the opportunity to. But making sure that these have the ability to side lane correctly with this. You know, when you get a nice Ryze and you get fed, the way you actually, you know, close out in competitive is you often go into a side lane and start forcing these off-man situations. This was a scrappier game than that, but that's kind of expected. And he showed all the basics and mechanics to be able to play Ryze really well. It's about, you know, taking it to the next step when you get into competitive.
Of course, raw talent, we'll see what he can do in the future, but we are taking a quick break. When we return, it's game 2 between Cloud and Infernal. You're watching the North American Scouting Grounds.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
One player, because I've been watching season one player I've always looked up to was Froggen. I've always loved his creativity in the game and how he tries to approach it from an outside the box perspective. Sometimes I've been a little bit of a copycat, you know, I've been like trying to play some Anivia, trying to play some Karthus, but just in general trying to watch and learn from him and how, you know, you can creatively problem solve in the game to get wins.
Hi guys, this is Crumbs with the Honda Scouting Ground Report. I have been looking at the junglers for this tournament, and particularly two players, Inori and Fnatic. They came up through the solo queue ladder and the Scouting Ground circuit, and the challenges that these two players have faced are a little bit different. I think Inori, he had some LCS experience before, and his challenge has been, how do you forget the way that the game was played 3 to 4 years ago and adapt to today? I think the coaches have done a really good job in helping him understand how the meta has shifted, and with the global tournament that just happened with Worlds, I think that he now understands that if you want to make it to the top level, you're going to have to change your playstyle a bit. And with somebody like Fnatic, we've seen this guy be a solo queue monster, but maining a champion like Nunus, a champion that has rarely been played at the international level, let alone the LCS. And now with the guidance of the coaches, he's now been able to pick up his Lee Sin and really has been crushing. They're now going to be playing in the finals. So I'm really excited to see what is going to happen with these guys moving forward as they receive more and more coaching status, especially now that they're going to be playing on stage, which are going to be matches that the teams are going to value infinitely more than all the scrims that have happened so far. So tune in for those games because that is where all the marbles are at. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Crumbs. Welcome back to the Honda Scouting Grounds. And it's interesting to hear that because, yeah, they've obviously been going through the motions each week, or each day of the week, but this now means so much more on stage. It definitely amps up the nerves and the intensity that you're feeling, and things change.
Especially when you know the community is going to judge you based off of these games, right? There's all these people who are watching at home. These are the only games they get to see. So even if you smurfed all week long, if you are running it down on the stage games, that's all anyone gets to see.
I mean, sitting there at night, reading all the Twitch chat printouts, you know, making sure you did good. All the Challenger pros letting you know.
How you read it?
Yeah. Print them out.
Yeah, of course. You get them printed out.
You get the peel off the ears of the paper.
They sing out Twitch chat.
Absolutely.
That's beautiful stuff.
Summoner's Riff comes sings it for me.
Well, that's nice.
Acapella group.
Yeah. How many marbles do you have to give them for that?
My best cat's eye, that's for sure.
Okay.
Cloud versus Infernal. As we get into our next game, we actually had 3 Cloud Drakes last game. None of them grabbed by Cloud. So just really a Twilight Zone that's going on at the moment.
What do you know?
What? I know that. That's what I told you.
Yeah. You also know Cat's Eye Marbles. So
Cat's Eye Marbles.
I'm impressed. There's a marble collector out there that's now just a Root fan. All right. We're into the pick band. We're going through it pretty quickly. It looks pretty similar. We do have both teams staying on the same side here. Infernal banned Olaf last time around. Cloud have actually banned out the Gragas, so they obviously don't want to pick it this time. They are going to be looking to go a different direction, and it is going to be a GP ban out here from Infernal. Zig having some really strong GP performances throughout this week.
Pick it.
They are a little bit worried about that. I don't think we're going to get a first pick Maokai. I'm going to tell you that much.
Wow. Thanks for
bold prediction.
Everything.
Won't be Maokai first pick.
Ooh, Wolfie says, no Rise for you this time. I'm going to be the one scaling up. So we'll see what Firefire has for the other side there. He still has pretty great Orianna to be playing, which is always fun to kind of just roll over at Rise as he tries to farm.
Yeah, the Syndra also a good matchup into the Rise.
Very
true. Saw that, Firefire played it great, right? And he was kind of rewarded for that. If you can play one of these scaling champions and have a really successful early game, you can set yourself up so well for the mid and late game, where he really did run over Cloud. We got to remember this could be top lane Rise also, so it is going to be a bit more difficult to select your solo laners until we see a bit more coming out here from Cloud. So they are just going to grab very likely support and jungle, but Firefire did play Nautilus 2 games, if I recall correctly. Could have been more, but I saw at least 2 games, I think, during this week. So could
that's
be that
nice flex with
Nautilus
Weiss,
mid.
too.
Yeah.
So they can get a little bit of trickery there onto Cloud with not knowing where Nautilus will go for. Infernal, the Leona is picked up, however, from the side of Sandpaper X and Cloud. He'll be going in on those initiations, have a Rise behind him. What else will they set up?
Kai'Sa would make a lot of sense alongside the Leona You already have CC to kind of apply that plasma. I think it is a really strong pick in the meta. It's popular with Gorica, so going to be able to lock that in. I like the selection. And it will be Syndra. So yeah, Syndra is just going to be running it back and playing the opposite side of the matchup. So
Flip the script.
this is a way to flex on your opponent, right? If you win both sides of the matchup here as 5 Fire, that is really a statement about your skill level compared to here to Wolfie. And we'll see, can Wolfie have a similar level of performance that 5 Fire did? Because he really was, up in farm. We heard Golden Glue talking on the analyst desk how it's a very tough early matchup for that Rise, but 5 Fire was able to navigate it really, really well.
Fun story, Vex was playing yesterday at Mountain, and he played a Kai'Sa Tristana matchup, and he won that matchup. And he's like, I think Triss can do well in that matchup. So he took Triss next game against a Kai'Sa to see. Yeah. He's like, all right, I love seeing that mentality. It's kind of like, I'll test myself even more right now.
I'll beat you on both sides.
Oh, what is next?
They could just go similar bans to last time if they actually are happy with Evan Arl playing the Ezreal. Yes, Infernal did win the game, but I think having him on that Ezreal does kind of relegate you to playing fairly defensively in the early games. It is going to give priority, or at least it should, over to Gorica as well as SPX, who already have quite a strong lane locked in there. Lucian was banned out last time around. It won't be this time. So Evan Arl, if he wants to go that aggressive option, can grab it as it was opened up. So we'll be looking more to brawl in this 2v2. And Nautilus plus Lucian is a lane that can really brawl. Don't get baited, Rube.
I love it. I want it everywhere. Top lane, mid lane, bot lane.
Little jungle Draven.
Little jungle Draven.
Yeah.
You just stand aside the camp, catch your axes. You're always running fast. Adrenaline rush.
Sounds good.
It should be a great fight bot. 1 second left. It's going to go over to the Elise for Inori. Definitely might want... I don't know. That bot lane's pretty hard to dive coming up at level 3 or 4. So maybe they'll go in. Maybe they'll stay out. Maybe it's focused on top. We'll see what Misty Stumpy gets here in just a second. Well, yeah, they could easily dive now with the Aurelia lock-in.
I mean, the Elise is a bit of a flex here. It's not considered a good matchup into Olaf, right? So, I mean, flex as far as, like, you're feeling pretty confident about your own play. But that being said, Nori has had some really, really good games on the Elise. I think that was his actual standout champion for me throughout the week. And even thinking back to day one, the PC Bond games prior to the actual team draft, he was absolutely running over the competition on the Elise. So this is the kind of champion where he can make these kind of solo trips into the opposing team jungle and look to get solo kills, look to really snowball the game. You also have to remember, this is Renekton paired alongside that Elise. So will be very, very difficult for Misty Stumpy played up on that top side. The 1v1, I do think is Kennen favored in the early stages.
Agreed.
But if you're pushing, you're exposing yourself so much to that gank from Elise, and it's such an easy setup with the empowered stun coming out of Renekton, guarantees the cocoon will hit, and if that hits, you are just done. So we'll see how he's going to be able to play out this top lane. You really do have to manage your waves very, very well. And also, we need to see Winston covering Misty Stumpy when they are going for slow pushes and trying to set up for a dive in that top lane.
Right, you'll be able to see it coming. You can figure out where the map cadence has kind of swung to and be like, all right, Renekton has like 9 or 10 minions built up. This could be a problem, and it is. Like you said, for the Kennen, you fall behind a little bit, and you become basically a stun bot for the team after that. Everybody can kill you in a second, and you might not even... No, okay, I was like, you might get pushed out of the fight, but 5 Fire has the Syndra, so no worries for him there. They still have an explosive composition on that side of Infernal. I mean, same thing for Cloud, as they want to now pick up a game to keep themselves alive in this fourth game series. Game 2 of this best of 3. We'll see what they have here as we get onto the map. Ocean is going to be our first Drake out. As you can see, Baron in 20 minutes, if you ever wondered.
Oh, they should start setting up for that.
Yep, they should.
Get their wards.
Get your pink ward out.
Yeah, they don't expire, so should still be there. Ocean, though, definitely very popular in NA. People love to fight for that first dragon, and both these junglers are champions that can look to solo early on if they have priority around mid and bot.
And we have a quick sideline report with Pastry and Invert.
Hey, I'm here with Invo. I have a little sideline report here. I actually want to ask you, even though we are at the games now, what's the week been like for you? Because obviously we're seeing games broadcast at the moment, but there's been a whole week of work for you. So what's kind of the biggest difference you've seen in these players from the first day to now?
Yeah, so we had a roster with essentially 0 prior Academy or LCS experience. So we actually just used our series to brute force teachable moments for these guys. So that included stuff like invades, making sure that they understood how to move around the map properly, how to ward properly, how to use their recalls properly, that kind of stuff. So, I don't think the record really reflects their growth because we as a coaching staff decided to train them by kind of forcing the issue on that. So yeah, and I think they kind of showed it in the first game, the growth from where they were initially, and I think they've just gotten better throughout the entire event, and it's really awesome that Riot is doing something like this for these players so that we can bring up talent potentially to that academy level.
Well, it certainly seems like so far so good. Invert, thank you very much for joining me. Riven and Zale, back to you guys.
Thank you so much. We're here a little bit from Invert, one of the coaches for Infernal, as we see them getting pretty aggressive in the beginning.
Yeah, talking about teaching them that invades, they had a really powerful level 1 with those 3 champions. They wanted to look for it, but the timing wasn't there. And Winston is actually now set quite a bit behind the face because the red buff was dead before they actually got around the corner to contest that. Had they been there 5-10 seconds earlier, that could have gone really, really well for Infernal, but as a result, Winston just now finishing his first camp. He's moving on to the second. Nori is going to be a full camp ahead because that was a lot of time committed, to walk across, get nothing out of that, then have to retreat back to your own jungle. The one thing they did force, though, was the flash out of the Nori, and that is going to have him, in a much more dangerous situation. If you actually ever run into Winston in a 1v1, there is the potential for Winston to kind of chase you down on this Olaf, and also makes your solo laners feeling a little bit more safe, knowing that there's no potential of that flash cocoon for the next 5 minutes.
Right. So helpful to have that repel, keep himself safe, so we may see a Nori being a Nori here soon, but off to Scuttles to start things off, as they'll be up in just a second, but maybe to kind of scout out where he could find Winston first, knowing he had a late blue buff to get back to, and now he's going to have a little fun at red.
I mean, Winston's got to know he was coming over here. And Nori crossed 2 wards, so if you get surprised by this, that is definitely a mistake, and he is going to lose the red buff, so Winston getting pretty low here, and now he could just be in trouble.
Firefire had priority on the lane, already pushed back. Winston in a fight, he's gonna get that last bit of health to come through. Misty Stumpy's on the roll. Zig actually has a charge up on that bar. You gotta be very careful what happens in this fight. Misses the Thundering Shuriken. That Zig coming in, gonna get a big call to Meek, but no, Ruthless Predator first to take down Firefire. Do they have the follow? That's gonna be the double buffs now over to Firefire, getting a bit of a refresh. There's the scat of the week, and they're gonna follow this one up, possibly zagging on the Zig. He's gonna take a few more shots, and he goes down a double kill to start off Firefire Syndra.
Yeah, Firefire double kill, and he gets the double buffs off of his opponent there. And Nori starting up that invade, but it was always Firefire who was going to be able to actually make the collapse faster.
Right.
Winston, when you are playing Olaf on this first clear, you actually get very low, and you want to be low because you're actually clearing it out faster. So we're right back to live, but
Nori wants his buffs.
Nori was like 1 auto from killing Winston, but the stun came through from Fire, who could make the collapse much more quickly, and that bought enough time for Winston to get that damage out, get the first blood, and yes, he went down, but that put them so much ahead in that eventual, what turned into basically a 3v3, that it is 2 kills going the way of the Syndra, who already has priority in this early matchup. That is a lost chapter first buy, which is going to make it so difficult now for Wolfie in this 1v1.
Orb after orb, Firefire can spit out now with that mana regen coming up. Winston's just on the bottom side, 3v3, but they're a bit scattered here. Weiss did want to give him some help, but you have to let him go on that point. A good pinch coming in from Cloud right off the back of a lost fight.
Yeah, nice little roam from Wolfie, but you have to say, it felt like he had enough time to actually just flash over the wall. Right? There's no flash on a Nori or Wolfie, so if you see Rise and you immediately flash up, into your own jungle, there should be no follow there. So Winston should have been able to escape, I feel, with his life, albeit a summoner down. You don't really want to see that, but I think it would have been the play to go for here, and does end up donating a kill over. And Nori still just trying to gank nonstop here on the Elise. I've got to give him credit for that. Has been very aggressive in these early minutes.
On the bottom side, still has some top to clear, so if he doesn't get anything here, he's got some resources to pick up. Weiss, good damage coming on. And they're not going to be able to finish that one off, so Nori is kind of left out to dry on this. Red buff should be up soon, so he will scuttle back over there and grab that one.
Yeah, Inori couldn't get the angle, actually, for that cocoon.
Yep.
As SPX went in, it was a great engage, but the minions aggroed, it looked like, onto SPX and kind of flared out, so that there was a minion in between Inori and his target really the whole time. So he wasn't able to actually get that follow-up cocoon, despite the fact that CC did land. They will push Infernal off of that Ocean Dragon, though, and the more time you spend down here on this bottom side, it's going to give free time for Misty Stumpy, who is playing that Klepto Cannon and who is level 6 already. So Wave in a great spot for him. It's going to be slow pushing back towards the Cannon, which means he does not have to even expose himself whatsoever right now to a potential gank. And Zig is basically just stuck sitting on the side trying to soak experience.
I think he's waiting as well for Misty Stumpy. If he uses Lightning Rush in lane, you get a cannon super hard. But Misty Stumpy always playing very technical, very sound in his play style, and never kind of changing what he's doing, what's been winning him the lane.
Yeah, and he also knows Elise recalled on bottom side.
True.
So Elise
Gotta think of everything.
is possible, could be up there soon. And Elise is up on that top side now, having taken the scuttle. So 5 Fire, guess where he's going to play? He's going to play down towards bottom side. This is just intelligent stuff. You have 2 pinks in the river on bottom side. Your support is roaming up from that side. So if Elise could play top, you need to move down. And this is the point now where Winston needs to be pathing up towards top lane to cover a potential dive. Inori just showed on that ward. Winston needs to run straight up there to try to defend it, but it is going to be 4 members here.
Oh, in the brush, he almost denies it, throws down the Slicing Maelstrom. They're going to be on the turret, but that's a lot of damage for SPX to deny from the turret aggro. They get 2. Nicely done with the in and out as they take down Winston and Stumpy on Infernal.
Yeah, great Realm Orb. 4 members showing up. It wasn't just that 2-man dive that Winston would have been there in time to actually prevent had it just been Inori and Zig. I think they would have been fine, but they're able to bring in the extra members, get the engage, get 2 kills onto your Rise, deny a ton of farm. Misty Stumpy was up like 15 CS. Now it's going to be basically even, if not him being behind after all of this is gone. So the advantage completely now gone for that Kennen. Rise sitting on 3 early kills, and Rise feels like the recipe success in these 2 games. Winston was pathing up here.
Here comes Moby Boots Leona as well from the bot lane. Little return on investment there.
Yeah, the early investment on that roaming power. Winston wants to go over and try to get in here on SPX, but SPX, with the Aftershock as well as the resistances from that W, is very, very tanky even early on here. So as soon as that is up, they just didn't have the return damage possible, and Winston ends up going down again.
Pressure win towards the bot side. May call down Inori for a moment to see if Winston could be around here, but I don't think that's anything. 2-0-1 though in the mid lane for 5 Fire against the 3-1-1 of Wolfie. Great to see the mid lane kind of going back and forth again this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive that Gorka is only down 5 CS when his support has roamed quite a bit. Roamed up to that top side of the map, then would have to reset and come all the way back down. And you are against a strong early lane here with the Nautilus Solution, so they were not able to find any sort of dive. Gorka pretty much dead even here as far as the farm goes, and Inori's sneaking into this brush. They could look for this. Solar Flare's available. Gets his flash.
Miss, holding in the wing is a Winston. They want to come over the wall in the blast cone. They do have that vision. Sweeper down for Inori. It's not going to be Winston coming over, though. He goes slow for the Scuttle Crab. They don't want to get a fight just yet. Stop him from the back. Always the fun little back games you get to play with people. Winston across mid. They're going to push in here as well for 5 Fire. Yeah, help him get down to the turret so they can get the map cleared out. Rift Herald could be on the minds of one of these teams coming up here at 10 minutes now. 4-3. We have Winston, or I'm sorry, Zig and Stumpy fighting in the top lane a bit back and forth. Looking at those items, the Kindle Gem and the Revolver just to the boots of Zig. It doesn't feel good as a Renekton to have to build against this, but you can still be Renekton as the game goes on.
Yeah, you can, and he's kind of scaling up. He has the pulse, right? So he got the, not a great early buy by any means, but he is going to be farming that out. He is going to be able to survive with the Merc Treads, and multiple members here from Infernal, as we are going to be seeing Stumpy just going towards a first item Protobell. So that is going to signify he wants the team fight. It's going to be less about the 1v1. This is not the Gunblade style, try to contest in the side lane. And I think this honestly makes more sense. Early on in the game, you can have an advantage against the Renekton, but given an item or two, you won't actually ever be able to win the 1v1 against the Renekton.
Nope.
Anymore. So just build for that 5v5.
Oh, Firefire in a bad spot, flashes out. He's gonna get the solar flare right to the face, and that is a lot of kill coming in onto him. Firefire goes down twice, is now gold, but it looks like he could fall to the damage of Rise, but it's Gorica to get the final shot on. The killer instinct and everything coming out from Gorica, and he is able to pick up 2 for himself.
Yeah, Firefire just didn't seem like he was aware of how many members of Cloud had collapsed towards that mid lane. So posturing very aggressively, feeling confident about their ability to 3v3, but multiple members show up, and he just got CC chained down very effectively. Even with the flash and cleanse, he does end up going down.
Gorica actually getting 1 there. Apologize. 3-1 and 3 for Wolfie, 2-1 and 4 for Inori. They're having a much better spread of the advantages this game, 6-3 as they come up on 12 minutes. And we just talked about Rift Herald. It is going to be taken by Cloud after that victory in mid lane.
Yeah, and they're going to be feeling pretty good about that because you can see the gold is basically dead even. You know, slight advantage for Infernal, and they do have the Ocean as well. But yeah, this is Firefire just not aware that SPX and Inori are in the area. So he cleanse flashes out of that cocoon with the ult there to follow up, and now Firefire getting caught out. He's going to go down again.
Whoa. Taking an interesting pathing towards that top turret to try to get the save. Rift Herald already used as well. This one may be meeting a second tier turret as nobody's top side to get the defense on this.
Yeah, they're trying to trade on the bottom side, trying to get that turret, trying to push in mid, but Cloud is going to get first turret of the game. A lot more gold being donated into Inori as well as Zig. Now these two guys, a lot of LCS experience drafting this powerful 2v2 and now setting themselves up well for success. It's going to be half the HP off the tier 2 as well. And not really even that close, actually knocking down bot or mid. They're going to be able to defend both.
See if Misty Stumpy's working here. 0-1-2, bid up in CS. He is 5,200 to 4,500, but the impact I don't think is just felt from Kennen yet. I feel like a 4,500 Renekton's still going to sting a little bit more as the team fight comes around. Wolfie pushing out Misty Stumpy a bit. He knows he doesn't want to take that fight just yet, as Wolfie's had a much better game. 3-1 and 3 on the rise. Kind of telling Firefire, I can do it too, but Firefire's also stepped up with a few of the kills to keep his Syndra in this game.
Yeah, it's been more about the roam for Wolfie, less about that 1v1. Misty Stumpy, though, gonna get dope here.
Isaac, it feels so bad as a Kennen to be the one that gets picked on. Misty Stumpy's feeling that this game. Can't even get the Proto Belt off to do a little, or he actually just bought it, but can't even do much to get out of that situation other than slicing Maelstrom as mid lane is taken down. So he doesn't go down for nothing. They're going to get some good gold here and open up the map to start spreading those wards a little bit further into Cloud's jungle.
Yeah, I think the play, you know, given retrospect and full vision, you would want to see him go for is actually just clear the wave with your ultimate there. You're going to die either way. There's kind of no way. So try to go ahead in that turret trade and just try to clear out the wave using the Proto Belt, using the ultimate to try to get that done. They will crack mid lane turret though, so Infernal keeping the gold close. They do have the double dragon advantage, so they're going to have all of the mana that they really need to work with. And now up to this top side, it may be another turret going the way of Infernal, which will put them pretty much dead even in gold.
Get it. Nice. That one time where you're like, whoops, I thought you were going to hit it. Firefire backs off, and so does Winston. Had a bit of a rough early game, but stood his ground. Was really able to help Firefire come out big in the early fight. Now to the mid lane. Weiss goes down under his own turret as Cloud not really seeing the turrets. They're just going for the engages as they get them, and rightly so with the Leona. They should be going every time she can.
It's the Goon Squad, man. Power in numbers. You group up, you run around, you look for engages, and Cloud has just been moving around the map better than their opponents this game. The gold lead is not that big because there are farm edges on the other side. There's Klepto on the Kennen. There's almost 40 CS advantage for Winston. He's just been kind of power farming well. Inori has been ganking. But you have to give a lot of credit to Wolfie and SPX, who I think have done a fantastic job this game, grouping up with their jungler, moving around the map, pulling off dives, always pushing forward vision and trying to threaten their opponents. And we'll just see if that is kind of buying enough time now for the Rise, for this Kai'Sa and the Renekton to really kind of make use of that, right? Because champions like the Elise are going to fall off at a certain point of the game, and he's kind of prioritizing spending his time ganking instead of farming. But that's buying time for these other guys, these kind of hyper carries to farm up and hopefully take over later.
Looking at Gorica now in the mid lane, 1-0-2 on this Kai'Sa. Has felt pretty comfortable playing that throughout the tournament. He does say going pro has been like that dream. It kind of means everything to him. So I'm sure this weekend, like being able to sit with teams, diagnose what's going on, and kind of look at your own gameplay has been an awesome experience for him, and he has leveled up.
It's an amazing environment here at Scouting Grounds. Being around all these players who are so excited, having all of the resources there with these pros walking around, with all of the coaching staff around. There's so much for these players to learn, and I think it's such an exciting environment for these guys who are motivated to get better, who are motivated to go pro. And all of a sudden, instead of just hanging out, at your house playing by yourself, and maybe you have kind of a small network of friends who are going to try to help you improve, or some limited coaching staff at some of the colleges, you have basically an entire LCS worth of coaches who are willing to help you and give you time. So the improvement that can be made at an event like this is enormous.
The overall idea that the opportunity is there, I think, is absolutely amazing. Oh, Wolfie trying to get in. SPX over the wall with the Hex Flash. Doesn't get himself in too good of a spot. Nice dodge on the Zenith's blade. Winston with the undertow going in. Hook onto Inori. Gonna expect to repel from there. Depth charge back to Gorica. He's able to get the big damage. Kennen goes through. Misty Stumpy now trying to get everything. Misses with the Proto Belt as he gets a little too hyped in the situation. And now they're scattered. A 2-2 for Cloud, but they might be able to get to the back line of the fight. Evan and Winston getting this up to a safe spot. Wolfie just a few more hits for himself. Turns around a bit too early with no turret aggro, and now Infernal looks for more. They are lighting up the map. Undertow scatter hits. In goes Zig. Uses the Ruthless Predator. Drops 5 fire, and that's going to be a kill on both sides. A little bit of retribution pickup there as both teams are looking to pack that gold into their pockets. And there are the 2 final kills for Inferno. It takes so long. These fights are so long, but it is going to be Infernal to come out on top.
And that is an ace. 5-4-2. So kiss all of that hard work goodbye for Cloud, who had been building up an advantage very slowly. Not only do you get ace, you lose the Infernal, and so much of this really was about the Kennen. Kennen being able to actually TP in here. He realizes the fight is breaking out, and he doesn't have time to actually run the rest of the way, so it is a very short distance TP, but Cloud was so stacked, and he's going to get into the backline, pushing out Wolfie, pushing out Gorica as well. They just got absolutely lit up, and despite the fact that Zig and Inori are standing strong on the other side, have taken down the support, the much more valuable kills had gone the way of Infernal. They had already eviscerated the backline, already taken that out, and Zig does find a good turn here as Fire steps a little bit too close, but the strength of this Olaf, the strength of this Lucian at this point in the game, if you can't actually burst down the Olaf, he gets Conqueror stacked up. The amount of healing coming through is actually pretty huge, and the sustained damage in those fights is massive. So shutdowns going their way, also really, really big. That's the Black Cleaver fully completed now for Winston. That's a full death cap onto Misty Stumpy.
I love it. Winston just has the brown bag boots right now. He's like, I need items, I need fight. I can run around with my boots. Zig saying, I need to fight as well. 5 fire, not the first time he's been caught in this topside roam. Not a lot of vision for him up there, and he's just walking around willy-nilly.
It does feel like we're seeing 5 fire play with a little bit of too much reckless abandon, right?
Right.
He's playing almost as though he was the Rise from last game, where he had full run of the map, where he can win every 1v1. As the Syndra, you're not really this 1v1 side lane champion. You have to be taking the safe path. You have to be chilling at the turret and wave clearing. Really, all your job in a side lane as Syndra is to shove the wave and then try to group with your team, right? You're not trying to look for these big plays, and we have seen about 3 times this game him getting caught out, looking for more than he should.
Oof. Charged up that hook, was able to get himself to safety, and now Misty Stumpy looking to set up on the outside. There is a ward that's going to find him out. And this could just give Cole or Cloud the amount of time to set up a bit more Baron vision.
I mean, if Infernal can wait until Flash comes back up for Misty Stumpy, there's no MR on the other team at all. There's like Merc Treads on 2 people, right? That's nothing. This is a death cap completed, plus Proto Belt, rank 2 ultimate on the Kennen. So if you're able to find a really good engage with that Flash, you can solo win a fight for your team very, very easily.
I am always interested to see Kennens forego the stopwatch or anything of the sort. It's interesting. Not imperative, but it's always awesome.
I'm not sure
You know
if he had stopwatch talent and then kind of got rid of it. You know, if he
That's
used it
true. I
earlier.
can't remember if he stopwatch now right here.
I'm not actually sure, but yeah, I mean, people prioritize just having a higher amount of damage, and the idea that your opponents won't actually be able to turn and focus you if you get that proper engage, right? So they're looking for that kill threat on the back line, and that is why we see him looking more towards the death cap instead of something like that Zhonya's. And I would expect for a third item Zhonya's probably to come through, because as you get further and further into the game, I mean, you get hit by one sort of stun or one sort of interrupt, you could just get lit up. And Zhonya's will at least allow you to, you know, flash in with your ultimate and then immediately stasis and spot that.
We'll see. He's got the gold. Just hasn't spent it yet. Sphere of Soul just finished up over there for Zig. He's a pretty big Renekton now. Like we said, just take a few items, and Renekton is still Renekton, even 30 CS down on his opponent. Just have to find the fights that will get him in, causing enough chaos to the back line.
Yeah, Shojin plus Black Cleaver. He's sitting on 40% CDR, as well as that all-powerful passive from that Shojin. You really can take over a team fight if you're able to kind of reach the back line, get multiple resets on your stun. SPX gonna have to flash out of here. Here comes Misty Stumpy.
Stumpy's just on the right. Do they know he's coming in? He's going to throw down ult immediately. Ruthless Predator onto him to stop him. Nice job by Zig to not let him get to the rest of the team. And now maybe Cloud can turn this one around. Killer Instinct going in. That's going to be Misty Stumpy going down as well. Gorica now with a double kill on the fight. They have to get themselves out. Great vision control with the pink there is going to give him a bit of an idea of how to play that brush. Unleash power onto Wolfie does absolutely nothing. That should be an absolute turn coming in from Cloud. And they're going to start racking up the kills. One traded back there nicely coming in from Evan RL, but it's just 5 fire, and he might get fizzled out. The Cocoon just missing. As we're still waiting to see what happens for the rest of the fight. They're pinging towards the top side to say we can get some work done there as this fight is over. What's next?
Yeah, Cloud wants to be able to grab this dragon, and SPX is running back out onto the map here to support. Winston is back up though, so this is a little bit scary. You're very low on health, but I don't think that 5 Fire has the ability to face check into this.
No.
If you walked into a Cocoon, you are for sure dead. So coming out on top in that fight will result in the dragon as well as the 1 kill advantage in that.
Pretty fantastic quick W there on Misty Stumpy here from Zig to stop just slicing Maelstrom. Only hit him after this play.
Yeah, it's a really good job by Zig actually zoning him out, and we also have to keep in mind this time the ultimate, while it was a good flank, is only on really tanky members. Even if he gets on SPX, that's supporting the top laner compared to the previous fight where he was actually able to get access in onto the Ryze as well as the Kai'Sa. And that really was a huge difference in this fight. Gweiss also mixed executing pretty hard. You can see the Q faceplant into the wall, and then also the auto cancel with his E, it looked like there, so he couldn't actually get the passive route out to set up for his team. But very, very close fight, and slim margins actually deciding that team fight.
5 Fire, the Rabadon's is coming out quite soon. He's sitting on 586 gold. Pretty big. Everybody's just about cresting 10,000 now. 8,600 for Evan RL to now the 99, almost 10,000 of Gorica. What a great fight for him last, getting a double kill and not afraid to press R on Kai'Sa. You can't beat or just don't play that champion.
Yeah, and when you are playing Lucian and you start getting outpaced by the Kai'Sa, it's a pretty bad feeling because Lucian is a champion that has difficulty getting the damage out in these team fights. Because you are so short range, if you step forward to auto-attack Ryze, guess what? Ryze can actually root you and just one combo you, right? And that's very similar with a lot of these champs. When you're in range to deal damage, you're in range for them to deal damage to you, which makes it very difficult as you get to the later stages. We are seeing a very heavily scaling build for Evan RL, i.e. Essence Reaver. This is not the early game Blade of the Rune King Black Cleaver. This is high DPS, but it just remains to be seen. Can he actually find the positioning and have his team setting up well enough that he can get the auto attacks out and really get that damage down?
They're just tempting each other now. The side lanes are starting to be played a bit, but the 1-3-1 with Renekton and the Ryze is going to be a little bit stronger if we can't find Infernal's way to spread it thin or start the fight on who is in the mid lane. 5 Fire looking for that possibly. That would have been Leona for the first hit and a chance to rebuttal for the side of the Cloud Drake if possible.
You can see though, Cloud is just going to be looking to set up in a 1-3-1. There's no one that can actually win a 1v1 against Ryze. There's no one on their team that can win a 1v1 against Zig either. So it should be full priority on both sides for Cloud. which just then means for this 3-man squad of SPX, Inori, and Gorka, you just have to not get caught. Buy time. Allow these guys to get their work done in the side lanes, to draw multiple members to them, so it becomes this push and pull. If 2 people go to answer the Renekton or 2 people go to answer the Rise, well, all of a sudden you can make a play on the other side of the map. And that's what I want to see if Cloud can actually pull off here. Or if we're going to see overextensions where someone gets picked, or if the 3-man squad is getting caught out.
Misty Stumpy with the Void Staff. He is going full glass cannon. I love this. I like it a lot. We also see the Morello Namicon for Inori very fast, almost kind of giving himself the fight for Winston here to stop that healing that he gets. And Misty Stumpy's not feeling it from Wolfie right now. That's the one, or the 1-3-1 you were talking about, where nobody can really touch those side laners.
He just came back from base, right? He just healed up, walked out, got Empowered Rune Prison, 1 combo, back to base. Start walking again, right? You're going to fall further and further behind. Now, Misty Stumpy, really all he can do is try to just wave clear. And if Ryze can actually force cooldowns, if you can force his flash or if you can force his ultimate out, well, then even the team fight is no longer threatening here. So we're going to have to see Infernal make a play. They have got to find some sort of engage or collapse, or you're just going to slowly lose your base. There's nothing Misty Stumpy can do in this 1v1. Wolfie's going to bleed you out, so it is Winston heading up to this top side, but guess what? That's warded out. He's spotted. Now this is the play where Cloud needs to make something happen on the other side of the map, and they're pinging towards Baron. They should force this.
This could be an easy double kill for him, but they get the Slicing Maelstrom on to Wolfie quick enough. Now it's going to be Cloud going for the Baron. In comes the rest of the team. Remember, Winston is in the bot side. They use the jungler for this play, but the rest of the fight could still be strong enough to push Cloud off. That's what happened. It's going to be a little bit of a reset of the map here, but Cloud do try to go for Baron as they lose Wolfie.
So they got the TP out of Misty Stumpy as well as the ultimate. Infernal had to make a play, and they are able to execute on that. So well done by them. You know, Cloud didn't feel confident to just fully commit to that pit, because if you're stuck on the Baron trying to finish that off and you get flanked, and you have a chance of losing the game right there, right? But that being said, even though Wolfie went down, it's really not that bad. They're not actually losing any objectives off this. There is the ability for them to threaten the Baron if Infernal moves towards that Infernal Dragon. And I think this is actually a really smart setup, though. Just have the Olaf solo the Dragon. The rest of the team can try to ward them off the Baron, and we'll see if Cloud wants to commit to this. They are burning it down really, really quick. They may just try to finish. Yeah, they're going to finish.
Zig's trying to get the backline, but he's already half health. Do they respect him? That's going to be the hit for Inori. He's able to take it down. Bot side's getting Infernal Drake for Infernal, and now it looks like it's going to be the resulting fight. I don't think too many are going to go down on this one. Bwice is going to find a few more in the brush. Lock him down. Beautifully done. Zig's going to be locked in there. Tries to get out for the last moment, and it's not going to happen. They do take down 2 members, so not a bunch of Barons are going to be on the side of Cloud, but enough.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of hard to say, but I feel like that's a positive play for Infernal. We'll see how much they can get done on the map right now before the other members do respawn as they're going in.
Fast flash over the wall. Can they follow it up? A few too many minions there to keep the play going with enough damage. That's Gorica one more time for the Killer Instinct inside the fight, but he could take too many. The crit isn't enough. MNRL with Lucian's Culling just outside range as they are back and forth clawing each other's eyes out as these marksmen go at it with the help of some mid laners.
Great pick from Cloud, and that's going to mean Infernal will get nothing done on the map before these guys respawn. You can see Inori coming back up now, Zig coming up shortly, and this is just a bold call from Cloud. They TP back into the pit with Wolfie. They burst it down. Inori not able to get into that Rise ultimate, though, as he had actually been hit by the Scatter of the Week, pushed to the other side of that Baron pit. So Zig and him have to try to make a beeline and get out of there. They are interrupted. They lose the teleport from Zig. This is a well-placed ultimate from Gwei straight through Zig onto Inori. Gets them these 2 kills. Ending Infernal, and we'll see, can they outlast this Baron buff? Because you do have a double Infernal advantage now over on their side, and it's kind of just like long-term that is worth more than the Baron buff, but we'll see if Cloud can get anything done. They have 145. They are getting back up into this 1-3-1. You can see Zig pushing top lane, Wolfie back down to this bottom lane. It is going to be that setup once more.
I will be left to wonder if Misty Stumpy will ever build stopwatch. No, I'm kidding. Still has a bit more pen.
Deal damage.
It doesn't. I like the build still. Super ballsy. And he's been able to kind of weather the storm of a very tough early game and still provide in mid, in late game with that kind of.
And these are 2 guys with Death Cap with double Infernal and a 3rd Infernal spawning, right? So their AP is getting multiplied, quite a lot. These are heavily scaling builds. Even the Olaf is doing a full AD build. So, these are very aggressive builds that are going to get the full rewards out of these double Infernal Dragons. And I think, if not before, we will see a fully committed team fight for that third Infernal. Almost no one is willing to give up 3 Infernals to a team like this, where that can push Syndra over the edge to that kind of one combo status. And you're so much stronger if you can kind of hit that mark as a Syndra, where you can actually threaten the 100 to 0 as, oh, that is brave from Gorica.
The small advantages. I love seeing that he feels like that weighs more for them to now be in mid lane. A possible dive can happen now with the HP of the turret and the HP of Firefire.
I mean, he's pushing them back, right? And you have Zig now threatening a flank. He's rotating towards mid lane. Wolfie's collapsing. They're coming from all sides here.
Gotta expect the unexpected right now. Cloud wants to stay in this series. They are gonna lose Wolfie. That's huge. A lot of damage coming in for the 5, 4, and 10 Rise as he's down. Slicing Maelstrom comes in, and the rest of the damage follows. Evan Aurel cleans up 2 on the Lucian that's been looking for kills since the early game. Now he's 4, 1, and 6, and it's down mid lane for Infernal.
We'll see how far they can actually go here. The respawn timers are so long. If you make one mistake here, if you get picked as Gorica, the game might just be over. Even if he doesn't, there is potential that they could try to push for the win. With this much time on the res timers, I think they can look for it. And Gorica has no long-range wave clear to try to thin out this mini wave. And guess what? Zig is getting chased down. He doesn't have his TP. He's not going to be kicking back. I think that's game.
That's absolutely critical. Gorica comes up on a play that off the back of Cloud could have had mid, could have had a bit more, but instantly attacked by Infernal. Pushed all the way back to their base. And now with their backs against the wall, Gorica's trying to do what he can. Lucian goes forward. It's Evan Aurel trying to get the kill. He does get it onto Gorica, but now SPX is onto Evan. Twice is trying to get out as here comes the Rune Prison. Oh, the Realm Warp, sorry, he's going to miss, rather. And that is going to be a shutdown in for SPX as Zig dropped Stumpy as we're coast to coast with these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Misty Stumpy was willing to commit to the fight because he thought that meant they win if they get it. And Ori going too far, just going to donate his life.
No Zanya's there.
But it is the threat now coming out here from Cloud. They already have Zig working on this top lane. They have Wolfie pushing down here. I don't think there should be any way for them to end whatsoever, but they are going to try to go for this inhibitor on the top side. It was a critical kill from Evan Aurel, honestly, to be able to take down Gorica. If he is alive, it could have been 2 inhibitors falling on their side, but really back and forth game here. Oh. Cloud overextending, trying to pull off this collapse, but not able to actually time it properly. And that meant they got wiped off the map and almost lost the game, but they are able to hold on. They do not get the top lane inhibitor, but they are very likely going to be able to claim this dragon before Winston can even get in range. So will only be a +1 Infernal advantage, and you have to remember the first dragon is worth much more than the subsequent one, so it is that 12% I do believe coming out for the first, and then the following 7 or 8% or whatever it is. So, very small advantage.
Let's see how this went down.
And it's just not really a winnable 1v1. Even if you do have ultimate, if Zig has his well, it's not going to be that close. But this is really well played from Zig, not only to get the kill, but also to keep the GA alive there. Stepping out of vision, trying to bait Misty Stumpy forward, and then utilizing that flash for the stun does take him down.
I want to see Leandries now from Misty Stumpy. That cannot become a Zanya's.
And look at this again, Wolfie side lane, no one's there. So Infernal
already down,
have got to try to run it down. They're looking to try to end the game. And we'll see, will Wolfie come back? Wolfie is basing now, but remember, there's no Nexus turrets, so they're going to pull back. They will move towards this Baron.
Going to stay. They feel like they can hold the fight on the other side of the map. They're trying to go on to 1. That's going to be Inori taking a bit of damage.
As a GA, and Wolfie is arriving.
Back up. Slicing Maelstrom tries to keep the back line out of the fight, and now a lot of damage is being taken by the side of Cloud. Zig wants back into the fight. Fully charged Bark can get a good heal up on champions, but he just can't get the range
Evan!
with Dominus. Evan's down. He uses his GA to get the team in for more of a fight, but that's twice. That's Winston. They're all going to fall. Zig's back into the fight with a little bit of help. Steve puts himself in as the sentry the team can use to get more kills. And it's going back and forth as the inhibitor goes down on the side of Infernal. Misty Stumpy looking to light another fuse here as he gets into the base. They can't take much more as they reset once again here 35 minutes in.
Wolfie has his ultimate. If they split up, you could get ulted on here. This is actually pretty risky. You need to be walking out together. He won't make the call to go for it.
Gorica's right there.
Yeah, they are going to back off. We'll see if anyone gets spotted. Misty Stumpy canceled his recall. He was actually thinking about going for some sort of a potential re-engage, but he doesn't have his ult. I don't think you can actually look for this. If you face check the Rise, he's going to one combo your Lucian at this point in the game. It really just takes one Empower Rune Prison and you're dead from full.
All right. Once again, reset to the mid lane. Everybody's giving up their 1-3-1. Everybody's giving up what they were doing before as these fights continue to roll on. Reset the batting order and bring everyone right back. We're at Baron.
Zig ulted for the Baron. They're trying to just burn this down straight up, but Infernal is coming. Misty Stumpy has his ult in about 5 seconds, and he will have flash.
Weiss is in. Depth charge is out. They're going to get the Baron on the side of Cloud, but how many can make it out? That's going to be one down. Nice Realm Warp gets out 4 more, and the important ones is Sandpaper is the only one, the support to lose Baron.
Yeah, Misty Stumpy has the ultimate now, but it was just a second or two too late, it looked like there. The Realm Warp really well timed, but still, you have to remember, no Nexus turrets, 5v4, Flash ultimate available on this really, really strong cannon. So if he can find the angle, if he can reach the back line, that can be game.
That's a grab. They
Here he
have
goes.
Zig. Do they fully want Zig? He gets deleted immediately! Getting taken out. Gorka goes down, and that's going to be the Nexus in the eyes of Five Fire and the Infernal team. They're going to be able to take it down. The initiation comes through, and Infernal will take the win.
2-0 here for Infernal. Able to reach that back line.
Yep.
With that cannon ultimate, as soon as he got on top of Gorica, just absolutely melted. Showcasing the strength of that build as well as the double Infernal here. And this was honestly a very back and forth style of game, but you could see, despite the fact that Cloud had the side lane advantages, they weren't quite able to really play it out carefully enough. You know, when they did look for that collapse in mid lane over by Infernal's base, they mistimed it, they got knocked down, and Infernal was able to always push the pace and force plays in a way that really made Cloud respond more to them. You know, they weren't able to make the most of those side lane advantages because Infernal was willing to say, all right, well, we're just going to go for the Baron. We're just going to go for the base. You must come and answer our play. You don't get to sit in those side lanes, and you do like to see that kind of decisiveness.
I think as the game played out so fast, and this is going to sound weird, is it kind of everybody played with the current lead they had, but that's all they had. Usually you build up a lead. You have a wave pushed here, you have a wave pushed here, but each fight that was lost by either team meant a complete sway of the game, So you never have a chance to build up, okay, we lost a fight, we're still fine in the lanes. Okay, we lost a Baron, we'll just relax and let them have Baron. It was a complete swing, and it's very hard to play in that, and we saw how the players were able to react.
Yeah, it is very, very difficult, you know, when you're having to make these kind of split-second decisions, and when you are trying to play at 1-3-1, even at the LCS level, you know, and at the very high levels of play, when you're getting true professional play, teams often shy away from it because it is so difficult to execute. It's not just can you play the champions in the side lanes. It's not just can you establish an advantage and play that out. It's can the rest of your team play perfectly around that? You know, are you going to have everything timed out so you're not getting engaged on, so you're getting enough of an advantage elsewhere? Are you going to base? Are you going to keep pushing? All these things, if you make that one wrong decision, you lose the game. And we saw Infernal able to kind of test Cloud and punish them on
all these questions. And we actually have some answers to hear more about their win. Let's send it down to Pastry Time for an interview with Infernal's top laner.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm here with Misty Stumpy. I wasn't going to ask you about the game, but it ended so dramatically in game 2. What was kind of going through the team? What was the communication like? Because you have all not been playing together for very long, and that was a very difficult end game to play out.
It was actually a lot of fun because this team specifically, unlike other teams I played with, the comms are a lot more hyped and just like more energetic in general. So it was kind of crazy, to be honest.
And then, of course, kind of through your development as a player, how's your experience this Scouting Grounds been? Because you've played in collegiate, you've played at Scouting Grounds before. How is this event different to maybe previous ones you've attended?
This event's like the most fun so far because I went to last year's. But I think like the different team I'm playing with this time, just like overall is just like another cool experience that I get to do that I wouldn't be able to if like Scouting Grounds weren't a thing.
And of course, the experience has been great, but kind of what does it mean to you as far as your future as a League of Legends player? You've been a high elo solo queue player forever. You've been a top collegiate player forever. Are you looking to maybe step into Academy, step into LCS? Is that the ultimate goal for you?
Yeah, definitely get onto an Academy team. That's always been like a priority. And then maybe like a year or two after that, make it to LCS. That's like my dream pretty much right now.
But of course, my question is, how do you possibly balance that with your workload, your school load, and all those other things?
It's really hard to. I only get to play like maybe 2-3 hours a day when other people can play like 6 to 8, just because a lot of the times I have to do schoolwork, I have to do collegiate scrims, stuff like that. So like on my own time, I don't get a whole lot. So
Certainly seems to be good enough now. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. With that, we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pasty Chime. And yeah, I got to say, Misty Stumpy stepped up really well. Glad to hear from him at the end of the game as well. But 2-0 for Infernal. And let's talk about Misty Stumpy a whole bunch, because we were like, okay, we saw the draft. You know, in the first game, we're like, we're going to talk about him. Ooh, he's Malphite. Let's go talk about Fire. All right, he's on Kennel. Let's go.
Yeah.
He's a lot of a carry player, actually. In collegiate, a lot of times his team has made some deep runs late into that tournament, and it's often him playing things like Fiora and Jaxes and these kind of hyper carries. And this was a game where he kind of got abused a lot in the side lane early on, but this fight was the turning point for Infernal, and it mostly came off his ultimate right here.
Yeah, look at that. That was a great timing to go in. And he found points like this throughout the whole game. Like, this was the first one that was extremely impactful. And obviously, you're going to have a bad time split pushing for Rise later.
Yeah.
But he found a way to be useful even with that split push pressure applying to him.
Yeah, I think some of the things in the early game to definitely like work on a little bit is knowing, like, am I on the weak side of the map right now? Like, is the enemy team coming for me? And just kind of maybe sacking some turrets that he got caught under. But, you know, it was an Elise early game, and he's against the Renekton. That's, you know, one of the strongest duos for making plays. And then as the game got more team focused into these team fights, he kept making really, really good plays.
Yeah, another one good run there. And also when players, or teams rather, are looking for players to pick up, this is the intangible stuff that's a lot harder to teach. You can't teach a player when to go in these kind of situations. This is something they have to have kind of like an instinct for, where being like split pushing or doing the like more niche 1v1 split pushing beyond the wrong side of the map, that stuff is a lot easier to teach and it's very straightforward. What he showed just now is not near as easy to teach.
Yeah, same with mentality. Like, when you're getting dove and killed, I think he was 0-4 at one point, or maybe 1-4, but he managed to turn it around, which, you know, on a stage like this, you don't get to play on that much. It can be something where you get inside your own head, and the fact that he's able to bounce back and make these big plays is really impressive.
Yeah, even a point to call out as far as, you know, individual mechanics are concerned, right? One of the 2 players to qualify from top lane through pure solo queue, despite the fact that, as he's talking about, like, I can play like 2-3 hours solo queue a day.
Yeah.
And that's enough that he's staying at the very top of the ladder.
Yeah.
Definitely think he's a great player. Would love to see him in Academy sometime soon. You know, it seems like a lot of NA top laners come up kind of recently, right? Like, you know, Licorice was a year and a half ago or so. Kumo looks good. Like, I think Misty Stumpy's a solid player as well.
Yeah. I was also I was like smiling listening to his interview, because it reminded me a lot of when I was going pro. Obviously, he's in college and I was in high school, right? But it was a lot of the same thing where, and in high school, I remember when I was trying to climb up to Challenger, there were days where I could only play 1 game a day, you know, and that happened for a long time. And I remember being in school and thinking, like, man, what if I could actually just commit my life to this? What could I achieve if I could put more hours into it? And obviously he's obviously a lot more mature than I was when I was in high school, right? And he was able to interview well. So that was just really nice to hear, I guess.
Yeah, and I hope it's something that teams consider too when you're evaluating some of these guys. You know, how young are they? How old are they? What are their life circumstances? Because you might be like, he's only 600 Challenger LP. You know, it's like, well, yeah, but he's also, like you heard, taking tests and learning other things in life beyond League of Legends currently. So, you know, what can he reach as a peak when they are able to dedicate themselves completely?
Yeah, maturity is definitely pretty important. I
think it's almost more important, right? Like you can get, you know, 2 to 5% more in player skill, but like, actually working with them all year means so much more at a certain point.
As starting as a 16 or 17-year-old and seeing many other people who are starting as 16 or 17-year-old, it's quite nice to work with people who are mature.
Yeah.
Camera readiness, also a good one, right? Like just your ability to interview
Always
well.
good.
Like, that's really important for a pro team, is to actually have people who can, you know, give answers on camera and build some fans out. So, you know, I mean, sometimes when you just can't coach Noir, you become an analyst, and that's Marcus E's career path. We've got more league action coming your way. Mountain and Ocean hit the rift, so don't go anywhere.
He's just going to take that, Mark?
Yep. He's going to take it.
Nice. Yeah.
Hey, it's Pastry here with the Honda Scouting Report for mid lane. I've been following these 4 players all event long, and I'm here to tell you how I think they stack up in the current competition. So first things first, maybe the number 1 prospect for the event, the first drafted mid laner, it is Evolved, or Cat Evolved, the very high elo Katarina player. He has been showing a lot of diversity throughout the tournament as well. He's actually, in general, been staying away from his signature champion, so we haven't seen the Cat yet. The Zoe hasn't come out, but I know that he's a player that wants to show up on this stage. He's been willing to play different picks and show a bit more diversity, but I think now that, we're down to that final best of 3 and he wants to win, he's probably going to pull out more of those champions that are going to show off how good he is as a player, because during the scouting day on Monday, he was going off on assassins left, right, and center, so certainly an exciting player to watch throughout the event. Next to there is Julian, probably the most experienced player of these 3, has previous scouting grounds experience already, known as a specialist and has still kind of looked like that control mode specialist in a lot of ways. Landing not so great, but team fighting is excellent, which is something you'd expect from a player that plays that class of champion so often. But he has shown some diversity. I've seen the Yasuo a number of times. Curious to see if he can kind of step out of that shell as well. 5Fire, kind of the other hot player of this tournament, very, very aggressive, both in playstyle on stuff like the Kiana and also in communication. He has been the playmaker for his team time and time again, so it's going to be spicy whenever he's hanging out there. And then last but not least is Wolfie, known for his skill shot champions, the Xerath, the Vel'Koz, has been playing well with his team, especially his jungler. So look for him to maybe enable the other players rather than dominate mid lane from that position. So with that, those are my thoughts on the mid laners throughout the tournament.
Coming into the tournament, I didn't really know much about Cat Evolved other than he was really good at Katarina, because honestly, every day, when I queue up for solo queue and I play against a blind pick Katarina, it's him, and I always just pick Malzahar and hit R, and it's just a free win. So coming in, I didn't know much, but after playing him a couple of times, I definitely think he's a top tier mid with a lot of potential.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, taking a break from my expeditions grind to bring you this series alongside Alberto Crumbs Rengifo.
And we just got a very explosive first set, so this second one is just going to deliver us hard.
Certainly have to think so. Again, we're going to jump into our second match of the day as Ocean takes on Mountains. Before we jump into the next series, though, let's get to know the competitors. On the blue side, it is Ocean, the second seed after the round robin's finish. In the top lane, BMD. In jungle, Frosty Nomad. In mid, Evolved, bot support, Tomo and Chime, and their coaches from TL and CLG.
And selecting the red side, Team Mountain, Pike Cake Lord in the top lane, Fnatic in the jungle, Julian in the mid lane, Vexon bot, his support is Shady, and the coaches are from 100 Thieves, Dig, and FlyQuest. So 3 coaches helping this team out should really go a long ways to getting a solid draft.
And clearly that coaching staff conglomerate really did help, because Mountain looked pretty good off the bat as a team. They dropped a couple of games, but not too many. I remember my first interaction with anyone from Mountain with Zix, the new coach of 100 Thieves, walking in and being like, yeah, I think Mountain 2-0'd, and then quickly learning he was the coach of Mountain, and was just bragging that his team had just won their series. So they have been pretty locked for pretty most of this event. And when I talked to Shady, he said that it's because some of the players have played together before, so building that synergy was a little bit easier, and certainly they have looked quite strong as a team.
And they've actually been building synergy between the coaches as well. Not many times you get to see coaches from different teams kind of share that knowledge and bring it up to new players that have really never been coached before. And seeing how a lot of these guys value those priorities, I think, is actually making North America a more set region in how we should play the game and how we should educate and bring up our new talent. So this event is really going a long ways, not just for the players here, but for the entire organizations involved.
And on the Ocean side, they were actually potentially in trouble of playing a tiebreaker for this slot yesterday. Mountain beating Cloud in the very last game of the day did mean that they scooted on through to the second seed without having to play a tiebreaker. Again, as far as total seeding implications go, it doesn't matter that much, but these are at the end of the little mini tournament that was played at the top 2 teams. So be fun to see what they bring. Okay, Mountain certainly looking solid. I think Ocean, though, after a pretty poor start in the early stages of the event, have kind of ran all the way through to get here.
Yeah, and on your screen there was Frosty Nomad. He's going to be playing alongside Evolved, and these 2 are players that have a very unique champion pool that is not what you expect in professional play. Nomad with the Nunu played a lot of Trundle, Nocturne in the scrims as well.
Played Orange Jungle on scouting
and
day.
Orange Jungle as well, right? So he's bringing out so many new picks versus a lot of the other junglers that are doing the traditional Lee Sin, the Olaf, the Jarvan, the Elise. So I'm curious to see if this team will be able to get an advantage in the draft, if the coaches see that as an opportunity to get a lead that way, or just say, no, what you're playing is wrong. I want you to play this specific style.
And on the other side for Mountain, their second pick of the draft was a jungler. After Honori, they took Fnatic, and Fnatic has been great all event long. Just a talented player, has some competitive experience, so I think meshed well into the team quickly, but also just was the loudest person I heard during the scout day on Monday. I could constantly hear him talking and calling plays for his teams, and I think that ability has refined as they've moved through the event. So certainly someone that isn't just playing well individually, but is also leading this team as well.
I think the players are starting to understand how vocal each role really needs to be. On the top lane, Piecake Lord, he's playing Camille. You don't need to talk a whole lot. You're on an island. You're doing your thing versus junglers and supports. Not only do they have to be the most vocal members on your team, they have to be playing in unison. So looking into this specific game on stage, I want to see how the junglers and supports are pairing together. Do they roam around the map and find plays? Because as we've seen in the World Championship, the best teams in the world are the ones that can get those two roles on the same page as quickly as possible.
We've also seen, this has been true forever, but maybe even more so recently, how jungle mid is just another duo that you have to keep track of. And in lane, support and your bot lane is something you have to keep track of. So with the exception of top lane, I suppose, which maybe is going to be even worse for them with a little alcove added in top lane they can all hang out in, it is very important for teams to be on the same page. And again, the quicker you can build that synergy, play with different teammates, accept different styles, respond to critical feedback, how coachable are you? From what we're seeing on stage is not what these coaches will be looking for when it comes to the draft at the end of the day.
And when I was starting off playing, I started off as a top laner, and I actually ran into this exact same situation. As a top laner, I thought I was going to be involved with the team. I wanted to be a part of every play, and it turns out you're just stuck on an island, hey, stop talking, we're fighting over here. And then I realized, you know what, I want to be a part of this game, and then you role swap. So a lot of these players might end up realizing that the roles that they're currently playing may not necessarily suit their abilities, and they can role swap. Like we saw Gorica, who was a top laner previously, now is an AD, and looking like one of the most promising carries in the tournament.
Yeah, certainly has had a good run back to AD, feeling very comfortable. I imagine will be in game relatively shortly, but I believe the players are just going through their final few checklist items, making sure that the peripherals and everything else are all working well.
I got baited there looking at the champions. They're just last hitting with the Ashe. And Ashe is a champion that you wanted her to see in the meta right now, but unfortunately, she just dies too easily in the bottom lane. So we're going back to the Sivers, to the Kaisas and the Xayahs, and a lot of these guys can bust those moves out, but we have a specific case here today where I believe it is the carry on Team Cloud, Tomo, who does play Heimerdinger.
I've actually seen Evan play Heimer as well, so it'd be interesting to see what players have picked that up. I think it was funny on the scout day, seeing all the different bot laners, and it was basically a split between Xayah, Sivir, Kai'Sa, which maybe the more standard ADs, and then Syndra, Heimer, whatever else you wanted to put down there in the bottom lane.
It's explosive, but the thing is, do the players know how to take those advantages and really snowball the game with it? That's one of the areas that a lot of the coaches have been trying to get these players to be vocal about. When you have a lead, you need to rally the team around you, and you have to communicate. What do you want from your jungler, from your support? What vision do you need? What do the team fights play out? There's so much pre-planning that goes into each team fight that it's hard to keep track of, because when you add it all together, you realize I'm going to be talking the entire game. And, well, yeah, that's what you should be doing.
Yeah, I think you and I have both experienced pretty similar things sitting in on the different teams as the coaches are watching them, and that these players are plenty talented, right? It's not refining their mechanical skill that is the number one priority. It's getting everyone on the same page and thinking about the game plan that you're actually doing instead of running around hoping you're in the right area of the map at the right time.
And I know for a fact that the coaches are going to be remembering exactly what they told the specific players and thinking, okay, do they apply it immediately on stage, or do they return back to their old tendencies? For the players that return to their old tendencies, it's going to be very difficult to convince a coach that you're going to be a quick learner. For the ones that immediately maybe make mistakes but apply the new information right away, that's going to be a big sign of promise for these coaches, thinking, okay, I can apply my knowledge to this guy and see immediate results.
All right, well, Champ Select has started. I believe I can fill in the bans for you right now. Nautilus is the first ban on the ocean side. Pantheon on the red side there for Mountain will be the next. Makes sense. Pantheon has basically not been allowed in any game, I think, all week long.
And sadly, I don't think we will ever see Pantheon until he gets completely gutted. The champion is currently too strong, but all the teams are being good sports about it, permanently banning it on red side as the expected first ban.
All right, so Syndra is something Julian has played a few times this event already. Going to be the next one lined up. Xayah also very good overall AD, will be banned away from Tomo's side. And Ocean with their final ban of this phase. Curious to kind of see where they go. You tend to get a little bit more flexibility on blue side.
With the Syndra ban, Syndra being the most common matchup we have seen against Ryze. We just saw it in the previous set, in the mirror match. I think that Ocean is going to be thinking about that first pick Ryze right here. Give it to Evolved. He's played it before, and it's a great first pick.
It's actually his most played champion of the event, which is like the complete opposite of the style of champions he plays in solo queue. But I think Ryze has shown, even in the last 2 games we just watched, that when he gets items, it's very difficult to stop Ryze from doing his thing. So that will be the first pick here for Ocean.
And I'm curious what Julian's going to do about it, because he's known for the Syndra. They've targeted him out, and clearly he's opted into it because the Gragas ban is not something you would have taken if you were not comfortable locking something else in against the Ryze mid.
We've also seen a lot of Yasuo this event, usually paired with Gragas. I know one of the things you like to see, Crumb, so it kind of blocks them from doing that as well. Julian especially has played a lot of Yasuo recently, so kind of curious about the Gragas ban there from Mountain, but I imagine they have a plan. Qiyana, of course, a perfectly serviceable assassin, as Julian will take a different style of champion into battle, but something that he has been refining throughout the event.
And Fnatic is going to be taunting BMD with his signature Darius. Maybe teasing him if they'd like to play, but already locking in 2 heavy physical damage champions means that Mountain's going to be looking for magic damage dealers in the next series of picks, which would make Ocean's bans a lot easier coming into the next set. So I'm a little confused here with the Qiyana Lucian so far, but I think that Mountain will have a plan. There's 3 coaches there, but it could be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen.
Maybe. It looks like Lee Sin going to get taken away from Fnatic, has been one of his most played champions this event. Nomad finally going to show us something a little bit more standard for Scouting Grounds, I guess. Certainly not Nunu or on jungle, at least this time around. I think my favorite BMD quote, though, was someone being like, he just plays so much better on Darius. And then I asked why, and they were like, I think it's his comfort. Like, his wave management gets better. That's not a skill that Darius exclusively has, but he's so comfortable on the champion after hundreds and hundreds of games this season alone that he's actually just a better player. And I think he's learned to apply those skills to other champions.
That's a perfect example of players falling back to comfort and just feeling themselves and not being bogged down in the minutia of, am I last hitting well? Am I playing the champion's skill set to the best of its abilities? And when he doesn't have to do that on Darius, he can focus on things like wave management, and it turns out he knows how to do it.
Well, at least not going to get Darius this go around. It will be the 4th ban overall by Mountain as they take Elise out of the last pick for phase 1. I guess Fnatic was comfortable playing another side of the Lee Sin matchup, so just takes Elise here while he still can. Ocean lining up ban number 4 for themselves here. Clock running down. It will be Leona taken away from Shady. Have seen a lot of tanky frontliney CC supports this event as well. Things like Nautilus, things like Leona, as Cannon going to be the last ban there for Mountain.
And the Elise already going to be jungling, so the Qiyana, probably the mid lane matchup into Ryze here, and you can expect PCL to want to play Camille. He plays it pretty much every time that it is up, and I see why. He's really darn good at it.
Yeah, it was funny to watch Mountain play, especially as the team was trying to learn how to gel together. Almost assuredly, PCL was just in a side lane getting stuff done, and Camille was the pick most often he was playing. Rumble this time going to be taken away, so clearly been practicing that one as well.
And it's not such a big deal to go heavy in physical damage if there's not a lot of tanks on the opposing team. And the itemization is not going to be that easy for the current Ocean champion, so they can lock that in if they get some more magic damage at the end of the day, and they're just going to blind another tanky support here, and we'll see what Chime can answer the Alistar with, because there's a lot of champions that you can play. You have your pick of the litter against Alistar Lucian.
Seen a lot of Rom, generally against Alistar, also this event in general, but might be the consideration here. Of course, the Chime in his name, I believe, refers to a particular champion in the game, so not sure if we'll ever see that one coming around, but GP looks to be the lock-in here for BMD. They are going to select that, and that does leave last pick support here for Ocean, having to round out their comp before passing the ball back over to Mountain for pick number 5.
It's going to be a decent play, a decent champion in the top lane. The Rumble's already banned, which is probably the worst matchup for Gangplank, but I'm still curious of what PCL is going to do against it. Because you have the Elise, you can go for very aggressive plays against it if you get a little creative with your gank path.
Well, there is the Braum selected there for time, so relatively straightforward stuff there for Ocean. Ooh, Kale locked in instead. So a different kind of side laner, let's say.
Should have seen that one coming. It's his second most played at this tournament so far. It's the magic damage that they need. And if you can get a Qiyana with that ultimate in there, she can go in with Reckless Abandon and get a really nasty ultimate in a good team fight. So there's a lot of playmaking that Mountain has here in the mid lane with the Qiyana and the Elise. A first item mobility boost, if they get going, they can really tear this map apart.
And definitely curious to see kind of how the game checks out. I think for a lot of games that I've watched, it feels like topside has been the thing to watch between the mid jungle and the mid top. But supports are also getting more involved as the teams get more on the same page. That jungle support synergy you were talking about, Crumbs, also comes to bear. So again, this is really time for these players to display what have you learned over the course of the week. We're just watching a very small subset of the games these players have played, and the most important thing is that you apply the things your coaches have been telling you for 5 days straight.
Yeah, because you're not trying to impress the stream, you're trying to impress the coaches that have been talking to you.
Trying to impress the stream too.
Sure, but that's the secondary part here.
All right, well, coaches will shake hands after draft number 1 for our second series here. Is a best of 3 between the 2 top seeds, Ocean and Mountain. Mountain looking to retain a pretty spotless looking record throughout the tournament, and Ocean gonna try and upset that here.
This matchup is really gonna come down to the jungle mid synergy. That's what I'm keeping my eyes on. Evolved with the Elise is gonna be, Evolved with the Lee Sin. So the Ryze Lee Sin combo is one of the most dangerous combos because Ryze can always flash root you, instant guarantee the Sonic Wave, and whoever can get a slight advantage in these two matchups will have so much more damage that the opposing team is not going to be able to contest from that deficit.
Expecting a lot of general volatility. Again, we've seen so many aggressive junglers so far this tournament, and Elise Lee Sin is making that trend no different. Evolved and Julian will meet for the 6th time this event at least. But it's going to hang out in mid lane there. It looks like both teams are spreading out across the river.
And no crazy level 1s. Usually level 1s require so much pre-planning and an extensive understanding of how the game is going to unfold once you commit to an invade, that if you're not sure what you're doing, just go for the standard 5-point defense as you see it now. Each player covering an entrance, and you can't go wrong with it.
Well, with that, we're going to take a look at where the junglers are right now. Frosty Nomad pathing back up towards the top half of the map near his blue. Looks like Fnatic on the same side there near their red.
It's an interesting choice from Nomad already to switch to the sweeping trinket because you are Lee Sin. You are sacrificing the playmaking potential of your ward hop for vision denial, and it's 2 different ways of playing the game, but I'm curious to see how he does it because now he doesn't have the ability to invade and be very aggressive and then ward hop out. He's going to have to play more with his team.
Almost feels like there's something pre-planned as well that he might want to do with this sweeper. We'll see if he does get an early ward kill or not. But for now, a bit of help there from BMD onto that blue buff, and is going to go blue into Gromp. Try and clear this side of the map first off, and Fnatic doing the same on the other side, red into Crux here. So both junglers going to start out kind of maximizing the early XP. There is no cheeky level 2 stuff just yet.
And it's understandable why they're starting topside because it's a kind of a waste of time for you to help out the Kale before level 6, and the Gangplank is going to be completely fine farming. So expect a lot of the action to pass down to the bottom side when the junglers go down there. And whoever has the lane priority in the mid lane is going to be able to assist and really get something explosive because both of these junglers are going to be going for that bottom crab at 315.
Well, Qiyana not great at the early levels, and Evolved is abusing Julian in CS right now. 11-3 as level 1 Qiyana is struggling a little now at level 2, maybe going to get a few more last hits, but it can certainly be Struggle Town as Evolved going to get that early root down.
And he's not just using the fact that Ryze's skills are so much stronger than Qiyana early on, but the fact that he is ranged. He's weaving in those auto attacks carefully to make sure you can get as much damage down. And already Qiyana has lost 2 charges of his flask. Evolved hasn't even used a single one.
Well, not that bad right now as they both ding towards level 3. Think about a 2 or 3 CS difference. Once you count them all, but Evolved is not letting up the aggression. Julian, this is another problem with melee champions versus Ryze. You can't really afford to stand in the minion wave.
He needs that Elise to really help him out. And already Lee Sin is pathed down to the bottom side, aware of where Elise is. Here we go, the fight for Scuttle.
Battle Crab. Double buffs there for Fnatic on the Elise. Gonna look for Nomad here. Bottom lane's already want to rotate. Nomad gonna get that first Q. Onto Fnatic he goes back towards Evolve, but a good cocoon there from Fnatic. Nomad getting chased down. There's Kiana. Good route there from Evolve, but he's gonna force a flash. Fnatic will follow first blood on the horizon. Back into range form, and that is the kill for the Elise. Now Evolve has to run, has the flash, cleanses out. There's the in for Julian. Gets aggressive. Ignite down. Shady clips him with the knock up, and that's the second kill for Fnatic.
Such a slick move from Shady there to roam first, ignoring the bottom laners and knowing how important that crab was going to be. We called it out from the start of the game. The fight was going to be at the bottom scuttler, and it was Mountain who understood that the fight was going to matter way more than CS.
I like that Shady just at all costs, he's like, I'm walking here.
Yeah.
Like the Joy lane knows they're attacking him, and he's like, I just have to make it, send my friends in the river, and I know this is the play I have to be at.
And Frosty Nomad would have gotten out of that if he had a ward hop. He did not have it. That was the sweeper choice early on that really cost him, and he doesn't have red buff, so he's already weaker here.
Has to drink that cocoon, cannot find it in time. An easy chase for Fnatic on the end of the play.
It's those little choices that you're making at the start of the game that are going to affect you. And I love what Julian does here by immediately getting the element that's going to guarantee the fruit. The follow-up is all too easy.
Yeah, Shady well positioned to catch that flash as well, so Evolve out of summoners now versus Kiana and Elise, who's off to 2 early kills here. Fnatic has not spent the money just yet, as Frosty Nomad will eventually get the crab he initially came for off the last little play. But once Fnatic is back out spending that gold, it's going to be a very scary Elise.
And Elise is going to be able to go back into the mid lane. I want these players to be timing summoner spells, and one of the most important ones is actually Cleanse. It gives you a big window of opportunity to play against the champions that would otherwise be playing super aggressive, how Evolve was playing the early laning phase. If he can sneak into the mid lane, again, Julian could easily get that root, and you can start snowballing the Kiana and get her into the bottom lane.
All right, well, with all the action bottom half of the map, it has been very quiet here in the top lane, but PCL looking good. Ignite down. Tomo looking to go down. Good bit of Guardian there, but now the stun onto Chime. He's going to have to try and run. Vex splashes in. Tomo cannot make it out. Now Chime forced into a 1v2, does get the damage down onto Vex, and that's enough of a slow to keep Chime alive.
Shady's been watching those Core JJ videos, knowing that when you engage, if your carry is there, it's going to be a good one. But the mistake from Chime was there getting the double knockup. He was not able to put the shield in front of the Lucian in time, so that he got so much burst down, and now they're going to be rewarded with an early Cloud, which is going to affect every lane, but more so the top laner more than anyone.
Chime looking for some support or combat flash. Q gets the kill. Chime slays Shady.
He's just trying to crash the wave to try to help his carry out.
All right, well, nice play there from Chime. Shady oversteps his bound as Frosty Nomad gonna look mid, but Julian playing to the safer side of the map right now. And Frosty Nomad not gonna stick around too long to try and force the issue.
Look at the minimap. You've got Shady with Mobies and a minion wave in mid lane that is about to crash. Let's see if they go for a 3-man play. Elise is here, and Lee Sin sniffs it out.
BMD was roaming down, but now it's actually not going to be the 3v3. Evolved into the wall by Julian. Shady able to pick up the kill.
They didn't even need Elise. The damage from Kiana was insane.
That's Kiana for you. 2 long swords in the ulti. Evolved no real way to get out without his summoners. Cleanse about 10 seconds away from coming back up. And Mountain off to a blisteringly fast start. 4-1 in kills, 1,500 gold ahead. Looking for Morris Fnatic. Trying to spy Tomo there down in the bot lane.
So let's take a look at this combo from Shady again. Ooh, yep. You can't do that as a support. Saw the window of opportunity, and I liked how Vex used his summoner spells aggressively to get into that. The heal to get the speed, and then flash when you guarantee the auto.
And of course, Chime at least facing back. But bot lane again, more action. Shady starting it off with Fnatic, and Vex goodbye Chime. As Vex able to get that kill, GPO coming too late from BMD.
That Gangplank ultimate being used is only going to give Mountain more confidence to continue to play around the bottom side of the map. So Alistar and the Lees will continue to team up and just abuse Ocean.
And you call for it, Crumbs, looking for the supports and junglers to play together. Fnatic and Shady looking very much in step this game.
I will throw one criticism that I would have liked to see them do. When they roamed into the bottom side before that play, both of these players had control wards, and none of them placed them in the red side quadrant. So now it's completely dark, and it's going to be difficult for them to get back on that side of the map to make a play. And those are the kinds of little things that are actually pretty easy to fix. You just remember to use that ward, and you set yourself up for the next play. Each play is supposed to lead to the next one.
Well, I like what Julian's doing here. Despite the fact that Evolved happy to farm here, has the blue, has his summoners back up. Julian knows he just has to leave the lane, get out with the Moby boots and try and affect the map.
And Lucian is strong enough that he can be left alone against the Braum Kai'Sa at the moment. And unfortunately, Kai'Sa cannot be left against the Lucian. She's going to die.
Cutlass here for the KO, slowing down Gangplank for a little while longer. Flashes for both, but not going to be a solo kill. BMD will run back to the safety of his tower. It does need to spend some gold just to call versus the Bilgewater. No wonder he lost the 1v1.
There's a good chance that Kale is actually getting more money out of the clip, though, than Gangplank will get from his Cole, which is just really going to hurt him because he's sacrificing the early phase and just getting pummeled with the Ocean on top of it.
Yeah, about 15 CS behind right now. You can see a few hundred gold up for PCL as Frosty Nomad looks to bot lane for the first time for a play.
See, that's too obvious from Chime. He's walking up. The Kai'Sa is not going to be able to follow immediately, and they have been losing the laning phase. The team that is winning the laning phase sees the guys that have been taking the beating the entire game walking up, so it's kind of obvious that the jungler is there, and they respect it, back off, and just continue laning.
Yeah, BMD ulti not back up either, so can't add that to the potential play in bottom. Fnatic are looking to invade here, get some information. Nomad does get the red buff, but junglers may just pass by each other as Fnatic not quite sure where he wants to be, but again, now the mid laner and jungler joining up as Julian looks to roam.
They don't have any deep vision, so it's very difficult for them to go down there. Had they contributed vision to the bottom side of the map, they would know that they could find an angle down here and even dive them if Lee Sin would be involved, because Gangplank does not have his ultimate and he wouldn't TP down there and really contribute.
Fnatic also maybe trying to make something happen here in mid, but nothing really to go. It's just they'll move up towards the top half instead. Rift Herald up and available for the taking as it's almost 10.5 minutes, but zooming towards the top side for a dive potentially. Have to think between Elise and KL ulti, it's not that tricky. Really just taking over this left side jungle.
Yeah, 10 minutes in, going for the Rift Herald, coached by Dignitas.
you put it together.
Right, there it is.
All right, well the Herald is going to be started, Fnatic.
It's a good play. He's completely soloed out. You don't have to commit many more resources. And you have the Qiyana here, so she's going to be able to collapse. And Kale has pressure in the top side of the map. And Elise is one of the better champions at soloing this. But Ryze left, so clearly they are conceding this objective and not trading anything in return.
Yep, PCL pushing top. Evolve wants the base. I think Ocean know that there really isn't a timer for them to maybe make a play there. So they'll give up the Herald, which does get expertly taken by the Mountainside.
Already building up a nice CS lead, gold lead, but I want to see how they close it out, because ending games quickly in the current game state is very easy. You can close out before 20 minutes without a Baron, so if the team is on point, they will be able to find those opportunities as they're now hitting those big spikes. You've got Kale with a completed Gunblade, Qiyana that's about to go with either a Duskblade or her Yomu, so big items coming in for Mountain.
Yeah, I've heard lots of different versions of the same conversation. But like, hey, in mid-game, it looks like you all were lost. And again, it's something that coaches do have to apply to these teams and keep reiterating to the players. Because if you're a primarily solo queue player, or even if maybe a collegiate or amateur player, you don't necessarily have the this is what you should do in most situations in a game. You have to be taught that. Whereas the laning phase, you play that every single time you queue up for solo queue. That's the part you usually know best.
And one of the hardest things to understand is that when you're this far ahead, you just need to not die. Whatever plays you're making, you just have to keep your life alive, because the bounty system is so strong in bringing the team that is behind back into the game. And if they can continue to find these objectives without trading anything in return, it will starve Ocean of the resources that they need to make it back into this game and get their champions scaled.
Ocean's going up. Will be the second tier of the game as Fnatic takes down that Scuttle Crab. Still with the Rift Herald as well, so maybe looking to apply that somewhere before the plates run out, but kind of a bunch of different objectives to consider here. Evolve playing back. Doesn't really have good vision. Julian more than aggressive enough here on the Qiyana right now. It looks like teams are aware that the Ocean Drake is kind of the next valuable objective.
They have pressure here, and Kale is roaming down, so it looks like Mountain's trying to secure some deeper vision. They don't feel comfortable starting this Mountain, not knowing where Ocean could collapse from.
Shady also going to get some vision taken away. Kills the control ward there. The try brush looks like Herald mid. Trying to sync up with this little cannon wave here. But will charge into the tower and give some plate money over. Nomad also around the side. Over the wall he goes to take down the Rift Herald, so the tower will stay up healthily.
So he's using that to try to get the vision and then start the Dragon. I would have liked to see them start it a little bit sooner because the lead has to respond right away. But this timing is still fine, and they have the vision to know that Braum is alone with the Kai'Sa.
They know about this, though, so they have to finish it fairly quickly. Reset a little bit here. Nomad maybe looking for the steal. Time there with the Braum ulti as Tomo dives in, but forced apart to Cocoon. Now in comes Evolve. They're going to try and force the fight here. BMD in the pit is TP'd in. The Drake still not taken. There it is, go over. Nomad able to get the Drake down, but everybody falling on each side here as it's just carnage here in the Drake pit. PCL down. Vex going to get the next kill onto the right side as Evolve. After Shady with a good combo follow-up, he's gonna have another trade, but Evolve, he's found himself a triple kill somehow on Rogue for a potential penta. That was absolute carnage. Just what a mess in the pit there, Crumbs.
Bashing in the pit. I didn't know what was going on.
I don't think any coach had that play in the playbook, Crumbs.
Just 10-man the pit right there. And the Dragon lived to see the entire fight, really just going down at the very end. A lot of the focus fire was actually on the Alistar, who took so much damage, but he had his ultimate up. I can't wait to see the replay of that one, because the Lucian had a Blade of the Ruined King, and now he comes up about to finish up Reaver.
All right, so here it is, Crumbs.
So it resets, and Braum gets a single-man knockup, which is not the greatest, but I want to see what happened to the Qiyana ultimate, because, it only caught the Braum, and he used the stopwatch to mitigate it. That was the big point, because otherwise, a good Qiyana ultimate would have really destroyed this fight.
And at this point, it's just like everybody back and forth. People have to live, summoners get blown.
I love that at the end of the fight, though, every summoner is blown. Everybody gave their all.
Yep, certainly did. At least they're committing to the play. Good play from Shady on the bot side. Evolved is dead. Cleanse was not enough to save him from the Alistar.
Shady has been on point this game. Every single combo has been a death of somebody on Ocean, and he's so scary, almost at complete kill participation, really only missing one.
All right, well, the gold lead continues to stay up there for Mountain. At least the Drakes are even, as it's an Ocean apiece after that brawl in the pit. Again, team still staying active here. No towers claimed just yet, and the plates have dropped. So that bit of bonus gold on the table here is Vex going to chase down Frosty Nomad. See you later. Double buffs to boot. Vex making it look good.
Whew, 500 gold bounty on Vex now. He is so powerful as Lucian. Exactly what you want on this pick, and now it's going to be a hellish ride for Tomo to make it back into this game, because every single time that Lucian sees the Kai'Sa, he can just dash forward and either call her down or blade her down. She needs to be babysat the entire game, which does not free up time to roam around, but it does let Shady do what he has been doing all game long.
Yeah, this isn't the, Reaver Infinity Edge build we saw last game from Evan. This is a much more, I suppose, typical early game-centric Lucian build here. So Vex on pace to take over this game with a lot of credit due to his support, Shady.
He should have Essence Reaver completed now, so a 2-item power spike for Lucian. Might even have Boots as well if he's really rich.
Got Boots one, thanks to that magical footwear, but Frosty Nomad just wanted to clear the wave. Didn't expect this to happen. Maybe should have.
Yeah, not respecting the fact that Lucian is just way too fed right now.
All right, well, BMD also got his tower taken down, but haven't really paid attention to the top lane this game, and I think given what's happened, that's kind of obvious why. But Pancake Lord actually did get the first tower of the game, just pushed it down, had been kind of grinding out an advantage, 1v1 versus the GP, something he's done basically all week long with his counter pick of choice here.
The Ocean Dragon that was taken at 6 minutes really did so much for the PCL match, because Gangplank is so good at trading in the top lane because of the Grasp of the Undying, but when Kayle can just regen every single time and keep getting potions from her Klepto, it becomes a battle of sustain that you just cannot win.
And now again, Pancake Lord, what he wants in the side lane, pushing a lane, that's been his go-to all scouting grounds long. Ocean just trying to maybe catch a pick here through the jungle, very low on space to play with here, with 2 towers falling down, and Mountain doing the right thing, grouping here for the mid tower, gonna look to knock that down as well and just break the map open.
And something I want to see, this is good for Mountain, for sure.
I think gonna have to sacrifice himself. Good block there, but he does fall to Vex. Now Godlike with kill number 7.
They saw how he used his dash offensively versus saving it for when the Elise approached, and took the window of opportunity and sealed it right in front of Chimes' face. But what I want to say is, I don't want to see Ocean fighting this dragon. This is not a meaningful Ocean Drake. And they're not going to win a team fight at this stage in the game. They need to slow things down. Somebody needs to be calling for a trade of objectives. What else can they do on the map? There's a top lane tier 1 that's available. I think that's a place that they could go to trade an objective here and start getting some more gold in their pockets, because a second Ocean, if they got it, even if they stole it, is not going to win them the match.
Yep, I think there's damage control right now for the Ocean side. Mountain going to start the Ocean Drake nice and quickly. Unfortunately for BMD, the lane in top is so long that trying to entertain that trade's a little tricky, as Julian getting sneaky. Using the grass element there from Kiana to just kind of scout around. And that's Ocean down with really not much of a response on the other side.
Yeah, they were actually just contesting the vision on their own red side, so a bit of a misplay there out of Ocean, but I think that they can still scale significantly well. You got Ryze, Kai'Sa, GP. There's always a way back into this game. They just have to ask themselves, how and what items does it take?
Definitely have to lean on this Ryze right now. Evolve got 3 of the 4 total kills the team has in that scuffle in the Drake pit earlier. Looks like Ocean for now are actually going to go to the Baron side of the map here and just see what they can see. Baron not spawned just yet, not really the time you want to be taking it, but I think just know that the map is split. Wherever Mountain kind of puts most of their players, that's the side they have to stay away from.
Yeah, and Mountain has every member you could really play around at this point, but obviously it should be Vex, the point of authority here. 2 items completed on him, just so strong, and with a bounty that you just don't want to give up to any of the champions on Ocean, so keeping him alive is going to be a priority.
Also have to credit PCL with how much side laning he's been doing. More than anything, he actually has so much experience. He's the only person at level 13 right now, which on Kayle is even better because you need those passive levels, you need those ascendancies. So not that far away, and has just been untouched in this 1v1. As Toma gonna get shot down, forced to flash away.
This is what I was saying. You cannot leave Kai'Sa against Lucian. He can dive him under a turret if he's even there, which frees up Shady. So Shady's doing whatever he wants on the map, and I think that what Mountain's going to do is they will wait for the next Mountain Dragon, secure it, and then go for the Baron play. They could obviously go for it now, but it's so much safer to have that Mountain early so you just don't risk any chance of a steal.
Yeah, I think again, also trying to get some vision down on the PCL side of the map. Nomad with a good kick. Vex is going to be shut down. That's 700 extra gold over. Shady looking to fall as well. 2 kills may lead to a Baron here for Ocean. They will nab Alistar eventually.
Very nice look there from Frosty, utilizing the kick flash, and maybe the Kai'Sa could actually catch PCL. She still has ultimate, but Kayle has her as well.
Yeah, just getting the flash there, I think just fine here for Ocean, who are looking on the other side of the map, or at least in mid lane to get some sort of objective. PCL gonna look to chase down BMD, but BMD plays back, respects the pressure this Kayle has had all lane long. And Ocean are finally going to get a tower done here. This is the most important one to get here. It's not a huge objective like a Baron, but they need to start somewhere as they knock down the mid-outer.
Fantastic start, too. Let's see how the angle, so he finds it from the right. Ward hop. Oh, not how I thought that played out.
That was the stylish version of that play. Thinking about it more, given the flash was there, I actually like trying to get the Q first. Because if they flash and they flash out of range, you can at least follow them with a Q. But he didn't flash, he got kicked, and that was an easy pickup at the end of it.
I thought he would just ward hop and then Lucian dashes and then you kick flash him. But if the Lucian is even next level, he could flash you as well. So it was so unexpected that it caught everyone off surprise. And it worked.
And it was enough to get a huge chunk of gold over to Nomad. Finding the play on Lee Sin here as Ocean finally some breathing room here in the middle of the map. Not much, to be fair, but they are at least looking to contest this vision on the Baron side of the map and try and stop what's been happening, although they need to find a way to stop this Kayle more than anything else.
Yeah, she is really getting out of hand right now. And an option they could go for is to use Kai'Sa to try to flank her. Now that she doesn't have her ultimate, she could just use her ult to get behind her and maybe they could take her down, but it's a ticking time bomb as this turret's already halfway dead.
Oh, catch here potentially onto Julian. Gonna use the ult defensively. Cat evolves. Gonna tag him. Julian tagged again. Chime looking for the last auto, but the rest of the team is here. Collapse from Mountain is gonna kill Chime, and Evolve is forced to flash out of there. But the choke point's not bad. Nomad looking for the kick, does find it. Follows as well as Tomo. Finds the shutdown onto Vex. Ocean. I think they found the team fight. Fnatic looking to fall. Repels out to buy a bit more time, but still PCL pushing. Gonna take down this inhib. Ocean have to rush this Baron.
And this isn't even a good Baron for them. They've already lost the inhibitor and might be losing even more. This call is so gutsy, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, they just can't do it. Shady and Julian still here. Gonna delay these back. Shady gets the vision. Toma gonna be forced away. Evolve gonna force to cancel as well.
They're stalling these recalls so they can get priority on the Mountain Dragon. They already have control on the bot side. They're gonna be able to quickly head down there and get the major objectives. So while Ocean does claim some more bounties, they are still severely losing the map.
And again, this is really classic Pancake Lord, just applying pressure to the side lane. I wonder if sending Ryze instead of Gangplank at some point was the right call to make, but regardless, Mountain play well with the pressure the Kayle is building. They'll get the Mountain Drake here as well. Ocean are finally finding some nice picks and some nice fights, but when the map is still this small and this Kayle really has been left completely undisturbed on the side lanes, tough for Ocean to make the right call, given that there aren't very many good decisions they can make at the moment.
And one of the things I've been watching about PCL is that a lot of the times he over-indexes on side laning. This is the time to never go bottom lane again. You've taken down the most important inhibitor when it comes to Baron control. If Team Mountain now focuses on top and middle laning, they can just wait for the bot lane to crash, Gangplank to show bottom, and you can take down this Baron in a few seconds and just end the game from there.
Well, Ocean also as a 4-man unit trying to make something happen. BMT with the ult and TP. I did forget that Evolve does not have teleport, so a little bit tougher for him to make a call on the weak side of the map, given that he can't get back to the fight that might start. But Ocean continuing to know that they need to play around this Baron. It's likely their best chance of any team fight win. It's just a matter of is PCL going to do anything other than hang out in this bottom lane. In fact, he's going to hit 16 off these Krugs. And Kayle is transcended here. TMB's life just a real struggle here in the 1v1.
He wants the expected win. He wants to go for the back door, get the glory, but the team is not in position to go for anything on the Baron, and they're still playing around bottom side instead of going for the Baron. So this is a little bit odd, but Qiyana and Elise are about to arrive.
Maybe a fight starting here, but PCL in position. Ult misses from Chime. Julian here. They're not going to pull the trigger on Supreme Display of Talent. Again, looking to knock down this tier 2 in mid, just open up a bit more space. They're catching mid waves very aggressively. Mountain just really condensing this pressure into the bottom half of the map.
And Ocean doesn't care about the red buff at this stage. They're just trying to stall the game as much as possible, and the Baron is really the focal point. Now Mountain has secured as much vision as they can, and the pit is clear. This is the real danger zone for Team Ocean. We'll see how long do they really wait before they face check. Not very long. Mountain showed.
Love this flank from Shady. I don't think he's been spotted yet. Gonna run into Toma by the looks of things. Toma got flash, looking to go in. Shady gonna get knocked back in, gets the pulverize. Vex slays Evolve, but Shady looking to go down. No, it's PCL with the ulti gonna get the next kill. Also, Chime goes down, but Pancake Lord does fall, and Shady will die as well. A 2-for-1, but I think in favor of Ocean. No, never mind. 2-for-2, excuse me.
Two different plays that were made by Mountain was way too much. They caught the Ryze for free, and simultaneously Shady and PCL were going for something. They're still going to rush this, and they might be able to get it with the power of the Mountain. It looks like Ocean just barely suspected. They know now.
Yep, no vision. Smite here for Frosty Nova, but he's not in vision to try and take it. So that Baron will in fact fall to Mountain.
What a gutsy call from them there, because the Lee Sin could have found a way to get into a steal. All in all, they get that Baron, but the game continues to be prolonged because Ocean gets kills in return.
Nice play from Julian here. Nothing Evolve can do.
And PCL kind of baited himself, thinking that he wanted to save his buddy Shady, but Shady is worth maybe a third of the value that a level 16 Kayle has at this stage, and he already had popped his ultimate.
So kind of an interesting split front there as far as the fight goes. Even though the kill trades are even, Mountain does collect the Baron with their namesake Drake. So we'll see how well this team can kind of close out the game from this point. Getting Baron and closing out the game is what a lot of very good teams are good at doing quickly. Of course, they've been kind of coached throughout the week about how to end the game, so this is something interesting to look at. I know a lot of coaches have been focusing on, hey, how you end the game with Baron. Shady in though, onto Triumph, but X-Flash not going to bear much fruit.
Looks like they're just going to count on PCL to get that advantage against anybody on the side of Ocean. He is un-1v1able right now, so they're just going to patiently let Kale do all the work.
Pretty reliable, I'd say, as Evolvinos turn back in. Tomo in there, good ult from PCL, but forced to flash away. Chime there does get 2 with the Glacial Fissure, but no follow-up either.
That's the danger of the Kai'Sa against a single target that is split pushing. She can always surprise you, and now that you got the Kale Flash, there might be an opportunity to make that same play again when Killer Instinct is up.
With the Gunblade there, PCL actually back to full health. So still pushing, but here's the GPLT. Evolved in. Into Stasis goes Kale, but that's going to be a kill for Evolved.
Ooh, not sure about that Stasis use. I think he could have kept that stopwatch for later usage.
Well, Baron falls off the split pusher, so it doesn't seem like Mountain going to be able to get any more turrets or inhibitors out of this, but we'll fall back to the Inferno, although Ocean are at least moving back out into the map to try and contest here. It's not up yet.
They feel confident. They have that man advantage, and you still have 30 seconds until the Kale respawns, so they can get this if they want, but they're going for the mid priority first because of how much fear there is of face checking a Qiyana and fighting her in the jungle.
Only a 4v4 for now. PCL still 15 seconds up from respawning. Evolved is busy with the minion waves, so he won't be able to join for a potential 5v4. But I think Ocean just trading what they can. Really unsafe to face check that Infernal Drake with no vision. So Ocean is making what plays they can. Still behind, but keeping themselves afloat in this game, if nothing else.
Yeah, and all of it started from Frosty Nomad finding that good kick onto Vex, a big shutdown. They killed him again, who had another shutdown on top of that. So I'm looking out for him. His early game was definitely rough, but now making that Lee Sin really work, because when the Kale is not grouped up with the team, he can afford to do that. He's allowed to just make those plays. But if Kale just grouped up, that might not be an option.
I think at some point, every split pusher has to realize that the game converters onto one single point in front of the enemy nexus. So even if your #1 job is to stay in the side lane for as long as possible, you do eventually have to participate in some sort of team fight.
And I think a big part of it is that we all grew up watching League when split pushing was such a viable strategy, when the fights were nowhere near as explosive, and when engage tools were scarce. Now, anybody can pick a fight so quickly. As you can see, even Kai'Sa can start a fight just ulting in, and that means that you just don't have that much time on the side lanes to get those objectives, where you have to be with your team because of how quickly the enemy team can punish them if they have a man disadvantage.
Ocean's still looking aggressively here as well. DMD's almost 3 items, but at least doing a decent job wave clearing as PCL level 18. My goodness. First player to 18 by a mile. 2 levels ahead of everyone else.
And it looks like they're just gonna wait for him, right? There's nothing else that Mountain is doing at the moment, controlling the Baron side of the map, waiting for Kale to split, and just sitting on vision here, hoping that Ocean face checks.
Still need something else though for Mountain. Can't just let the game stick in this state. Not crack the inhibs with the Baron and expect to win.
Well, you can see in the itemization, too, that the Kai'Sa is already pretty powerful. She has a bounty, is going to have that Infinity Edge, and really just a few, maybe a 1,500 behind the Lucian, which is pretty significant when you consider that, yeah, about 1,500 behind, or 2,000 behind the Lucian when he was 7-0 at one point.
Well, again, I think the carries, you mentioned it already, GP Kai'Sa, Ryze, pretty good as far as scaling goes. Certainly Ryze and Kai'Sa getting to those points, and he is, I think, a few hundred gold away from finishing his Infinity Edge. Not to say that the carries on the Mountain side aren't too shabby either. We've seen the Lucian and the Kale especially. Qiyana, of course, more than serviceable with a good ult. But it does seem like Baron is the name of the game here. 30 seconds or so until it respawns. See if Ocean can find an angle into a team fight here.
And Mountain needs to get that lanes in top and mid pushing so that they can really secure that deep vision. they can do Baron quickly enough that if they can guarantee that Ocean is stuck behind outside of the jungle, they could rush these objectives and not have it be stolen or contested.
Again, teams trying to do their due diligence on wave management here, get that mid priority first things first.
You want to see them next time escort those minion waves a bit further because Ocean was essentially allowed to just take it right then and there. The first Scryer's Bloom is going to go down. Kai'Sa still has one more, but the Baron goes down just as quickly.
Actually, Calder trying to pick up the split pusher here. There's TP out from PCL. Smart move, actually. Knows that nothing can be cancelled here. Going to be too late here with the Realm Warp. And Ocean now very far out of position as the potential base siege is coming in.
That was a really cool animation. I never saw that, but that Kayle skin drops the shadow of a helicopter, picking her up from the recall.
Well, helicopter did arrive in time. And now top lane is the pushing point for Mountain with this Baron buff. Ocean looking to maybe force a fight again, chimes in there. Does find Vex with the Glacial Fissure. Frosty Nomad though is going to be the big play. Looking for the kick, finds it, gets through, but not really any follow-up there as Vex just shoots him down where he stands. Evolve's going to try and get the 12 fluxes through. Julian also looking for the cutoff here, still ready with the ulti as Pycek Lord. Ever the consistent one is taking out the inhib, going to look for the Nexus turret, it falls as well.
He is playing a PvE game, just trying to split push as much as possible, and it is tearing Ocean apart.
Tomo gets the stasis out. I'm going to look to follow up, flash out from PCL. Ocean continuing to try and fight here, but Chime just can't do anything. Julian finds a loose Q, and that's enough for the kill. Shady in once again. There's the ulti out from Qiyana. BMD dead. Tomo the only one left alive, and that'll be enough for Mountain to knock down the first Nexus. Oh goodness, they're really trying to make a play! Back to the Kayle ulti, gets the last kill in the fountain, and it finishes with Styles Mountain 1-0 up in the series.
Really impressive showing by them. Some hiccups in the closing of the game, but all in all, they really understood what they had to do, and they played to the strengths of the champions. I think we're asking a little bit too much. Okay, I'm asking a little bit too much from them in closing the game out quickly, but they had a win condition that was very reliable in Kayle. They used it well, and they ended with all the objectives.
Yeah, I mean, solid early lead from Mountain. I think played relatively well in the mid to late game. Again, coaches notwithstanding, I'm sure they always want their players to play absolutely perfect. But I think Mountain just, again, showing off that team synergy they've built all week long. On the Ocean side, I think actually went behind, found some really creative fight angles to try and keep themselves in the game, which was nice to see. But obviously no team wants to fall behind that badly in the early game.
Yeah, and it was that scuttle fight, and I was more impressed by anybody this game by Shady, recognizing the value of getting that scuttle and really just roaming and tearing the game apart. Though Lucian got so fed because of him, the advantages got put into the mid lane as well, where they looked for plays into the bottom lane. Even though they didn't happen, the looks were there, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, certainly Shady looking everywhere that game, but we're going to throw it over to the analysts to see what they make of that Mountain win.
Thank you very much, Pastry, and welcome, Peter, to the desk.
Thank you.
You were coaching Cloud as well as TSM Academy. How you doing?
Doing good, man.
It's the reunion of the 2015 TL squad. We were coaches together back then.
How'd that go? Win any championships?
I got third place twice at Miss Worlds. You know,
That's
good,
close.
it was good times.
It's good.
Woo!
Yeah.
So Mountain won. We had the casters talking about Shady being very good. I agree, he was awesome. We had focused for most of this game on Fnatic. In the jungle on Elise. He had a very good start overall, but cool player to watch for. Of course, you have actually worked with him as well in the past. So talk to me about kind of what you expected from Fnatic coming into the tournament and how he's shaped up here so far.
Well, obviously, Fnatic is a good player and he learned a lot. I think with us in the Spring Split, he's also the Academy champion with us that time.
Yeah.
We won Academy against Cloud9. If you just see the clip here, he was understanding his champion's limits, was going on the bottom side, take the 1v1 against Lee Sin. He would just bring the all early game flow. You know, he's carrying the team on early games, was make the shot calls, and he's just a great player.
Yeah, I think he worked really well with Shady too. A number of times you see these kind of good combinations where the Cocoon sets up this big headbutt pulve combo. I was talking to Kelsey Moser, who's working with this team, and she was saying one of the best things going on with this lineup is the fact that they all get along. I think like there's no ego in this team being, the 5-1 team coming into this and winning the first game kind of shows how important teamwork is, and Shady and him working together a bunch of times kind of highlighted that.
Yeah, and really he was also joining the 2017 Scouting Ground, but that time he comes in, I still remember he's very humble because he got a spot because somebody did decline the Scouting Ground. He's
that's right.
Yeah, he's proving really hard the past 2 years just trying to back here again, and it looks like he's probably the best jungler here.
Yeah, some of the other coaches I've talked to, I kind of asked, so who who is the most ready player here? Like, if you had to grab a player to fill an academy roster or even an LCS spot, like, who would it be? And Fnatic was one of the names that came up most often. Again, the fact that he's had some academy experience before makes that a little bit easier, but certainly, yes, has been a good player. Like, we're seeing good performances. He's a big part of the wins, and it is cool to see that the more supportive aspects of the team are doing good work.
Yeah, no, it was one of those games too where like other people started grabbing the spotlight as the game went on. You know, like Vex is like 6-0 on Lucian. And at the end of the game, it's KL, PCL popping off. So, but he was really important for setting them up. You know, saw that bot lane skirmish go to mid, and then he ganked bot lane a couple times as well. So that's what you kind of want to see as a coach and someone watching this is like, okay, he knew where his strengths were. He got the team in a position to win, and then the rest of the team kind of played off him. And that's how a lot of things go in the pro game.
Yeah, just talk about more about Elise the pick, right? It's a very strong early champion. He controls the jungle, which he did. He level 3, solo killed the Lee Sin, brought up the Alista, have those synergies, and he killed Cat involved, right? And mid-game, Elise is not that easy to play because the champion he's not like a teamfight champion.
Yeah, squishy.
He's squishy, and you have to find the right engage. And in going, which he did really well in the mid-game too, was leading the team, was doing all those engage stuff.
Yep, beautiful stuff right there. We are going to see if Ocean can tie up the score when we come back with Game 2 against Mountain. Stick around, we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Reek. I'm Azael here with the Honda Scouting Report, and I'm going to be focusing on top laners. There is a pretty diverse cast of players here at the event. Guys with LCS experience like Zig. We have guys coming in more from solo queue and Face It, such as BMD, as well as Misty Stumpy and PCL. So it is a pretty diverse cast, and they did have a pretty diverse range of strengths, right? We have guys like Zig who have a tremendous amount of LCS experience, and I think that really did show when he was playing signature champions such as Jace. I think especially in the early days, you could tell how much better he was working with his team and how he was really able to execute on leads and create big advantages while he was kind of in that comfort zone. Two players that did stand out a lot to me, though, were PCL as well as Misty Stumpy. These guys, I think, are kind of newer to the scene. Misty Stumpy had some really dominant lane phases. He is, on average, kind of crushing it in that lane phase, always ahead in CS, creating very, very big gold differentials. And PCL, the thing for me that really stood out was how well he was actually working with his team. His communication was very, very good. His coordination with the rest of the squad, which is so important for competitive play, was on point, and he was playing things along the lines of Rumble, which is so teamfight reliant, coordinating those very well and executing to a high level. BMD had some ups, had some downs, very impressive Darius games, and he is a well-known Darius player, but it has been a bit more hot or cold for him. For me, that's going to be it, so back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks very much, Azael. Welcome back to the 2019 Honda Scouting Grounds. Now, before we jump back into the series, I want to spotlight one of the players on the other squad who sadly didn't win. Evolved the mid lane. A lot of eyes were on him coming in. A lot of eyes still on him now. How'd it look?
He looks great.
Great.
So he looks like a great player. Like one thing I was noticed, like some players were now playing well after, especially getting like not early good, like they got killed like level 3 in the middle. But if you look at his dragon fights right now, like Evolved actually played pretty well. He was in the pit. He's now like very rushed to do something. He was being patient, doing a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure eventually he got a triple kill on this fight, and he even survived on a 5x flash shot a pick eventually. Well, he actually played really well this game.
Yeah, and that's like you're saying, starting with that horrible misplay that kind of happened with the river and that got him killed. So he bounced back and did pretty well. Like you said, good flash out there at the last possible second. And then this was a game where Team Ocean lost pretty hard. And so the fact that he was able to find a lot of good pickoffs in the side lane, they caught PCL out a number of times. That all looked really good. And he's someone that a lot of people had their eye on coming into the event. He's cat evolved on the main server, but he's not really a one-trick like some people kind of are when you hear the character name and their actual username. He actually can play a fair amount of different things, so it's good to see him on Rise.
Yeah, he also has previous experience on Team Radiance.
Yep.
He played really well. I think he was won a couple of the tournaments before he come to here. I worked with him a couple of times in the scouting grounds and talked to him about what he feel about the difference between here and on his Radiance team, because he still has some very experienced players on the Radiance working with him. He has a good communication, has a good sense about how the game's supposed to be played. Well, unfortunately, I think like Katarina is one of his famous champions.
Yeah.
It's just not a meta right now, so he can't really bring it up. But he told me he's still willing to try it if he got a chance. I'm pretty sure they still tried it and maybe just not work well.
I would love to see one cat game, though, on stage today. You know, just like, get on red side, save it for last pick. Don't kind of pick for top lane, kind of pick for mid. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, we'll see. I kind of hope he doesn't do it, just because we know you have a great cat.
But I want to see it though.
Show us something. Go watch streams. He's always in people's streams.
I know.
Yeah. That's actually where I see him the most. Is like I'll be watching Skara, I'll be watching TF Blade, I'll be watching a lot of like high elo players, and he's always in their streams and always doing really well.
Skara and high elo in the same sentence. I like it. All right, want to get us back into the action? Hand it back over to the casters. Take it away.
Wow, what a burn. Thank you, Freak.
The TFT streamer.
All right, we're going to get ourselves into Champ Select for game number 2. Mountain over on the blue side this go-round. We're going to sweep the series like they've done in many best of 3s this event so far. First band's going to be Heimerdinger, which not too surprising. Did spy Tomo playing that one a few times this week. And Pantheon continues his attention on Phase 1 red side bans as Gragas will be the follow-up for Mountain.
Really interested to see what Ocean does with their last pick. You can give that counter to maybe Evolved, and that's where the Katarina could come out, but that's obviously not a good pick here. I think that just being able to have that answer in the mid lane is going to free him up to do so much if that is your best player. And on the flip side, PCL consistently gets counter pick on red side. What does he play if he were to blind it?
We'll find out. Xayah and Qiyana added to the bans here in Phase 1. And Mountain clearly respecting the power of the pick since winning with it in the last game. And last but not least, Sin. So 2 junglers banned out here. Lots of solo lane stuff left open, but it seems like both teams trying to stop the other early game junglers from really kicking off, as Julian gonna fall back to blind pick Syndra.
And that's the kind of champion that you just don't really want to counter pick later on. So I think that Evolved is just going to try to get whatever he can as quickly as possible and maybe take a rise in the next rotation. Already, though, the Nautilus Olaf showing that they are picking answers to the Syndra. Press R, go straight after her, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
I kind of like what's happened here because we've seen Syndra a lot into Ryze, so I think some players maybe consider that you block Ryze a little in draft when you pick Syndra, but Olaf definitely blocks Elise, which we've seen already, and that's... So I think if that was Fnatic's next obvious champion to go to, maybe reconsiders going and maybe just picks it anyway because he feels confident in the matchup or just on his abilities with the champion. That being said, it will be Lucian here again for Vex. Can't really blame him given the success he saw.
Yeah, and they're going with that early game approach here, and Jarvan's a sick pick here because, yeah, you can always catch the Olaf out and just get out of the Cataclysm. You don't have to stay in there with him, which does make it pretty easy to make that late or mid-game play. However, I think a Ryze would also be good here. You can take the Ryze into Syndra matchup, and you can always use that Realm Warp to get the Nautilus and Olaf directly behind the Syndra and really cause a lot of mayhem. Instead, they're going to secure in that mid lane and try to experiment with their solo lanes a little bit later.
Yeah, I think Tomo maybe just calling for a pick here, wanting to something a little bit safer against Solution, given how aggressive Vex and Shady were willing to be in the last game. But that is going to mean both BMD and Evolved will lose some potential picks here. So kind of curious to see how the second phase of this draft shakes out. Leona taken away from Shady, so continuing to pick on his champions.
And it's a great answer into the Nautilus, the Leona. I love that pick in particular. And she's so tanky that Olaf actually struggles taking her down, even though you do so much damage to her. And this also tells us that it is not going to be the Doinb mid Nautilus special, even though it can be flex, but the bans give it away.
Yeah, there's a Kali ban by Mountain. Don't want to give that one over. Kind of get the feeling that Ryze is maybe off the table for Evolve, wanting to show something else, but you do never know. It's a very good champion. I think even in the last game, it was one of the first losses I've seen Ryze suffer this week, and even when Ryze has lost, he's looked pretty overwhelming in strength. Is Camille going to get banned away from PCL? There's Darius banned away as well.
Yeah, I love the evolution of Ryze where players are getting so creative with the Realm Warp more than anything, either using it to reposition in a fight, to get really into the side lanes or crash minion waves. I think they saw what some of the best players at Worlds were doing and really took that to heart and are now applying it across all levels of Ryze play.
Well, it looks like they may be taking mid lane here. They knew the matchup, didn't really get any bans, so that is LeBlanc there for Evolve.
That is a tricky champion to pull off here because you don't have a diving partner. It's not like a LeBlanc Lee Sin where you can come out of nowhere. The Olaf really needs the LeBlanc to do the setup all by herself, and that puts too much pressure, I'd say, on the individual player versus the synergy that the champions can have if it were another jungler.
Well, it doesn't look like it's been a LeBlanc season this week, at least in top 5 solo queue or scouting grounds for Evolve, but I'm sure more than capable on an assassin-style champion. There is the Rumble we also were expecting on the Mountain side. Picake Lord happy to take that. Camille off the table. Has once again Braum for Shady. Sorry, Braum for Shady this time. Had the Leona last game, but wants to take the Braum away from Chime. We got there. And final pick. Oh, please do it. If there's ever a time to play Bard, Chime, it's not now, apparently, because they already have Nautilus.
So maybe Nautilus is going to go in the side lane? Probably not.
Yeah, I did forget about that. I do like that he flashed it, and there is Riven for BMD.
Wow.
Something he has played already this week.
I mean, it's pretty good into Riven, Rumble. So the counter pick being used effectively from Team Ocean there, but even then, Team Ocean does not have nearly as strong a team fight and early game as Team Mountain. That fight around Dragon that we saw in that first game, where it was a 10-man play there, is going to go to Team Mountain every single time when you have the combo of Jarvan, Rumble, and the Syndra that can throw in her orbs into that Cataclysm. So they're looking for those early game spikes and hopefully to try to get Vex really far ahead because they're going to have pressure in the bottom lane as well. So a lot of emphasis is going to fall on Fnatic here to get his team ahead and then snowball the game like we saw in game 1.
Well, we'll see if Mountain can in fact do that again, or if Ocean have different plans this go round. As coaches will move off stage, shake hands once again, as Mountain look to sweep the series and kind of end the game portion of the tournament finally. There's been a lot of games played this week, tons of best of threes between all these teams. We could have the last game here, as Mountain look to sweep once more.
Well, I think a focal point for Ocean is going to have to be the top lane this time around. So switching things up. You don't have power in the bottom lane, but you know that you saved your counter pick for the Riven. It has to pay off here.
That's true. PCL kind of really ran away with the game in the side lane, getting the first tower goal, being the first to level 18. Hitting stuff as Kale certainly did seem like a big nuisance for Ocean to have to deal with. We'll see if the Rumble for Pancake Lord is a similar story here. Certainly a different style of champion than the Camille or the Kale, but one that he is supremely competent on as well.
And you know, a trait that the coaches really prioritize is not so much whether the players are consistent in their games, but how high are their highs. They really want to see how good are these players at the moment, and from there they can base off and decide, okay, if we just tune these things, we can make sure that you run it down a little bit less. And I think that's the evolution that we're having in League right now, where you let your players shine in their own style, and you don't try to impose your own team play into them. You just try to mold them to be a little less risky.
Well, before we get any further, Riv is standing by with Kelsey from Mountain with a sideline report.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am joined by Kelsey Moser, looking at coming into this weekend at Scouting Grounds. I wanted to get a little bit of insight onto why we see Mountain working together so well. We know these guys have great skill, but what makes this a team?
I think the communication is pretty on point. Obviously, a few of them have worked together before in previous teams, so it's really easy for them to draw on. I also think it's just there was a really straightforward way to play, basically from the get-go, and they immediately gravitated towards it and just worked on perfecting it over and over again.
Awesome. And how are you feeling about that top lane matchup? Riven going up against Pancake Lord on Rumble. He's been doing quite well.
We knew there was definitely a possibility for them to come out with the Riven pick, but we're definitely looking for more of a push-out lane effect mid through flanks kind of strategy this game. So obviously they can do well if their side lanes get ahead, but we're hoping that we can close out pretty efficiently the way that this team has been doing most of the week.
Awesome. Kelsey, thank you so much. Let's throw it back to the casters.
I do really like the idea of like almost making PCL play a different style, right? Like you now have to help everybody else. Last game, everybody else came to help you.
And that's how pro games are. You can't be the carry every single game. The meta will shift or you're gonna get banned out. So I think that this is really interesting to see. And he's already having a pretty nice time up here in the lane, but the way that it's going to be affected is not directly when Riven versus Rumble is there, but when LeBlanc gets to roam from mid lane, because that's a really big power spike for Riven if she can have LeBlanc to just constantly enter Fog of War and force him to respect the roam.
Looking for probably a lot of activity for either of these mid laners here. Julian right now feeling pretty comfy in his 1v1. Getting that lane pushing out is very well known on his control majors, Syndra being no exception. 5 CS up ahead, although it's going to be about even if Evolve can nab most of the CS under the turret at the moment. Tomo and Chime, though, also getting pushed in, so Vex and Shady immediately leaving to get a bit of vision, as Shady will now get the information about the blue. In fact, gets bonus info. Look for the Grump as well. Oh, I guess the plant didn't spot Nomad. So Vex going to get the ward down. They do spot him now, but again, not going to move in to take it. Not really much point as Evolve gets the proc down. Ignite is there, not going to go in. Forces the cleanse, so maybe now it's got it. Ignite auto, that might just be enough to kill Julian. It's going to be awfully close, and it is. Evolve with the calculation for first blood.
Ooh, getting that solo kill is such a big play out of him, and he didn't have to commit his flash. That's going to be a really easy place to come back to, get a distortion chain in, and continue to snowball. And that's not what you wanted to see when you first picked the Syndra.
Went as well, pretty much. So calculated down to the last little bit of mana. So we'll watch this one again.
So I think he barely mistimed his Scatter of the Week, because you're supposed to use it as a second LeBlanc uses Distortion to stop the damage, but the damage came through anyways.
And potentially another flush order could have happened, but I think Evolve, knowing he didn't need it, or at least not bothering to use the Summoner either way, because he knew Julian will be forced out, but gets maximum punish there from that missed skill shot.
And now the matchup gets really tricky. I love this itemization from him, knowing that against Syndra, you just need to go that early Merc Treads. He has it now and will have Prio in this lane for quite some time.
All right, we'll see if that changes the texture of this early game. If Evolve can assert a bit more dominance and get out to maybe help something like the top lane or the bot lane as Shady and Vex continue to play aggressive here. Vex getting that stun, going to try and block. Toma almost dead though. Ignite is down, they're going to look for it here. Good hook there. The Riptide almost enough. Shine forced to flash out, but that's Toma with the snipe on the Shady.
They're getting so aggressive, but they underestimated the range of the turret shots. Took a little bit too many, and now Ocean is going to be having a great time in this lane as the first kill goes to the Ezreal.
Yep, Toma just going to get these last few minions, and I think they're going to look to back off here. Are going to recall together. Vex just forced to last hit these last few minions, but let's watch this again.
So the Nautilus used his shield right away, and that's the opportunity that Shady saw. The shield is down, they can do it, but then the hook, I believe, is what ends up getting them into the turret range, or he just walks up. Yep. Hook for the turret shot. Classic hook champion.
Burns a flash too for Tomo to make sure he's in range for that Q. I mean, certainly a greedy play, but one that pays off. Shady once again a little too close to the turret range, and try and make sure he gets punished there as Tomo is able to finish it off. So 2 kills up for Ocean early. That's not what was happening in the last game. As Evolve does miss that chain onto Julian. He's level 6 right now. Julian has to be close, but isn't quite there with the ulti. So LeBlanc can be a bit more threatening as that Ignite is ticking back off cooldown. As Frosty Nomad makes his way down here to the bottom side just to threaten maybe a dive in the works. The Fnatic's here as well.
Trying to crash the wave here, but they have to respect that Fnatic is in the area, but even then, Mountain cannot engage with such a strong minion wave.
Yeah, huge wave built up. I think they were looking for a potential dive. Evolve, though, going to get roamed on by PCL. The Equalizer committed. Evolve will walk away and burn a potion charge.
Take some CS casually.
But this is kind of what Kelsey was alluding to, you know, get out, maybe help the lanes after pushing out from the top side. So even though the gank doesn't really get much done in the mid lane, PCL is at least listening to coach's instructions there.
Yeah, and maybe we can see him develop multiple styles over the course of a tournament, which would be pretty impressive for a player to go so quickly from a specific set of champions to just a very wide range of skills so quickly.
Definitely nice to see as 2v2 action is continuing to feel quite tense here. Junglers continuing to part down, pay attention. Both mid laners able to push out and try and at least feign attention towards that side of the map. There is a timer here for this Drake, though, I believe, as Ocean do start things up and should be able to get a few resets coming through in mid lane here. And there it is, the first Drake over this time. It's to Ocean.
That's that Olaf power, but we haven't seen anything from the Jarvan yet, which is a little odd. That's a champion you would want to see be a lot more active on the map than the farming jungler.
Comes Frosty again. It's kind of the Olaf classic. Just roam into the lane, throw an axe, be like, I'm helping you push, don't worry about it. And just make sure you stay in XP range for 1 or 2 creeps.
Right, you just check your XP bar. I'm like, am I leveling up? Oh, yeah, that's fine.
The enemy jungler's like, why is he 6 already? Although Fnatic's actually 6. He's been farming quite a lot, as you noted. Hasn't been nearly as present on the map as before. Good stun from Julian. Ulti not going to be burnt. Julian, I think, knows that it's not enough yet and doesn't land the next Dark Sphere to potentially go for an all-in. Bottom side, though, again, Vex in. Shime stunned. TP down. Here's Ocean looking to make a play. TP match, though. Here's Tomo, gets a good true shot barrage. BMD going to be forced out as PCL basically insta-ports down the bot with him.
I like the choice to immediately back off there from the Riven. Instead of just trying to trade a 1-for-1 and try to get anybody down, it just says, you know what? This play is lost. We can just crash the wave and return to normality.
Yep, they fend off the potential kills. They make sure the turret plates stay healthy. More than worth the TP trade there, I think, for BMD. Excellent response time there in the bot lane to make sure nothing went awry. Evolve, though, looking again, gets the chain this time. Ooh, good pushback by Scatter the Weak. Means it cannot latch for the potential CC chain. And PCL again, here with the Equalizer, maybe going to try and bait this LeBlanc in.
Uh-oh, that's a mistake right there. Fnatic did not spot that control ward. That is going to give away that Mountain might be going for some sort of vision play in the top side to maybe go for a 10-minute swap for that Rift Herald.
Hope they're calling that Shady's missing, though, because we know he's left side of mid on top of a control ward. That does give Tomo and Shime time to knock down the turret here, but Vex doesn't seem like he's in too much trouble. It looks like Chime with that Cloud Drake going to go zipping in towards the river. Or just recall. It's actually just Tomo going back.
Once again, 2 members walk past the control ward and nobody kills it. And now they wonder why this invade is maybe not going to work, but it does.
Ragnarok Pop gonna have to flash out, gets over the wall, but here's PCL, that's a kill. Really nice job there. Actually, the equalizer that finishes it off.
I mean, that's just weird because the ward, he placed the ward to see the gank happening, but then does not respect that the roam happens. Tried to sneak the buff and walks to the opposite
Shady
side.
nails it. There's Tomo gonna get CC down. True Shot Barrage is out, but not enough. Here's Chime, they're gonna try and answer for a kill, but he doesn't even have his ulti yet. CC Shady, they're just gonna walk out, just don't draw aggro. The hook lands, the Ignite's down, but still the tower doesn't shoot. Here's Evolve. He needs to try and make these kills convert. Vex, I think, knows he's dead, does die, and now Evolve will be able to pick this up as well. Pretty easy pick there onto Shady. At least the kills get traded.
Ooh, that's really good for the LeBlanc. Now getting 2 kills on the map, starting to roam around, and this is the danger that the LeBlanc brings because she can start affecting the side lane so much faster than the immobile Syndra.
Staying aggressive though, Smite Battle perhaps with the Herald. I think it went to Nomad. They're going in. The Herald though, not the objective right now. Fnatic slain, Julian roaming in, but here's BMD. The scatter does land. PCL gets that first kill on the Frosty Nomad. Here is the chase though, in onto Julian. Tomo needs to get over the wall and help out Chime. Q lands, hook is good from Chime as well. BMD gets a kill on top side and looks like Ocean are gonna open up the map. They get the next kill as well.
And this looks like a reverse of the first game where the bottom lane from Ocean gets a lead and now the Nautilus is just going everywhere in the map, turning things around. The Rift Herald is picked up by Team Mountain though.
I was mistaken.
They will get that objective, but it's still not worth it for them.
Nomad did not collect the last hit, so Julian was able to pick up the eye, but let's watch this again. Starting in the bot side is Tomo. This gets caught.
Great flash from Shady to predict the shift, but I wonder how this ended up drawing aggro from Vex because I think his choice was, I'm gonna die anyways. Oh, he threw out of the Blaze. Oh no, he auto here. He knew that LeBlanc was coming, so he figured I'm just gonna trade against Nautilus versus the LeBlanc. And that's a smart choice by him for sure.
Needs to pick up there for Evolve, but then this happens. Frosty Nomad is fighting it out, can't make it to the eye. Julian wants to get it, gets the kill. And then this.
It's a really nice flash from BMD to dodge away from the Syndra stun, and he's playing the lane according to his items. You really just want to wait for cooldown reduction from Riven to be able to play as aggressive as the Rumble can because he has that wave clear advantage and that shield.
Little max range Riven W there at the end of it. Ooh, Evolve, hello. Face checking some Dark Spheres. Julian trying to get this Rift Herald used, but Julian did also ulti. They won't have that cooldown for the next potential fight. Over the wall with the Rift Herald though. Evolve's going to be forced to deal with this as the next Drake is up. It's a Cloud. Ocean though trying to respond quickly.
It's going to be a party in the Dragon Pit. 5-on-5 on mid.
Chime finds it, has the ulti, gets it onto PCL. Tomo forced to get out though. And now caught on the front side of Frosty Nomad. He's going to fight his way out. Doesn't quite get Fnatic. Chime now caught out. Oh, just barely hooked the edge of that wall. But Chime still getting chased down. BMD though dives onto Fnatic. Chime getting out, hooks onto the tower. Is not going to be safe as Julian able to pick it up and Evolve launches back on, tries to get the kill. Here's the rest of Ocean now to reinforce. Evolve over the side, gets the flash distortion auto to nab that kill. The clone tanks the turret, and that's triple kill for BMD at the end of it all. And Ocean still looking strong.
And it's crazy how this fight ended up going this way when Team Mountain got a few kills to start things off. They did not respect that Riven was there in the brush waiting, and she just destroyed the back.
BMD a completely different look here this game. 4-0-0. Has wow, just a third of the kills or more. As we watch how he made it happen, just diving into the backline here alongside Frosty Nomad.
And Ocean is completely disjointed because Syndra gets a nice scatter of the week here, and the Herald is already in the mid lane, so the fight is pretty clearly in Mountain's favor. But then when they come back here, they don't have vision and they don't escort the Jarvan and the Lucian, so BMD gets to do whatever he wants, and it is a disaster for Vex, who had a really strong Lucian game one, and now he's on the back foot.
That's a cheeky Q from Tomo as well. Was enough for the red buff to get a kill, but hold your horses. BMD forced away from the turret here as everybody looks like is collapsing. Evolve tagged by Winter's Bite, but Chime responding quicker. Double Cloud Drake helping him out.
And it looks like Ocean's not going to take this fight because the Olaf was catching the bottom wave.
Oh,
instead.
solo kill again. Evolve looking to make it happen. There's the unleashed power, but Evolve should have enough. Does indeed. Back he goes. Chain onto Shady. He's not done. He's done now. He's not done. Chime's here. True Chop barrage in. Shady going to be the target. Here's the Ragnarok pop. Hook is good from Chime onto Fnatic. Ulti into the back of Vex to zone him out of the way. That's going to be a second kill. Fnatic can't escape. The blue buff going to do him in. There's the flash auto from Tomo to make sure it happens.
And now we get to see just how good Team Ocean is going to be at snowballing this game. They have a crazy lead, and the fight keeps going.
Chime again, finds the hook. Vex though. Oh, the tier 1's up. Chime, I think, maybe a little too aggressive on that play. We'll trade a kill back to Vex.
They got a little bit overzealous there, thinking that the fight was always going to go in their favor, not respecting that PCL was still around with that equalizer that can clear the minion wave and engage on your champion right away.
You know, when you jump step sometimes you look awesome, you clear the gap, you're looking great. Sometimes you fall flat in your face, and that was just skipping too many steps there for Ocean.
Limits, just test and limit.
I mean, it's tested, but that one I think is, I think that one's been tested thoroughly. Maybe take the tier 1 before you look to dive.
That's the scientific approach. You just keep testing it again and see if it fails.
It failed, as Ocean unfortunately lose a kill and leave the outer tier 1 up for a little while longer, but still, the rest of this looked great.
And they needed to get out. There was no business contesting that Scuttle Crab once the Syndra had gone down. So, all in all, I like this choice here by the Nautilus. It's something I don't see a lot of players do, which is that you don't need to ulti the target immediately in front of you. You ult the one that's further behind because the depth charge will trigger every single champion along the way. Really, depth charges essentially Vi, an entire champion's kit has been given to Nautilus as one spell.
All right, well, Mountain still trying to find some trades here. Down about 4,000 gold. Shady and PCL looking to assault the bot turret. As Ocean roaming back towards, actually across the map here. We've got Evolved in top right now. Tomo looking mid, and BMD fancying a fight here, but it's a 1v3 that he doesn't know about yet.
Everyone is off the map, and his team is not applying pressure anywhere.
He knows. Good little poke forward there from BMD. Now mid lane, Chime again in onto the Syndra. This time Tomo going to try and collect it. Both carries trying to fight here. They're calling it onto Chime, might be enough. Tomo doesn't quite land the rest of his skill shots here, but still Chime lives. And there he is in, nails it there with the Arcane Shift in after that Q.
He's so strong right now. He's got that Trinity Force power spike that is the strongest mid-game item that the Ezreal can go. Not going with that Frozen Fist instead. It's going to make him a lot more mobile. And as long as they continue to play around him at this stage in the game, they're going to have priority in the mid lane.
Yeah, I see 3 carries and 3 pretty big bounties on their head. So Tomo, Evolve, and BMD all having a good game. But Evolve looking to dive in onto Vex, does not quite connect. Again, looking for the dive before the minion wave is there for the tower to be taken, but at least enough pressure this time and not an overcommit that they'll be able to take the tower as well.
They're getting a nice little flash, so now they can punish him if they catch out the Lucian again. Minute 15 on Ocean Dragon. Let's see if the namesake team is prioritizing the objective.
Really, Double Clouds doing work here. Chime has also been so much more active this game. We talked at length how good Shady looked in game 1, moving around on the Alistar. I think Chime has finally started to match those roams here, just affecting the map.
It's really good to see how the supports are being contrasted. When one is ahead, what do they do with the lead? And when one is behind, how do they bounce back into the game? And particularly when it comes to vision, where are they prioritizing the vision and the playmaking that they're going for?
Oh no,
Fight's just breaking out.
Gonna be a 4v4 and short order. Evolve gets PCL. Gonna get him down. Oh, good block by Braum, but still Evolve gets the kill. And now the rest of the fight is happening. Chime out of there with a flash BMD. We're gonna take down Vex. Evolve bounces back in with the distortion. Once you get the kill, latches the chain, we'll find it. There's the follow-up Nort ult, and they get one, but only one on the mountainside as Ocean find 4.
Team Mountain looking for a play, but not knowing where the rest of the team is at. And so Ocean collapses just way faster, and Ezreal is untouched. Both mid lane and bottom now have a 600+ bounty, which is just insane at this stage in the game.
The outer ring is fell to Goldie, looking at about 7,000 up for Ocean, looking eerily similar to the game state of the early game after game 1. They'll get the Ocean Drake as well, so at least they pick up their mascot on the way out. And Ocean poised to again do what you asked last game, Crumb. Have a good looking closeout.
Yes.
Well, we got to see how Mountain looks in that regard, but I think Ocean's comp has better tools to play the side lane.
Well, team fight this go-round. Evolve just dipping through this fight. Shady did everything he could here.
They really needed the Syndra to be involved in this play because everybody was off the map, Syndra was not there, and had they just waited a little bit longer, she would have been able to contribute when it comes to those stuns. And you really just need that much more CC to take down the really fed members of Ocean, but they've itemized pretty effectively, actually. I really like that.
Oh, he finds Shady. That might be a kill. Chain Latches flash, not enough. He is going to get out, but Evolved and Frosty Nomad, I really like what they're doing. Sweeping through the jungle, just denying vision, and instantly going for these picks.
You get so much more value when you have a LeBlanc in the mid lane that can go sweeper as well. The vision denial becomes so dangerous, and there's no one that can really face check on the side of Mountain. Just face checking into a LeBlanc from multiple angles, or the Ezreal that can just jump you from nowhere is so dangerous.
Tomo has to be careful here. Knows that he can be surrounded. Oh, it's a solo kill again. Evolve goes godlike. Takes out Vex, and that's straight to Baron.
They have the vision. But Mountain knows.
Skip one little step. That left side ward always gets them, but still, I imagine they'll turn for the 5v4.
PCL can be very dangerous here. Cataclysm and Equalizer is a strong combo, even if you're behind.
Going again, BMD finds Fnatic. They're going to try and make sure the jungler can't make it into the pit. BMD going to find the solo kill. Doesn't get the wind slash, but I think still that's enough. Ocean looking for the kills. Evolve dives in. Looks for Shady, one to Julian. BMD finally finishes off Fnatic. Here's the True Shot Barrage's Chime. Gonna commit his ult to try and get one more kill for the team. PCL flashes, not enough. Tomo in there. Dominating now on the Ezreal. Does take him down, and it looks like it may be back to Baron for Ocean.
They can go back to it, and there's nobody to really contest this. Lucian is not going to face check. Let's see where Evolve places himself, because he does not need to be in the pit. He needs to be looking for an angle on the side, and that's exactly what he's doing. This is great.
Takes out the control ward. They've got plenty of vision here. Evolve even checking over, just seeing if someone was maybe looking to stop this. Now going to zone them out. Shady is going to be spotted in short order. He wants Julian. Going to try and make a statement here. Evolve going to get too low. Pops into stasis. I don't think he can get out here. Flashes, ignited. Over the wall he goes, and looks like he's just barely going to escape. He's good. 54 HP is the first number I saw. That's not very many. Fnatic looking for it, but doesn't find one kill. Evolve going to get out.
Yeah, one more auto would have done him in.
Worth a lot of gold too, so it's actually important that he stayed alive. But between his Splash and the Zhonya's, got greedy to try and solo kill the mid laner again, but doesn't get punished. This solo kill though was beautiful.
It was the play that started the entire Baron sequence. Knowing that they had the Lucian advantage, they could easily go back to it and force Team Mountain to face check them. So really getting a lot of value out of LeBlanc here by pressuring the side lanes and surprising enemies that just don't have vision of her.
And they're almost 10,000 gold ahead. They've got the Baron. They're looking to really just end this game and play a third here. We'll see how they look to close out. They're trying to maybe get the waves matched up here as BMD and Evolved are currently in the side lanes. Still a decent amount of sieging to do though here for Ocean as Tomo under fire from the culling, but not too worried about it.
And you see that Team Mountain is 5-manning the mid lane, looking for something because they are on a ticker. Riven, LeBlanc on the side lanes. No one on Team Mountain can actually match either of them, so they are going to bleed out in every single lane. And Ezreal is just so strong right now. He has flash.
Oh.
Cataclysm won't work.
Chime, what a good hook there. Fnatic goes in there with the Cataclysm plus the stopwatch, but Tomo just able to get the kill. Chime going to get chased by Vex, but I think that's too far forward. Hook lands in. Chime going to turn it around again. As Evolve getting low. Syndra ulti not enough to pick him off here, but BMD busy chasing Vex. He does get the stun, gets the kill onto Vex at the end of it. Little messy, but Ocean do come out ahead.
The quick collapse from Ocean, responding to Mountain's engage, and we're only losing one member. They're still going to have pressure in their lanes, and they might be able to get an inhibitor here if they get really greedy. They won't.
Gonna push for at least this mid inhibitor turret by the looks of things, but Evolve went back to base after having no health from earlier, so it looks like the inhib will not be on the menu just yet, but making a nice big space in mid for them to revisit.
The Ezreal is just so crazy powerful right now.
I mean, all three of these carries looking pretty strong. Deathless for Evolve. Only 2 deaths between Ezreal and Riven right now. And again, as good as these scorelines look, as Ocean look to take this Infernal away, as silly as it looks sometimes when Chime dies, I feel like he's making the right play almost every single time.
He's just keeping his team alive. That's all you have to do in these stages. The utility you bring, you just have to press all your buttons, make sure they hit everybody, and pray that your carries are doing their job. You can't do everything as a Nautilus.
No, and again, just punishing each time Mountain want to make a play. Fnatic desperate to dive and kill this Ezreal, just insta-dies, even with the stopwatch thanks to the Nautilus. So Ocean playing well together, still so far ahead. That's 4 Drakes and almost 12,000 gold.
Jeez, that's almost a lead that you cannot surpass.
Especially 25 minutes.
I'd say it is.
About as locked up as it sounds as Frosty Nomad stands his ground. Does die to PCL. BMD and Evolve back in the side lanes. Fnatic low but not dead. Tomo has to escape, forced to flash away. And Mountain finally 5-man for that pick. Oh! Nice snipers. Tomo goes legendary.
Really great angle there. They had no vision too, so that was completely guess.
Just figured where he was likely to go. Tomo able to find the 2-shot barrage. And Ocean will continue their assault. Evolve finishes off the tier 2 here in bot lane. Inhibitor's still kind of the thing they want. There's no Baron though. It will be back up in 2 minutes for them to take.
So Mountain has the right idea, but they need to get creative with the angles that they're looking for, because Fnatic keeps attacking from the same angle that Shady's at, and it makes it too easy for the Ezreal to disengage. You have to force Ezreal to be in that position where there is no good arcane shift. And look at it, right? All 5 members are attacking from the same angle. And yes, you can catch out the Olaf at this stage in the game, but he is not a valuable target.
Shady, at least they get the flash on the Ezreal, but really nice positioning here on this. Able to make it a 1-for-1 at least, as both junglers do fall. Evolve still up to no good here in the bot lane, just forcing someone to come and duel him, which of course can't really. Oh, Julian. Evolve, gonna get the chain, forces the cleanse, doesn't commit. Here's Shady. Evolve knows that he doesn't need to overcommit here, just constantly poking down whoever joins him in bot lane.
Really valuable timing.
Oh, he wants the kill. Good stopwatch, has flash. Almost gets the kill, actually wants it. Oh, Shady, what an ulti. Interrupts it, the Ignite's actually enough. to Evolve still gets the kill. But not really many other options. Oh, Tomo, that's just dirty. Vexo gonna get the shutdown kill. Mountain got so much gold all of a sudden.
That's like 2,000 gold that they just gave between the carries, and with Baron in 30 seconds, this is a great trade for Mountain, because Ocean cannot secure the best vision around Baron now that their 2 carries are down.
All right, well, a bit of a misstep there for the 2 carries here on the Ocean side, but Punish looks like it won't really come through, as respawns will happen just about when the Baron is spawning, so Ocean can at least look to go back and set up this vision.
Ezreal was so fed that he gave up a 1,000 gold bounty and still has a 450 gold bounty.
10, 2, and 4 there for Tomo. Looking real nice on this Ezreal. Shady gonna check, but he's alone right now. Good ward over the wall though, does not get himself killed by Chime. That vision is just going to be slapped down by the Olaf. And insta onto Baron. No messing around here for Ocean.
They will easily secure this one, so we get to see them break off into the same formation that they had before, just 1-3-1.
Yeah, not much to really answer there for Mountain, so Ocean commit 1 TP from their AD. And there's Evolved looking to get the minion wave in nice and early here for mid. Did not get an inhibitor last time they had Baron. That's definitely going to have to change here for Ocean.
So there is no flash on the Ezreal, and you've got the Jarvan Rumble combo. What I want to see from Mountain here is coordinate their abilities to engage on Tomo. He's a valuable target. If you can force his arcane shift with a Jarvan flash, get a Cataclysm later, or just go on anybody here
on the BMD,
get a good fight.
They go, but he is going to flash away. Try and defensively ultis though. But Evolved and Tomo able to knock down the mid inhib very quickly. They don't have the bot wave either, so Ocean are pretty committed to just sticking around here. Cutting off the top wave and looking for a pretty simple assault.
Ezreal's hitting the Nexus turret in that time.
Fnatic again. Tomo walks back towards his team. Onto the tanks goes Fnatic once more. That's a kill onto Shady. You just can't live through this damage. And another inhibitor tower will fall. Inhibiting top will go as well. Ocean is going to stick around and try and end the game. Toma gets knocked up, uses the arcane shift very disrespectfully, and will pay the price. Evolve though back in onto Vex, pops that Phantom Dancer, and still gets the chain back on a Fnatic. Just Ocean looking to hammer through this victory, using their gold advantage. Just want the game to end right now.
Only LeBlanc is ranged though, so this is a dangerous time to end.
No, not into stasis. That's PCL who does get the kill onto the Nautilus. Evolved low, but doesn't die to Syndra. Actually gets the pick off on the Vex at the end of it, but they leave one behind. It's BMD, forced into his own devices, does die. As Julian able to get that next kill. Ocean really brute forced that. It didn't work out this time.
So many shutdowns going over to the side of Mountain, and they still have more to claim, but the closing is getting a little bit messy, but they're still getting those objectives. Double inhibitors should be a death sentence for Mountain at this stage.
You have to think there's not too much more they need. They've got a couple Barons left here. Both Evolve and Frosty Nomad still have theirs, so they can walk bot in the next minute. Try and get it all done here as Evolved. He's going to get the gold here off the Rift Scuttler. And Ocean, one obvious point left to attack.
And let's see how Tomo plays. Yeah, this is, you're shifting into the face to Jarvan, and he has Flash.
Well, easy punish there for Mountain. Evolved still though making it work. Really wanted this kill on Lucian.
So Lucian actually ends up flashing forward at the end of all of this, looking for a play, and just gets taken down by a cannon minion auto, which I think made a big difference here because he has been the one receiving all the shutdown gold. And take a look at how he goes down.
Again, time getting low. PCL picking that off. Boom. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Pow. Good catch, Crumbs. That's some very aggressive Baroned up cannon. BMD fights out, but does not live. But back to life here is Evolve pushing the wave in towards the Nexus, and the rest of Ocean onto this final inhibitor turret. Ooh, Evolve so sneaky. Just poking at this point. Ooh, getting a little bit low. Cataclysm. Passive procs. Evolve dipping back out. Gonna get the kill here. Does finally get it. Again, the rest of Ocean dives in, and this looks to be the end of Mountain's Nexus here in game number 2. A double kill for Evolve to finish it all off. 2 left now for Mountain as PCL goes golden to only get himself killed. That's gonna be 4. Are they gonna die for the Penta? I think they want to, but I think they know that ending the game is maybe a little bit better. As the last one will hang out in Fountain. In fact, he couldn't even get it because they're already dead. And Ocean tied the series up at 1-1.
That is actually such a promising set of games so far because the team that gets ahead has kept the lead and snowballed it successfully to a victory. So really impressive compared to the first games we saw when these players just got here where the team that got a lead was coin flipped if they won. Now it really feels like they're understanding how to get a lead and hold on to it until the game is over.
Felt like Ocean really understood what their champions did, right? It's not the scaling comp they had in the last game where they can lean on the Kai'Sa, the Gangplank, and that kind of thing. I didn't have those. Anyway, like they can't lean on those picks, right? They're playing more aggressive. They played to have a better early game. They got a better early game and then executed with those picks, which is kind of what you're getting at.
And I think they got lucky because Julius died that solo lane. That laning phase should not have gone that way. It should not have given a kill to the LeBlanc. And I want to see how that matchup would play out, or the entire match would have played out if mid lane was even.
He's Rise looked okay. LeBlanc seemingly looked better, but for a deep dive on that game, let's hand it off to the analysts.
Thank you very much. And let's talk about this one. We called our shot in this game, and it wanted to look at Team Ocean's top laner, BMD, on the Riven. I was hyped to see the matchup.
Yeah, before we obviously Cat Evolved had a great game, so we should acknowledge that. But we picked, we talked about him a little bit last game, so we're focusing more on the top lane. And BMD, they had a lot of skirmishes around the top side that he was able to help turn, as well as the game went on, a lot of the action was focused in the mid and bot lane in the first 10 to 15 minutes. But then he started doing a really good job picking up a number of kills on Riven.
Yeah, and also BMD shows he's not just a direct one-shot, he can also play Riven. Just look the fight here. He finding the angle in the behind on the pinks and just being patient, waiting the front line goes out first, and then waiting on the back line, and then jump on the back line, use the Riven, and just get double kill there. He's very smart.
Yeah, basically gets the first one as a solo kill. Second one he sets up, Ezreal single Q, turns it over, gets in for the third. Right, was animation canceling his R every time, like getting good knockups and nearly deathless.
Yep.
And this was just a little Baron bait that they were able to do, and he gets another kill onto the Jarvan, make things easier in the future. I think overall, I liked what I saw a lot out of him. It was a bit Bit of a weird game for the enemy team. They had Jarvan rumble into 3 mobile laners, so they had some really good team fights for the side of the Ocean Drake team, and he had a great game kind of punishing that.
BMD also has some very good game sense, I would say. If you saw the bottom fight, so bottom was fighting a lot this game. Both sides has a little bit misplay. But when they fight on the bottom side, BOD always will TP the first. He's TP the first guy to TP in and trying to save his team on the bottom side. Because those sort of things, it's hard to communicate as a team because you don't know when the bottom start fighting. But then when start actually fighting, it's BMD look at the map on the bottom side. And some top laners don't really have those sense to be like, oh, recognize my bottom is fighting, and then to TP first to make the difference.
Yeah.
Which he actually did.
Yeah, I mean, those were fights where it looked like the bot lane of Team Mountain was going to crush them, and a couple mistakes by them, and like you're saying, it's good TP to make sure things stayed fine in the bot lane, so Cat Evolve could kind of snowball mid and then start spreading it around.
One of the big contrasts I saw this game actually was mechanical differences in the top laner, right? So we talked about the Riven, and again, every time I saw it, he was always animation canceling R1, animation canceling R2, like had a lot of really good hits here. I saw so many Rumble ults that didn't get cast because he was overheated. Like PCL, I think on the kind of flip side, like missed a lot of the openings that he could have had to either combo with the Jarvan earlier on or after a teleport or anything else, and that was kind of disheartening to see.
Yeah, I think Rumble's probably one of the most difficult top laners to play well. Not just like, mechanically, I don't think Rumble's like super difficult, but from like a team play perspective, like you look so bad on Rumble when you use an ult when you thought someone would go in and they wouldn't. And I think there were a couple of those kinds of ones that went on, as well as when the team was making plays around him, he overheated in a couple situations where if he had it up, they could have got some kills.
Well, I mean, when you play Rumble against Dercom, I kind of want to defend it that, It's not easy.
End the game at 15.
Every time he has mobility, they can dodge your ulti. Very simple, like the Jarvan only, because it's supposed to be the combo, right? The Jarvan Rumble combo. But when you don't have like a realistic target, it's just hard to use the ulti. But I do agree that PC probably should be like controlling his passive better on like knowing what should be overheated, what time should be owing to make the play. But I think BMD played better last game for sure.
Yep, better top laner won. I think better overall team won this time around. So Ocean ties up at 1-1. The teams are going to be figuring out who wins it all in a little bit. Well, of course, only one can claim the title. Meet us back here for Game 3 of Mountain versus Ocean. Welcome back. You're just in time for Game 3. Congratulations, impeccable timing. Woo! All right, yeah, no, okay. You know, that's fine. We're heading into the Saturday game pretty soon, and we wanted to take a look at Mountain's AD carry, Vex. He had, of course, a great game in the first one, and I want to call some of the stuff out here. So, though his bot lane is dying a bit, I don't blame him for this. It's not on him.
Yeah, sometimes the right play ends up being the wrong play if you're not on the same page, and the Ignite got used there on the Nautilus. If Shady saw the same play and followed up earlier, they would have insta-killed the Ezreal.
Right.
And then you don't die under turret like that. And then a similar play here, you know, they find someone isolated, and after they kill him, I was thinking maybe you could try and find another path through.
Maybe run away left, fight him, and try brush push him off.
Yeah, just like try and kill him while he stalls, because he's basically stalling for LeBlanc to come here. So maybe there were some things that they could have done differently, but the fact that they were in these situations means they were playing well and they were trying to exploit advantages. And even after the team fell behind, I felt like Vex was really good about dashing in to finish people off. And he did it a number of times. And you're playing from behind with Lucian, who's short range. It can be very difficult to do, but I've been super impressed with him so far.
Again, he's a player who was participating in Scouting Ground before, and I think, again, he improved a lot during the years. One thing I've been noticed this whole event is he's really good on the Lucian, actually.
Yeah.
He just played 2 Lucian games.
Yeah.
One thing I've been noticed he's doing better than the other players is the way he used the Lucian ultimate is better than other players. The way he used it, he actually can find the right angle, was doing damage or chasing the enemies. I think that's a huge difference between him and the other AD carry here.
Yeah, definitely positive. It's kind of interesting to me. I feel like bot lane is actually a pretty deep talent pool in North America, right? It's in the LCS we import very few overall. Most of the academy players are also local, so like it's actually a pretty stacked field, which can make it harder to break in because there are a lot of good faces already. But I mean, do you think Vex has what it takes to make an academy team?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I can feel like last year we had Tactical, who's also coming from the Scouting Ground. I can easily see Vex was being on the academy team and do well in the academy league, and potentially maybe in a couple times a couple splits he can be making the LCS. I think he has the talent. AD carry is about how your fingers work, right?
Yeah.
I think he has a great fingers, understands those champions, and I'm also sure like he's not just only know how to play Lucian, he can also play other champions too.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see a new one because I am
Yeah.
sold.
Yeah.
I'm sold on your Lucian.
Yeah. Show us something else. Unless he's like, ooh, no, I'm a Lucian only player. Let me hide that one.
Yeah.
See what happens. Gonna throw it over to Crumbs and Pastry for Game 3.
Thank you very much, Freak, Peter, and Mark Z. It's our final champ select of the week here at Scouting Grounds, as Ocean and Mountain will do battle once again to determine a winner, I suppose, at least of this series. And even if, again, so much of this event has been about, you know, your intangibles, how you talk to people, how you communicate, like, are you willing to learn different champions, what's your gameplay like, all that stuff, players still want to win at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So this matters for them, even if overall in the scheme of the event, maybe doesn't matter as much.
I mean, the guys here are die-hard competitors. Even if you tell me that you're not winning for anything, it's all to get scouted, winning feels fantastic no matter what. And now that we have the closest series at hand, we'll see what Ocean prioritizes here. The Syndra is available as well, but the Ryze was banned, and it was not taken in that last game.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see Ocean decide they don't want to give it over. On blue side here, might actually be going for the first pick Nautilus. I think Chime played very well on the pick, so they will take it once again. Renekton, Lee Sin, Pantheon Xayah, and Gragas, sorry, rounding out the rest of them.
Such a nasty pick, the Nautilus. And I have a suggestion on how to nerf it. Just make sure that his ultimate does not knock up everybody, just a single target that he clicks. I think that would actually be a good place to start to bring the champion back down to reality. But don't get me started on Qiyana.
All right, well, Qiyana's locked in, so I guess we'll glean over the rest of that for now. Gotta love the Respect Darius show there on the mountainside. But again, Julian on Syndra, certainly very comfortable on that type of champion, but looks good on Qiyana as well, so is showing some depth at least. Curious to see if Evolved has a different pick in mind, given that Ryze is not available this time around. And there is the Leona that Shady has consistently been denied in Phase 2 of Draft.
Love it here. Taking it early, not letting Team Ocean ban it away in the second rotation, and you have a really powerful combination of CC with the Qiyana involved. So Team Mountain locking a lot of crowd control early, and a strong answer from Team Ocean with
Hey, we're gonna get it.
blind Darius Chop to close out the day.
Look, if you played as many Darius games as BMD has, you don't care about the matchup. So if you're gonna do this, I think you should blind pick.
And you know, before I came to this tournament, I did not respect Darius players at all. But now that I've seen that BMD is not just a one trick, but has actually a diverse champion pool and is legitimately skilled in multiple ways and just running at you and pressing Q. Good for him.
Look, you do want to show your skill set. You want to show that you can be a diverse player. You also want to win.
Yeah.
The last game of best of 3, Darius a pretty good go-to for a man with hundreds of Darius games this year alone. Also the all-up once again for Nomad. This time Fnatic does decide that it's worth taking the Elise, as Tomo going to lose Heimer once again, and PCL's definitely going to lose Kayle.
So at least it's going to be pretty good against the Darius. If you can get something early against him, you can really punish him with the CC that you've got. And because his play pattern is really just running at you, you can cocoon him and take him down before he can build those stacks and start resetting off his ultimate.
Well, there's not Pantheon, sorry, LeBlanc actually taken away from Evolve, Camille taken away from PCL. Still has the Rumble up, but I imagine BMD is happy with whatever matchup it ends up, at least taking 2 potentially problematic, more comfortable champions away means that Darius is decently set up here in the top lane.
And this should be the AD. Will we see a third Lucian game out of Vex?
Haven't shown the AD on the other side. He decides that Kai'Sa instead will be the pick.
So a little bit more magic damage. I think they have enough magic damage now that you can actually afford to put PCL on a physical carry if he wants to against Darius, but his champion pool has been getting pinched. The Rumble would be a little odd here. I think that BMD would be very happy with that matchup.
Curious what Tomo wants here as well. Now they know the bot lane matchup. Leona and Kai'Sa have something to pair with this Nautilus potentially. Looks like Tomo will just go back to, I assume, Comfort here, and we'll take Ezreal. And unfortunately for Chime, no Bard today unless Evolved is feeling like a real nice guy. Wants to play Nautilus mid.
So hard to execute to lock that one in. Even if you watch FPX do it all year long, you still realize that they've been doing it longer than 1 year as well. It's basically Doinby's signature style as how he's been playing League all year long, and instead it's going to be that safe Akali that can get away from all the hard CC that Mountain can bring out.
I like it. You know, very flashy champion. Could be, again, a very volatile mid lane matchup. So I think Evolve continuing to want to show off here. Did do very well on the LeBlanc versus Julian Syndra, but different kind of matchup now in mid. We'll see how that plays out as the game goes on. Looks like Pancake Low decided no Rumble today. Give me the Gnar.
And it's going to be a lot about fighting in the jungle for Team Mountain. If the Gnar can get a stun into the wall, then Qiyana can follow up. So just a crazy amount of CC on the side of Mountain. And on the flip side, Ocean does not have many tools to start a fight. It really is only Chime. Everybody else needs somebody else to set things up, and it's going to be very important for them to not fall behind early. Otherwise, they're going to seriously struggle to make plays around the map.
Again, I think Ocean maybe get a little bit more towards the early game this time around, looking to get some leads in their lane. I think Mountain's early game is actually pretty good as well this time around. Didn't draft quite as much scaling. Curious to see how it all shakes out. Very exciting mid lane matchup. Always good to see BMD on Darius.
The Elise combined with the double physical laners is going to be really powerful for playing around solo lanes from Team Mountain here. So I'm expecting a lot out of Fnatic to team up with either PCL or Julian, although it looks like the top lane has always been left on an island in this series. The teams have really just been focusing around mid and bottom.
Yeah, we'll see if that does change here as the last game will be starting in just a moment here. Ocean looking to snap the final win away from Mountain, who was looking so strong all week long. But again, so much of this event is kind of showing what you've learned over the course of this week. One more game on stage to show what you've gained.
There's no quicker way to disappoint a coach than not applying what they've just told you all week long and just forgetting that everybody here is trying to help you out. So I think the players know that, and with the way that they've been closing out, they have been doing a good job in remembering what has been taught.
I also like that, some pings there actually I just noticed, because there's Ghost for BMD. Ghost Flash for BMD.
He does not run teleport, which is going to make even more of a focal point in the bottom lane.
At least they have one. Tomo actually taking it once again, which is fairly standard. But I mean, definitely, oh my god, he's such a Darius player. He's rejuvenation bead.
Yeah, and he actually does something really interesting here, which is he's not going with the Conqueror Darius. Instead, going for that Aftershock. It's going to keep him alive against the Elise Gnar potential for a tower dive. You just hold on to your Apprehend. The second you're in danger, you pop that in, and suddenly you can't be killed.
It's just it's so funny to me how apparent it is that he has played so many games of this champion. Because you look up and you're like, Well, that's not the Keystone I expected. That's not the Summoner I expected. And that's definitely not the items I expected you to start with. So I'm going to guess that you know something I don't, which in this case is absolutely true. But we are going to throw it down. For another sideliners, River standing by with Exogen.
Thank you very much, gents. Great cast on the day so far. Exogen, I have a few questions for you. Obviously, game 1 was a tough one as Mountain came out on top. What was kind of the discussion between game 1 and 2 to make sure you found the victory?
I mean, they were a little nervous on stage. We talked to them, shaking those nerves off, getting comfort pits for that second game. Came out pretty well, and I think we did the same thing here.
And that seems great because it's comfort again. You even get BMD on his Darius and then a few other. Obviously, the win is the idea, but was it kind of give these guys comfort and shake those nerves off?
He really wanted to play today to showcase his talents, you know, so we went ahead and gave him a draft that would give him that, and let's hope he pulls it off.
All right, well, let's see what they have for each other. Exogen, thank you so much and good luck. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Stuff is happening. Let me tell you, there were 4 people around the Mountain Red buff in just a few moments ago. As it was an invade late from BMD and Frosty Nomad. That does mean that Vex has been a little under fire in the 2v1. But nobody's dead. Frosty Nomad flashed, and that's us all caught up, Riv.
That was Shady being such a bro for his jungler, identifying that they were not going to be able to beat the Olaf level 1, and instead roams to help out his jungler. And it's not like Kai'Sa is going to be dove this early on against the Nautilus Ezreal, so they actually don't lose a whole lot. She doesn't even use her potion.
You can see again, Kiana struggling at level 1. Evolve trying to hammer in as many Qs as he can as Julian goes to CS. But again, this should normalize the way it stacks up. Level 3 to 2 now though. A little bit easier for Kiana to find this farm. But it doesn't look like we're losing too much here.
Yeah, the Akali sustain, just one of the most annoying parts about this champion, being able to quickly regenerate a lot of the trade that Kiana can land.
Bot lane though has also equalized, even though Tomo and Chime got off to an early lead in their 2v1. But looks like things will settle down as Fnatic looking to roam down to the bottom half of the map here.
So they know that he started topside and will finish bottom around this timing because their own jungler did the same path. So they're not going to fall for it, and they don't need to move up. They're not actually being denied CS. The last hits are coming through. So they're fine just taking the wave here and conceding the bot lane crap. But it might lead Fnatic to get 2 scuttlers in the early game. And while before it was a big deal, it's not such a big deal. The second crab matters.
I like this to wrap around onto mid lane, flip out, good dodge of the Cocoon there, but Evolve still taking damage, it's just too much. Ignite is down, Fnatic, he's diving in, and Kiana will get the first blood thanks to the Ignite, and that repel keeps Fnatic alive.
Oh, that is a great play from Team Mountain, already exercising the power of the Elise Kiana, that mid-jungle duo, and punishing what was a pretty
Oh! Get owned. PCL hooked out of the air with the upper hand, and BMD is looking hungry for this kill. Flashes in. Bleed is not quite enough. Darius calculations. I'm not aware of them. BMD, I think, knew that wasn't enough, but Fnatic's here again, so he has to get out of there. No flash, no ghost, as Julian's also roamed up here, and BMD knows, unfortunately for him, it's too late.
The action just never stops in this early game, and if the trend continues, Mountain is going to be snowballing this one really well. Already Kiana with that serrated Dirk is going to have such an easy time in the mid lane because no cloth armor has been picked up from Evolve. She's not with an arm guard yet.
And again, looking at the matchup in the jungle, seems like Fnatic doesn't want to duel the Olaf very often, but tries to get out here. Good flash, but flash forward from Vex gets the kill. Very aggressive, but Tomo gonna get stunned here. I think there might be a second here for Mountain. Tomo forced to flash away. Here comes Evolve, looking to clean up one. Shady's gonna be the first. Into the shroud he goes, onto Vex. That's the target you want the most. Does go to Tomo, now Evolve. I think he ate the wrong way, but maybe wasn't gonna get Shady anyway.
Great roam there from Evolved, already on the map, even though he was the first one to go down. That's just really great reactions from BMD using the Apprehend against the Gnar knockup. It's pretty clear that this guy is a Darius expert.
It's up again though in the top lane. Apprehend. Aftershock did proc, so he lived a lot longer than it might have seemed. But Julian able to get that kill as mids continue to trade roams here.
The danger of running the Darius is that when you go down without trading anything back, you're just fodder. Anybody that roams up to you with a coordinated attempt can really take you down and start taking gold from your pocket.
Ooh, early break attempt here will be spotted out by Shady. But it looks like bot lane pushes there for Ocean as Shady was roaming, so that is going to give the Drake over to Ocean. Nice of them to at least do something else while BMD is being hassled in the top lane.
That's a good trade, and you have to wonder if the trade was actually started or suggested by BMD, saying, guys, I'm getting dove again, get something else on the map. And they say, well, Dragon is up, let's get this. But another dive in the top lane. How long until Gnar can build up some rage?
A long time.
Dive.
Yeah, a long time here. BMD gonna get that first aftershock here. Onto Fnatic he goes. A lot of damage, but the repel is down. That's gonna keep Fnatic safe. And BMD now likely having to back off here. We'll see how much regen he can get with those beads. Evolve gets the Electrocute proc, but is not going to follow onto the Qiyana.
But now she can just enter the Fog of War, and BMD just has to back off. You have to respect that Qiyana can return to this lane, or even yet, at least just dive you alone.
Bottom lane 2v2 again. Shady getting a little low. Vex though stepping forward. Root down from the auto by Nort. Tomo gonna get stunned up by Shady. That's enough. Shady with the kill there off the W. Here comes Frosty Nomad. TP in from Mountain. First kill onto Shady is good. Takes a little longer than expected. Vex going to be the second as the double happens. PCL not really able to do much there, so Frosty Nomad with 2 kills to the 1.
And that frees up the time that Darius has been punished in the top lane and just gets him free farm, get the wave where he wants it to be. So this is a really nice trade from Ocean to make sure that you punish the hyper-aggressive Leona Kai'Sa lane. Keep in mind, Nautilus and Leona have only one play pattern. Go in. If you just go down there as a jungler, more than likely there's going to be action.
Appreciate what Time did there as well, just baiting PCL into maybe thinking there was something that could happen under the turret, so it delays the recall a bit longer, gives BMD time to fully push that wave in.
Another roam to the top lane. This just never stops.
I mean, Shady's here as well. He's left lane so many times, I feel like, in these first 8 minutes alone, but Fnatic has been very active around the map. Like I was alluding to earlier, you might be down 20 CS or so as far as the jungle farmer goes, but if you're getting stuff done as Elisa around the map and not 1v1ing the Olaf, you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, yes. Avoid Olaf at all costs at the least, or find him and then repel out of his range, because that's a good way to get his ultimate.
Frosty Nomad sweeping through the right side of the river here, maybe trying to set something up in mid. Julian going to pick up the ice. Chimes here as well, though. No ultimate though for the Nautilus. And Shady, I think, may have seen this, but maybe not. I think a little out of vision as he's going back towards the bot lane. So that's a blue steal over to Ocean.
This is a really strong point for Olaf. He should be walking around with a chip on his shoulder, doing whatever he wants. Completed jungle item is just a nasty point, especially red spike.
Going mid, forcing the flash. Evolve though already ultied. So it looks like the play will be called off in mid. Julian though did commit the flash. Evolve has both his summoners still.
Getting frisky there, the Qiyana.
Can't do too much though. 1,600 gold for Evolve to spend. So going to go ahead and do that here. Fnatic not going to find them. Julian may be over the wall, but can't see, so doesn't throw the poke over.
So the next big play is going to be that Infernal Dragon. Both these teams really benefit from that objective, and no one's going to give it up for free. So let's see if Mountain can use the current lead they have to secure that deep vision that we questioned and criticized from them in Game 1. Apply it here in Game 3 and secure that objective to get the fight that you want.
Missing maybe one spot of vision next to the Raptors, but other than that, do get some nice wards down. I also like that Nomad just immediately goes to bottom lane, suspecting that there was in fact a potential dive coming with Fnatic and Julian roaming down. Evolve now back on the map, does have the arm guard and 2 longswords, so kind of settling in for just a bit more farming here in the 1v1. Of course, behind 2 kills and an assist, Evolve can't really do too much individually. Fnatic and Shady also roaming up back in, but Chimes here to match.
PCL really also trying to be involved. He doesn't have teleport, so he's not going to be involved in this play. And look at the mini-map right there. BMD roaming to the mid lane. It looks like he wants to be a part of this dragon fight as quickly as possible.
Julian maybe considering a recall, but does not complete it. Rift Herald is going to be where they want to go. Nomad's going to start it, but they are on the speed shrine. So spotted here, but they've actually roamed their bot lane up.
So if Team Ocean is getting this
Herald, they will not be able to contest the Infernal, and that means that Mountain needs to secure red side vision and get that objective as quickly as possible. And that's what they're doing. They've recognized that Mountain is going to go for Infernal, and they're going to trade the objective. This is a really good call from them. This is something that I have not seen a lot of these teams do during their practices, and it's very clear that the coaches have instructed them. Think about the fight beforehand, and if you really want to take it. If the answer is no, get something in return, and they're even going to get plates.
Yep, are going to get probably all of them at this point. Tomo first to the turret. Harold going to charge down. Looks like they'll donate Ezreal most of the gold here. 2 plates already dead. Looking for a third. Does get it. There's a hook, sorry, onto PCL. Ragnarok under the tower. Mininar is very vulnerable. Good flash, and that's going to be a kill. The axe! He lives! BFD looking to make it happen. The bleed down onto Vex. I don't know if the stasis is long enough, but the bleed is not enough to take him down. Goodness gracious, 26 HP.
Twice, he barely misses out on getting some kills on Team Mountain. That is really frustrating for the Darius.
Well, Summoner's burnt as well, but at least he gets everything and the stopwatch out of Vex in return. And now only just picking up a Phage. Like, BMD has not had a particularly fun early game. He's died twice. He's been consistently pressured down 20 CS and still is making it happen on the Darius.
So powerful. The champion getting the stopwatch this early out of Kai'Sa is actually a really big deal because she's going to take so long to get an Hourglass if that's the build she chooses to go for. And I don't even think that's what she's going. She's actually going for Stormrazor at the moment.
Watch this top side again. PCL just walking the wrong way.
You underestimate how much damage the Olaf can do because while you are a lot squishier during your ultimate, you also gain crazy amounts of AD when you combine it with the Warriors and the red smite and the red buff. You're burning down anybody, and Mininar is a Yordle. He's very squishy.
Yeah, such a good snipe there from Frosty Nomad. It looks like Tomo mid for now, trying to pressure some of this mid outer turret, maybe evolving the swap towards the top half of the map, and probably feeling just fine 1v1 versus the Gnar.
And this is going to be a really telling game for me for Frosty Nomad because in the first 2, he was not very impressive, falling behind significantly early. Even in the first game, the play with Lee Sin bottom was not good. But now he has a big lead. He's poised to carry against Mountain's composition. How does Team Ocean play around the jungle?
What a hook by Chime onto Julian. Unfortunately, Shady there to block, so no follow-up, but feels like this man cannot miss. Shady, oh, he misses that one. That's gonna hurt.
That man can miss.
Sadly, yes. Shady flashes in for the Zenith Blade and does not land it. Frosty Nomad coming mid to make sure that nothing else happens. Like committing pretty firmly to having Tomo in the mid lane. Vex has finally swapped himself over.
But he doesn't have a single completed item, and Ezreal, if he has control of the wave, will be able to hammer away at Vex, poke him out. So Team Ocean doing really good. And now 4-manning mid.
Now again, just getting some poke down. Oh, over the top, Chime, what a play! Onto Fnatic he goes, but Fnatic's going to repel and flash out of the way. Still the damage out onto Shady. They're going to try and get a pick. Julian looking for Tomo, misses that Q. Good flash by Frosty Nomad. PCL though has joined in. Gnar ulti is just enough to get the kill onto the Olaf, but still they might be able to chase here. BMD, no gap closes Apprehend, not just in range.
They get so low and they get outnumbered in the fight. The Gnar can always get there faster when you have teleport versus BMD's Ghost Flash.
Committing pretty hard for this, so here's the Hex Flash from Shady. For the Zenith Blade, doesn't get it. Wave cleared out though, Demolish not proc. The mid tower still staying up here for Mountain. And with Tomo this low, I think Ocean realized they can't continue this siege.
It was a good look from the Nautilus, but he didn't have the depth charge available for that, so the Elise was able to quickly get out of it.
Love the decisiveness though, I will say. Instantly sees Fnatic on vision, goes straight for the kill, does not get it. And this game is the most even we've had so far in the series. We're basically even in gold, we're even in Drakes. Ocean just with that 1 tower lead, that's about all the advantage currently.
It's actually perfect because you get to see how both teams play from multiple game states, being ahead, being behind, and being even. So I actually don't think we could have asked for a better series to understand how these players approach the early, mid, and late.
Looks like for now, Ocean will just hold here in the 2v2 mid. Have done significant damage to this tower here, so they can make a few more moves, make a bit more space. They'll be able to potentially take this one down without too much resistance. Julian, though, roaming around, looking for a flank here in the mid lane alongside Fnatic.
50 seconds on the Mountain Dragon, and now Olaf is about to make his way down, and so is Evolve. So Ocean has conceded control of the river and mid lane, but they're going to regain it pretty quickly.
Yeah, DMD poking himself out from the bottom half of the map. Does not see that control ward. As PCL and Fnatic actually making pretty quick work down towards this bottom lane. Shady over the back of the Drake pit, though. Drops a ward in the meantime.
Notice what the mid laners are doing. Evolve shoved out top and can roam into the mid lane. So all the advantage that Team Mountain had early in this river and mid has been completely given up. Ocean now has control, and they're going to be able to start the Dragon if they want off of this, but instead they're sieging.
Yeah, forcing them to rejoin here in mid. Now still have vision around the river here. It's only the Gnar in the river.
They need to get river control and start taking down this vision. Otherwise, they're just using all this pressure for nothing.
We are going to move back around. Tomo going to stay to keep the mid priority up. They're actually going to keep BMD and Chime here as well. So 3v3 right now in mid lane. Evolved also roaming back up. It looks like they want the tower more than the Drake. And they are going to get the tower. Now falling back to the Drake. They might just have enough time for this play. In fact, Nomad's already started it.
It's going to be theirs for sure.
Yeah, Tomo's so confident. He actually found a recall fully without TP. The Ocean know that they've got enough control here. They get both objectives, usually very rare, even on a similar side of the map, but they commit. They know that the order they want to do them in, they stick together for the plan and continue growing a slight lead here.
Yeah, so I don't know who's making these calls, but that is significantly better objective control for Team Ocean with the first Infernal trading for the Herald and then crashing the waves top and getting the prio on mid lane to go for the turret and then Dragon. So they're kind of outplaying Mountain so far, and if it continues, that kind of outplay can lead to a Baron because now they have a Mountain Dragon on a team that really doesn't have a lot of Baron pressure if they didn't have it.
Yeah, even though the gold is close, not having really much space to walk around in. We talk so often about how important mid tower is. Tomo has just really set his territory there in mid lane as the side lanes continue to be reserves of farm here for all the solo laners in this game. The only one left is this bottom outer turret, but PCL is trying to get his team's first turret there. DMD with a finished Black Cleaver. Again, space here in the top side of the map. Roam to the red buff. Ooh! Little mistake there, but it'll be all right. There we go. Tomo able to grab that one.
It's a big spike for Ezreal now. Red buff, Mira mana completed, Trinity is done. As long as they protect him in the mid lane, they're going to be able to poke and whittle away at Mountain and then rotate wherever they want, which is likely going to have to be towards the top side. I think they have to take advantage of that Mountain Dragon because if you get a pick, you can easily get that Baron and blow the game wide open, which is what we need. The gold is so close.
Enough there for PCL to get a kill, actually. In fact, even Shady roaming down, thinking that maybe they can dive here. Good Gnar ulti into the wall. Chain CC is there. And it just layers on thick here. Aftershock there was proc by BMD, and he's fine.
That's why you take Aftershock. When you know that you're going to be focused down, it'll keep you alive, and Team Ocean ends up getting the better trade. Now they're going to go for an inhibitor turret, and without two members and two major ultimates, Mountain is not going to defend.
Actually, still have a 4v3 if Shady's finishing that recall, does now complete it. Ocean kind of realizing that diving that tower maybe not so good. So just take the tower they got, get the vision that they have down. Mountain now going to have to run back through and delete all the wards that just got put down. It's kind of turning into a weird one, Crumbs. Like, at this point, especially on this pick, like PCL is very clearly back to his side lane ways. But there's a huge long lane in the top side as well for Ocean, so it's like a very... If you tried to split the map based on where the towers had fallen, it'd be a very interesting looking line.
And it's not a champion that's really going to be able to seriously abuse the Darius at this stage. However, not only is PCL back to his old ways, he's back to his old builds because that's going to be a Blade of the Ruined King Gnar to try to punish the Darius on the side lanes. And I think what they're looking for is the Gnar to significantly chunk the Darius and then use the TP advantage that he has to transition into a Baron play and get a numbers advantage that way, which is why top laners have to take teleport. But I'm curious to see if Team Mountain sees the opportunity and executes on it.
Well, for now, Ocean just sticking to the Baron side of the map. BMD actually going to roam up towards his team. He's got a Raptor Cloak now finished.
Yep, that's the classic Darius. Just going for speed.
Well, onto the Baron they go. Ocean continuing to be decisive on this objective. So they're going to maybe turn off here. I don't think they're looking to finish.
BMD is here, and he hasn't shown.
Evolve here as well onto Shady. TP forced. Ocean get out. Evolve goes in, tries to make a big play happen onto Vex. He goes, doesn't quite get the execute. Flashes out of the way. Still alive, but not for much longer. Kiana ulti used as Fnatic does get the kill, but PCL getting chased down. Already Shady's dead as well. Gonna be 2 kills here for Ocean. But BMD also falling on the other side of the fight, so 2 for 2 at the end of it.
Super bloody battle. Just the game keeps breaking out into multiple skirmishes, so the communication might be cluttered with a lot of people calling out specific targets, and then it just gets scatterbrained all over. Ocean's going to continue to go for this play because you have the Ezreal with red and that Mountain Dragon, but Elise can always repel into this and steal it.
Yeah, Tomo, I think, is trying to find a kill, gets Cocoon, almost gets it. W lands, I think Vex can finish it off. Triumph now going to try and defend, he's AD. Tomo gets out, does not get Julian. And Triumph still here, going to try and get a few kills. Frosty No, but also back around, but Fnatic kills him, and it's just disaster now for Ocean as Mountain find all those kills.
That is brutal. They just lost so much on the map. All right, well, first, let's take a look at this one because BMD catches Shady out by surprise. They really did not expect that the Darius was going to be there. And look at all the ultimates that are used on him. The Leona ultimate went down. Kiana ultimate misses everybody. Just a series of unfortunate events for both of these teams.
Yeah, BMD caught by the Cocoon. Evolve could not assassinate Vex. So we reset back towards the Baron. This time it's Mountain that are first to the objective.
They don't have Kai'Sa on this just yet, but with a Gnar that has gone with a damage build, they're going to be able to take this down. Olaf is not there for a steal, so Ocean has to get a fight.
Midlanders don't have ultis yet either. Tomo just picks off Fnatic. Now you cannot stay on the Baron, but an apprehend onto PCL. He ultis BMD, just spinning around. The team is going to collect the rest of the kills. Evolve trying to roam around the backside as that's 3 in the front. Tomo going to get the triple. Evolve now going to chase for the last 2. And now it's going to be a turnaround ace perhaps for Ocean. Evolve barely going to live for a little while longer. Ignite though is not going to tick down to kill him, and Triumph going to give himself up to save his mid laner's life. Evolve doesn't even have ulti. Now it's going to come back up, but that's Baron over to Ocean. Most importantly, they get the objective.
It's like a 3-minute play that never stops, and the fact that Fnatic went down to the Ezreal was just insane. Like the Elise is the most important member here.
Might get really spicy. Oh, Evolve's out of energy. W's, E's, there's no way.
Take it.
No, he's not going to today.
If it was Soloki, he would have done it. That's a highlight reel right there.
Oh, actually staying because Tomo's here to collect the kill after all. Julian just going to go down. Evolve channeling the recall. And Tomo collects kill number 6. Oh,
and
the Mountain Drake.
The Mountain Dragon as well. Just, I mean, we gotta see that from what point do we even start watching this? So how does Elise go down? I think she just gets sniped by the Ezreal ultimate, which does so much damage.
True Shop Rush from base?
Yeah, well, she was too close to the pit, or to the Baron, tanking it when it should have been either their Spiderlings or somebody else.
From there, Vex can't get after the Nautilus ultimate. Evolve ties the rest of them up.
It's full retreat. When your jungler is down, you just gotta get out. And had they had a Mountain Dragon, or had they gone for the Mountain first, they might have been able to burn it down in time.
I'm so surprised that Ignite didn't kill, but Evolve had just enough time in that stopwatch to make sure he lived as Ocean barreling down turrets now early. True Shop Rush to get the wave pushing here for Ocean. Evolve the only one not with the team, so maybe an opportunity here for Mountain. Julian though getting chunked by Nomad, who does use Ragnarok.
Ocean should be calling that Gnar is chunked and does not have Mega Gnar. He's not even a team fighting Gnar. Every time that he joins up, he's just gonna be blown up. No defensive items out of him.
And you know, we've talked about Evolve before the series, we've talked about BMD between the games. Now it's time to talk about Tomo. This Ezreal back-to-back games has looked stunning.
You're absolutely right, and it's just a pick that we had not seen for so long. It has always been the Xayah and the Kai'Sa, but an engage coming out. Kiana ultimate catches Darius.
Good arcane chips there for Tomo. Looks like the catch is good on BMD. But the counter kill perhaps coming out. Time with the ulti. Here's Frosty Nomad to reinforce the vault. Also looking to maybe end the game through the top lane if they can buy enough time. And Tomo, he just does so much damage. Not missing with the Mystic shots as Julian is forced away.
Even though they lose to Darius, they're still having crazy pressure in the top lane, and the Ezreal will continue to dominate the bottom lane. The engage tools are down. PCL does not have TP to flank.
He is going around the side here through the base gate onto Frosty Nomad. They go. He is going to be sacrificed. Chime also paid the price. Toma with the True Shot Barrage. Not enough damage. Evolve trying to get some more time on the inhib, but not able to get it.
It should have been a bit patient there, a bit more patient, because the Nautilus had no reason to be that far up. Just let the Ezreal do the work. And sure, you could put some of the blame on the Nautilus there, but I think that this is one of the areas that the coaches have asked for the players to do a whole lot. When you are fed, you need to be commanding the Rift. You need to be saying, back up, just let me do the damage, let me do pretty much everything with my poke, and just keep me alive.
And again, despite this game looking somewhat similar to the lead Ocean had in the last one, the actual goal difference is very different. Only like 3,000-4,000 up right now for Ocean. They are opening up the map well, but Evolve now going to have to outplay what's looking like a 1v3 at minimum. Dancing around onto Julian. He wants to kill. He misses the Edo back to the Shroud. How's the flash? JD, oh, he does nail it just barely into the wall, but Evolve with the watch was in the air long enough to get out. Flashes. He's again buying so much time, and he's out. That tower's still there.
So impressive to get out of that one.
One of those little quirks about Qiyana ulti is that depending on the distance it pushes you, the knockup often isn't long enough for the wall stun to complete because the animation has to finish. Evolve knowing this, you could flash, use stopwatch, and then try and get out after that.
And that play bought enough time to get the inhibitor that they were pushing bottom. So individual mechanics shining through, and frankly, that's probably one of the most impressive things we've seen at this tournament so far. One of the things that a lot of teams were looking for that was hard to identify was who is making individual mechanical outplays, and Evolve has been that player this entire series with the solo kill on Syndra, with the carry in game 1, and this time around dodging out of a 3-man gank. Those are the kind of moves you see out of players like Impact and Soaz.
I mean, they're not the same players, not the same champion, excuse me, but, you know, Katarina and Akali, you can see the flashiness there between the two champions.
It's like the Rengar mains that also play Kha'Zix. It's like, okay, you're kind of doing the same thing.
You got it. Like, I play Kayn too. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't help me. Tomo flashing, good flash too. Has to get out. PCL! I think Tomo's gonna have to find his way out of this one, but no luck, does get 1 kill at least.
It's just not the Gnar that can flank, but meanwhile, in the mid lane, Team Ocean's gonna get another inhibitor here. The push is way too fast for them. Double Mountain Dragon.
Knock down the turret, looking for the inhib as well. Mountain, I think, feel forced to group to try and pick off these kills, but again, when they overcommit like that, Ocean are ready for the punish. They'll take the exit Drake on the way back to base, and that'll make it 3 Mountains, Crumbs.
That just means they win a fight or continue to split push, and it's a very viable win condition. And I have to say, Team Ocean is playing from a serious disadvantage in not having the teleport in the top lane. But they're still making it work by outplaying so many of Team Mountain's collapses. Both the teleport play where BMD was already in the brush, the 1-for-1 trade with Tomo, and the jukes from Evolve.
It's a Turbo Baron, by the way. They picked up the 3rd Mountain. Baron just respawned. They've got the Shrine. They've got the Vision. Straight to the buff they go. Evolved again. Looking to try and zone some people out. Into the Shroud. Wards over the back. It's going down so quickly. Fnatic can't flash here.
Even if he steals it, if he dies, they will lose the game.
Oh, Evolved
to the Mountain.
He's almost got it. Oh, good stopwatch. Julian able to pick up the kill. Fnatic just has to go for the steal. In he goes, looking for it. He doesn't get it. It's Frosty Nomad that's able to find the smite. Chime low, but not dead as Nomad over the back wants to try and make the play happen. Not needed, but still he got what he came for, and that's the Baron buff to Team Ocean.
Whoa, that is so close from Team Mountain. Had they not taken those members down, I think they would have been in for disaster.
Still,
they see him.
We're going to keep chasing, perhaps. PCL was back to catch the super minions that were about to assault the Nexus. I'll take a reprieve here as they wait for the respawn. Blue buff steal there as that goes over to Tomo.
So Evolve buying time on the left-hand side, and it's a double control ward that are really doing so much for Team Mountain, installing this game out. there's no vision here, so they don't really need to commit this hard. Team Mountain does not have any idea what's going on. They could play this a little bit slower and not give those kills away.
90 health at the end of that Baron. Frosty Nomad able to find it, decides to commit his life over the wall.
Okay.
Still got 3 Barons, that's enough to push all the lanes if you need to.
Keep in mind, this is an Olaf that was 3-0 when no one else was ahead.
Wolf's also getting tagged. Shady finds it. Into stopwatch he goes. Akali gonna try and zip out, does use the E. Looks like Akali will be safe for now. PCL looking for it, doesn't find it though. And now the counter kill evolves. Sneaky Boy finds Shady, who almost took his life in the earlier exchange. And now Julian gonna try and make a play, but just can't really do much of anything. He's gonna be the last member of Mountain to fall, as I believe Ocean have earned themselves the final Nexus of Scouting Grounds.
What best way to end it with the Darius triple slam dunk.
You know, 04, 03 at some point, having a bad time in lane, but the last 3 kills, the ones that matter most, give Ocean the victory at the Honda Scouting Grounds of 2019. What a way to end what's been an awesome week here, Crumbs. And Ocean, kind of from the brink of death throughout the week, find themselves on top.
This game was even throughout, I'd say, the first 20 minutes, and really just through a series of mechanical outplays and better macro, they were able to win this game. And it's so impressive to see, because we did not see that in the first series. It wasn't very close. This time around, the coaching staff, I think, really did a great job in the objective priority for this team. They were really on another level when it came to trading objectives.
And, you know, I talked to Wolf yesterday. He said that the one thing I wish I'd done more is, you know, being greedy with my champion picks. Like, played stuff that I know I can really influence the game with. And instead of being the guy that's like, yeah, I'll just play what you want, because, like, I'm willing to be diverse. I was like, isn't that good? He's like, yeah, but I like winning. And I guess today he likes winning.
Always the dilemma. Should I play for fun or play to win?
It's more like play to demonstrate my diverse skill set than play for fun. But
I'd say
at the end of the day, all competitors want to win. Chris.
Yeah, but you have to be able to sacrifice that personal pride. It's like the Sejuani dilemma, right? Do you want to win, or do you want to play, or would you like to play Sejuani and win, or play your fun champion and not give your team a good chance?
Yeah. And again, I think both teams, lots of good looks here. Tomo certainly surprised me by the end of that series. Fnatic, I think Nomad actually stepping up to the plate against a very strong jungle, but Fnatic continuing to have a good show throughout the week. Like, I think all these players, all 4 teams, can certainly be impressed about how they've done. But to hear more about their win on the LCS stage, let's send it down to Riv for an interview with Ocean's mid laner.
Thank you very much, gents. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Evolved, as Ocean was able to move mountains today and take down the team that everybody thought was going to win. I have to ask you, we talked a little bit about with the coaches between games 1 and 2, but kind of what was the chatter between the team knowing that Mountain was able to come out with such a strong game 1?
I think we just wanted to get like strong bot picks and a strong mid counter matchup in general. That's about it.
Right on. No, that's absolutely the way you guys were able to take game 2. And game 3 became this back and forth struggle. Did the team know they just had a better fight? Or did you have to pick and find that entry into the fight perfectly?
We definitely had to find picks.
Right on. Short and sweet. I love it. My final question to you, looking forward, what are the aspirations of Evolved, Cat Evolved, or however you want to move forward? What are you looking to do with this career of League of Legends?
Well, I'm still trying to decide my brand name if I want Cat Evolved or Evolved, but the aspirations is to go to LCS for sure.
That's awesome. Absolutely very cool. Thank you so much, Evolved, Cat Evolved, or wherever he evolves into. We'll have to see. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to go over those games and then break down the draft.
Thanks very much, Riv. Great cast on the day. And we got a nice little interview there with Evolved as well. He's going to figure out a screen name. It's important. It's a good branding opportunity.
I don't know how much it matters.
It does.
There's some pretty bad screen names.
People change their names every year anyway. Like, that's happened a couple of times, so it's no big deal. But regardless, honestly, I'm a little surprised, especially after seeing how game 1 went. It looked so Mountain favored. Ocean came back to win 2 straight. And we wanted to look at Chime a little bit. The bot lane overall, I think, from Ocean was, I think, quite good in this game. Chime, when I was watching him, was a very aggressive player. He was someone, and I got some compliments from some of the other coaches as well, that he was, very willing to make the sacrifice play. He's like, I will go, I will be the engage here. If I die, it's all right, because it starts the fight that we want. he's definitely a very aggressive player, and he did set up his team well.
Yeah, I heard he's aggressive. I also heard he's a little bit raw. He's one of the least known players and has some of the least competitive experience, and I think you can sense that a little bit. But you still see him being able to pull off what his champion needs to do really well here, being able to set up PCL for the rest of his team to chase down. I think that's the kind of stuff people are really looking forward to, and why we wanted to highlight him as someone who people probably haven't heard as much about.
Yeah, and in the game, like I appreciate this game in the middle, he's willing to just go on the enemy targets and just trade for one for the enemy AD and enemy mid. And this is something he do, and that's what we talk about. He's sacrificed for his team and want him to do well.
Yeah, and I think Tomo also had a better game paired alongside him. 2 Ezreal games back-to-back, but in the previous game, I felt like he shifted forward a lot of times and kind of got punished for it.
Yeah.
A little less of that this time, but I think his over-aggressive tendencies are one of the things that he needs to look at, because his actual play on Ezreal looks really good. He's really accurate with his skill shots, and he's very smart about the champion and like what his damage numbers are at, but sometimes it's just like, I can go in when you might not need to.
Yeah. Also, support has more and more important roles in the team right now. Just look at the picks, the people like, they're not picking like Tom Kenji and Braum. You know. There's a lot of like Leona Naturals when they first got the metas in the tournament. They're like, we need to engage support, and it's very important for those rookie players to learn from the coaches about what's the right timing to engage and how we want to engage better and synergize with the team. And then we see a lot of the games, we saw the last game they played, Shady was even roamed to top level 4, just trying to get advantage of his top laner against BMD.
Yep.
BMD was 0-2 on Darius.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I was trying to dive the bottom side when we saw the enemy on the top. Those small reactions and those small decision making was helping them from the LCS coaching staff.
Yeah, definitely important to kind of explain what the state is. Okay, hey, bot recall, by the way, you know, support could be going somewhere, who knows? Oh, yep, support's top. We need to set up a dive now. Let's go. Let's get everyone over there. Can definitely work really, really well. So, of course, we do have the draft coming in fairly soon. Again, the LCS sort of to Scouting Grounds draft goes in reverse order of standings. So you can see EG getting first pick, Team Liquid getting last pick for obvious reasons. Immortals have traded the 5th pick in the draft to EG for cash consideration. So Evil Geniuses getting extra picks here in this one and getting number 1 and 5, so you can see in this list. So looking to actually grab some talent here.
Yeah, definitely want to see what they reach for at number 5. I'm curious, just because I think there's a lot of different options. You know, there's 20 players, only 10 picks. But it does feel like there's a select group of players that people are really looking at. You know, people like Cat Evolve, hopefully Vex and some of these other guys. I think Cat Evolve in that series had a really great bounce back. We covered him in game 1 when he lost, but then actually had 2 really good games.
Yeah, I just hope somebody don't take pick from me. I'm 6.
Yeah, got it. Well, I mean, you always could have bought the slot from someone else, but that's going to be fun to watch for. I am very curious what does come through. You know, sometimes certainly like the player gets drafted, and when we talk about the draft, if I understand correctly, it's sort of like exclusive bargaining rights for a short amount of time, and then that gets dropped after a couple of days or about a week or so. So, you know, not everyone who gets drafted is then signed and goes to an academy team, but we've seen like a decent percentage of that does come through. We do see those players come in. You know, they spend maybe a year or so on academy, then up they go into the LCS, and it looks really good. So, you know, I am expecting to see a few of the names that we saw today probably start in academy in 2020, and it's likely to be some of the early picks.
Again, it's not just the obvious draft is important for team to value about the players and stuff. But we saw some players like Fnatic was not getting drafted on a 2017, but he come back in 2019. I think he's probably like one of the high pick maybe in order because his performance is real this whole series. And some of the players are the same things, you know. Draft is just the start, right?
Yep.
It's more about how you was trained in the LCS and academy teams and how you become better of that.
Yeah, how much experience the team's got with you here. You know, they'll be more inclined to pick you up even if it's not in the draft. You know, and also the important part of the draft being booing the commissioner. I'll be personally
boo the commissioner.
I'll be making sure I go out to go out there and boo. Twitch chat, you can help out just to make sure that we're keeping in line with traditional sports.
Absolutely. I think traditions are important, and booing the commissioner is one of the most time-honored ones across all of sporting. So pay attention, keep up. Either way, thank you for joining us, Peter. I appreciate all of your insight. It was actually great to have you around. Stick around, though. Of course, meet us back here for the Honda Scouting Grounds draft. Welcome back to 2019 Honda Scouting Grounds. The draft is going to begin very, very soon, but I've got some new, I would argue better analysts here to hang out with me and talk about the draft about to unfold. Alberto, to start with you, what stood out to you this weekend?
I really enjoyed seeing how the players performed on stage compared to the scrims. In the scrims, I was, oh, what's going on here? What are these guys doing? And now on stage, I realized, okay, there's real hope here. There's talent, so I'm really glad to see they performed.
I think for me, like, the obvious prospect has evolved, right? I've been following the mid laners all week long. As soon as I saw him play Monday, I was like, this guy mechanically absolutely has what it takes, but, like, does he have everything else in place? And I guess I hope that's something that these coaches have decided after talking to him.
Yeah, I think Evolved was really impressive, but for me, the player who actually showed up the biggest throughout this entire week was Fnatic. I actually think Fnatic played really well the entire week long, consistently performing well, and every time I was watching and listening to their comms, he had good comms. He actually seemed to have a lot of, positivity in the games, like a lot of the intangibles that you're looking for, and really was just a very well-rounded player.
And that was my number one jungler as well, because he not only has a really relevant champion pool, he has that previous experience from Scouting Grounds before, and the fact that he came back is just a sign that this is a hungry player that clearly is receptive to feedback and implementing it as soon as he can.
Well, awesome. Sounds like we are ready to go, so let's hear from Commissioner Greeley.
The best part is my wife and kids are watching you boo me on Twitch, so thank you for that. Welcome to the 2019 Honda Scouting Ground Draft. Over the last few weeks, we've spent time looking back at all the players who have come through Scouting Grounds over the last 3 years. What we saw was that more than 70% of those players spent some time on a Challenger, Academy, or LCS roster. 5 of them have won Academy championships. 3 of them who played on this stage during Scouting Grounds have represented North America at Worlds. It's a great first step for us. But this year, we took 2 big steps for the future of the Honda Scouting Grounds. The first was our work with FACEIT in creating the Scouting Ground Circuit. Scouting Ground Circuit allowed players in North America for the very first time to qualify directly into Scouting Grounds without going through solo queue. FACEIT has been a great partner for us. We're looking forward to continuing to work with them on developing the Scouting Ground Circuit, as well as other ways that players can qualify directly into Scouting Grounds in the future. The second was our partnership with Honda, who is the presenting sponsor for Scouting Grounds. Honda's support for talent development in North America and the ability that they've given us to provide a best-in-class experience for players has been amazing. The trophies we gave out last year, the Little Dragons, they were really cool. But the MVP trophy that we're going to give out today resets the bar for player trophies being given out in North America. We've already taken our design team and set them loose with the idea that they need to create something that is just as memorable for the 2020 LCS Honda MVP Awards that we'll be giving out. We'll jump to the draft in just a second, but before that, I wanted to give a couple of quick thank yous. First, thank you to the LCS teams who continue to support Honda Scouting Grounds year over year, especially the coaches, analysts, general managers, and pro players who spent their week here with us working with pros and players. Thank you to all the players who are sitting on stage, who grinded through to make it into Scouting Grounds, who put their lives down for a week to come and spend that week with us in LA. We hope that you got something out of your time here with us. I wanted to thank all the amateur teams and leagues out there who have been providing a platform and space for our pros, for our amateur talent to develop over the last few years. We're looking forward to continuing to work with you more closely over the coming years. And thank you to our dedicated and passionate fans who watch Amateur, who watch Scouting Ground, who watch Academy. It's your interest in this that keeps it going. To start the draft, I'm going to mention a name on an LCS stage that we haven't talked about since 2014. I'm going to invite Greg Kim, who is the director of LCS for Evil Geniuses, to join me here on stage now. Good. Yeah. All right. With the first pick in the 2019 Honda Scouting Grounds Draft, Evil Geniuses has selected Evolved. FlyQuest is now on the clock.
All right, so not a huge surprise,
No.
honestly. Pastry, you called it. For now, you get Best Analyst hat.
Yes. I want to say Evil Genius's hat, though. That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
I actually agree with you that, like, Fnatic was kind of close, but, I mean, he was one of the top prospects.
That's not what I said. I said that.
That's a gracious winner speech right there.
So to be fair, before we even went on camera, I said he was going to be picked first and Fnatic was going to be picked second.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I do still think that Fnatic performed better at the event. Evolve, though, was a beast, and coming into it, there was a lot of hype around him. And I think this is a player that, regardless of if he performed best or not at this event, is pretty irrelevant because people were talking about him, analysts, coaches that I spoke to, and they're saying, this is the guy more than any of the 20 other players, or 19 other players, excuse me, who has the mechanical ability and talent to actually reach a higher level. You know, go through Academy, make it to the LCS, because he has that base level of talent that everything else they felt could be taught to him.
And it makes sense for Evil Geniuses when you already have Sven Skaren, the MVP jungler, on your team. If you were to try out, what were you looking at? What? If you were to try out, I'm like, am I wrong here? No, if you were to try out Evolved for the mid lane, right? Like this could be somebody that you would legitimately try, at least in your academy team, to potentially put into the LCS because of the base level he has.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't know who's on the EG roster yet. Maybe that was the look you're getting, right?
Like,
nothing's announced. That is a rumor, but it is obviously a rumor that's out there, so there's nothing wrong with saying it. But yeah, I mean, EG obviously needs talent, right? They're rebuilding the roster, I think, pretty much from scratch. So
contracts, I mean, can't, even if you have talked to players, whatever, like you can't sign a contract until free agency's open. So you know, got to figure out what they're actually doing.
Yeah, so I do think it's a smart place to start, right? You know, to be able to have a mid laner, we know pretty much every team has to be built around it.
All right, we've got Riv standing by with an interview. Riv, take it away.
Hey everyone, Riv here, joined by Evolve. First pick for Evil Geniuses. First off, man, how does it feel?
It feels really nice. Really good.
What are you going to be able to take from Scouting Grounds do you think will level up your play?
I learned a lot of like macro and micro stuff from the coaches here, but the big takeaway would definitely be like my communication.
Awesome, Evolve. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Yeah, and that kind of lines up, right? Like this is a guy who, and I was talking with Zix at the beginning of the week, and I was asking, you know, who's your short list of players that you think are very good, that you think are ready to make a step? And what he said specifically about Evolved was how advanced he is for the stage in his career. As a very, very young player, he's like, yeah, the mechanics are good. He's obviously very, very strong, but like he understands some of the like subsurface level macro concepts of like, well, this is why you push mid because you then go do these things. Like, he already knew this stuff that, like, we normally teach people at Scouting Grounds. So he's like, the base level is really high for someone who's never played Academy or anything else like that.
We just saw that in the set where he was split pushing so many times, understanding that you have the pressure, you can do this, and even if your team loses, you're in the right position to continue to claim objectives. And they got inhibitors just because he was in the right place at the right time.
I feel like he's shown enough diversity as well. Like, I know that he wanted to win, so he played, you know, LeBlanc and a colleague, maybe flashier picks. But, like, his most played champion this event was Ryze, compared to the hundreds of Katarina games he's played in solo queue. Like, clearly willing to play every champion he needed to play.
Well, FlyQuest is ready on stage, so Chris Greeley, take it away.
I'm joined on stage by Wild Turtle, representing FlyQuest. And with the second pick in the 2019 draft, FlyQuest has selected Fnatic.
Nice.
Just shake the man's hand. 100 Thieves is now on the clock.
Perfect. Couldn't have gone better.
That's a little bit too small. You missed the handshake. These are the things that you've got to learn before your LCS level.
Thankfully,
you know?
in-game mechanics very good.
In-game on point. Handshake skills need some work.
You know what happens. Okay.
That's how we do fist bumps. You can't
Yeah,
mess us up.
I mean, you can though. I've
you
seen
can.
like the ball and socket.
Yeah.
So then like the high five, the fist bump. Is it, wait, are we doing above or below? Is it straight on?
Just crossing.
Good. All right. So in all seriousness, I think the coolest thing for me is like, he was the second pick overall in the Dragon Draft, like clearly a valued player, but Inori was so hyped coming into day one, and Fnatic's a jungler that gets drafted over him.
Yeah, and I think that's really impressive, right? And this speaks to how well he performed and also, how teachable he appeared to be, right? That he was actually implementing all the feedback very quickly from the coaches, that he was performing well game to game, that he had a diverse champion pool, that he was, not negative in any way during the games. And these are things that are so important, right? It's more than just what you are seeing in the game. There are players who are going to add so much energy to a team, winning or losing, and I think this is a guy who did really strike that. Kind of note for me. When his team was doing well, when his team was doing poorly, he was always looking towards the next play, what you have to do on the map, what you have to do to win. Whether you're 10K up, 10K down, you need those kind of players to keep the energy up, I think, in comps.
I think you're spot on with the attitude that the players bring to the table, because a lot of the teams here were like, well, if the skill level is even, the only thing that's going to differentiate them is how does my team fit this guy in? How receptive are they going to be to what culture we want to impose on them? And the fact that you're not having a player that brings any negativity to an environment that is new, that is willing to be taught and learn whatever team drafts them, I think is a really big step forward for these guys, coming from a solo queue environment that is quite the opposite of that to now being, okay, this is a place to grow.
Yeah, he was clearly the loudest player in the room on Monday in the PC Bank. He's all I heard. So that kind of makes sense.
I really do like the Scouting Grounds format overall in terms of the match schedule, because it actually pretty closely resembles actual LCS team practice schedules, right? You're doing 2 best-of-3 blocks every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Friday, something like that, and then goes in a Saturday match day. It's like, well, you're with these guys the whole time with your coaching staff doing review after every single game that you play. To say, okay, here's what we're gonna fix for the next game. Okay, back in the draft. Okay, play game 2. Okay, here's what we're gonna fix for game 3. Go play game 3. Break for lunch. Okay, play game 4. Right, and it's like, and that's the work ethic, right? So we'll see how well that works out for them. But we have Chris Greeley ready again. Take it away.
Feels weird to stand next to Papa Smithy and not have him be the one talking. But in any case, 100 Thieves on the clock for their 3rd draft pick has selected Gorica in the draft. Get out of your picture. And Golden Guardians are now on the clock.
Much better hat.
Yes. I think I'm surprised, though. Not only did Gorica, first of all, he lane swapped. He was not an AD this year, at least. So, at some point, he was a top laner. Back to AD, which I believe is his preferred role. But I didn't really hear anything about any of the bot laners, either in support or AD. People were like, Shady's okay. We've heard Cham's really good. I think Vex is good. But, slowly as the event went on and I talked to more people, you're like, hey, which AD is the best? And they're like, Gorica. I'm pretty sure he's the best. So, it went from no one being favored, really, to Gorica, I think, eventually becoming, the #1 AD for a lot of these teams.
I think the fact that he has just 1 year playing this role is what makes him such a valuable prospect. You don't really know where he could go from here, because he was playing a lane that was so different from AD before, playing top, that all of a sudden, oh, you're actually just mechanically very talented. What could happen if we put you together with a really serious coaching staff that can guide you to become a very talented player if you already have the mechanics?
I mean, that's something that Golden Glue was talking about earlier on the desk, right? It's not a swap you often see. He got to 900 LP plus Challenger his first year playing AD, which is a very mechanically intensive role. He plays all the meta marksmen. He plays really everything you could want him to. So I do think he set himself up, very well for success with the swap.
And so we're going to hear from him himself as we have Riv standing by for an interview.
What's up? Riv here with Gorica as he gets drafted by 100 Thieves from the Honda Scouting Grounds here in 2019. Gorica, I have to ask you, what have you been able to take away from this weekend playing with all the Scouting Grounds teams?
I think I learned a lot, especially from the coaches, and I really kind of was able to learn about how to properly kind of use feedback properly and apply it to my gameplay and just try to improve from that, because from who I am today to who I was from the start, I'm definitely a lot better, I think.
Did anything surprise you throughout this process?
Yeah, it was definitely a frustrating kind of process for me, because at first we were taking a lot of L's, and so I thought it'd be a kind of smoother from the start, but yeah, it was still fun. So.
Right on. Well, you have an awesome future ahead of you. Best of luck with that, Gorica. Thank you for joining me. Back to you.
I think a lesson that these players should remember is that scrim bucks are worthless. So it doesn't matter if you take the L's, man. It's okay.
Lose is improve.
It was interesting because I think Cloud was a team. I think they started actually 0-4 on the first.
It was not good.
It was a very bad start, and they turned it around. They won 2 or 3 matches straight. They lost in the day, but we have another draft ready, so let's go.
With the next pick, the 4th pick in the 2019 Honda Scouting Grounds Draft, Golden Guardians select Misty Stumpy. Evil Geniuses is now on the clock.
Cool pick. I like him.
Yeah.
He's a great player.
I think he was the best performing top laner at the event.
Highest drafted, best performing, like.
Yeah, I mean, I think there can be arguments for PCL and for some of the other guys too who had some high highs, but the thing that really stood out the most to me is, so top lane is so different playing competitively than in solo queue, where you can be on such an island and it's different skills that are being tested. I think the most transferable thing is just how good is your laning phase, right? How mechanically proficient are you? How much can you push advantages? And he was the guy who consistently had the best laning phase throughout the entire event. The rest, I think, can be taught, but I think he really did prove himself throughout this event.
See, it's funny on that because I actually sat in with Infernal a lot listening to their coaches, and the most consistent thing I heard from a coach who I will not name is that, hey, Ian, you're really smart. Because he was trying to teach his team some very basic things, and I think because in part of his collegiate experience and he's been around for a while, he's also a player that's actually quite intelligent about the game as well. And given that he's already a good laner, he's clearly listening to what's happening. He's already pretty intelligent. I was surprised when he got drafted so highly on Tuesday, but I think now seeing him throughout the event and talking to people, okay, this is kind of makes sense.
And he's still in college, playing collegiate scrims, finishing school while participating here and still getting his solo queue games in. This guy's got so much on his plate, yet he still gets it done.
Yep, great player. We're gonna hear from him right now. Riv, take it away.
Hey, this is Riv. I'm joined by Misty Stumpy as he gets picked up by Golden Guardians in the Scouting Grounds draft. How do you feel about your play throughout the tournament? I'm so glad to actually see you back, man, and getting noticed here by the teams.
I think overall I played a little worse than I thought I would, but I think I played well enough that the teams noticed and that they also noticed I improved from last year, which was hopefully good enough.
And as I said before, you've been here, number 3 MVP last year for Scouting Grounds. How awesome an opportunity is this for you to get in the limelight and be able to show coaches and scouts what you have to offer?
Overall, I think it's a really good opportunity going pro, all the connections you make, all the time you can play in front of the coaches and they can give you feedback, and then you can implement that just for the next game even, and just being able to see that progression is really important for them overall to be able to go pro.
Misty, a lot of people have seen you working hard in collegiate, school, and LCS and keeping this high level of play. And they want to know, is Misty Stumpy going to be in LCS someday? Is that your goal?
It's definitely my goal, so.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the pick. Best of luck in the future. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Riv. I do want to see him one day. I know. We talked about it at the beginning of the day. Top lane is definitely a role that's seen a growth in NA talent. I think Misty Stumpy's in line for that one. I think he can get there one day, so that'd be fun to see that growth.
He actually plays against one of the best other collegiate top laners as well. Unfortunately, Niles could not attend this event, but he's another player that potentially is on the horizon, and they could see play maybe in academy against each other. So there is definitely talent being bred in collegiate, which I think is finally starting to leak up into academy.
Well, we got another pick ready. Take it away.
We are absolutely speed running the draft today. I'm rejoined on stage by Greg Kim from Evil Geniuses, and with the 5th pick in the draft this year, Evil Geniuses has selected Tomo. And TSM is now on the clock.
All right, so that's 5 picks in. 2 bot laners grabbed up. The most contested role so far, I guess we could say.
And I think this is probably the most surprising pick thus far for me. This is someone who, although there was some talk about him maybe being one of the best, bot laners or the best bot laner coming in, again, it wasn't a super hyped role, but people obviously digging for some of that NA talent. And I think that he also did individually perform pretty well. He showed his ability to also play things like the Yasuo and some of the really kind of difficult mechanical champions. So, this is something that I think is pretty promising.
I also got Heimer banned against him and played it on the scout day too. So I do like that he has some range. I think I've even seen Syndra from him this week. In my head, I'm like, wow, he just played so well in Ezreal that they're picking him up. But I think this is a player that I didn't watch as much as maybe I should have this week. And it's impressive to me that he's managed to take a pretty high draft slot, all things considered.
Yeah. I mean, to get drafted at all, right? Only half the players even get drafted, and then, goes in the first half of that one. To your point about Heimerdinger, I'm going to pause that one because Riv is standing by with an interview.
Hey everybody, Riv here with Tomo as he gets picked up by Evil Geniuses as pick number 5. I gotta ask you, how do you feel you played throughout? There's some pretty good marksmen in the bot lane in Scouting Grounds.
Thank you. So yeah, at first I played pretty shaky up, I believe, but over the past week I've gained a lot of confidence and I showed up today, so I'm proud.
And how has it been working with all of these teams before? Have you been able to kind of have that professional review scenario after your games?
Oh yeah, so playing competitive is really intense, and I actually really enjoy it a lot. It's my passion, and yeah, I just love it.
Awesome. So what's the goal then? If that's a competitive passion, you want to see yourself on an LCS team someday, Tomo?
Yeah, of course. Give it 1 year, I'll make it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. Best of luck on that journey, brother. Back to you.
Love the confidence.
Absolutely. Yeah. And this is EG, right? EG bought this draft slot, right? So they're like, no, we want to grab a second player from Scouting Grounds. And Tomo's their choice. Because I know, like for some teams, like in their minds, the roster is done. And they actually, they're not looking for a new player because they already know they're 5 for LCS, and they're 5 for Academy. And, they don't want to step on the other team's toes and like let those players get a shot. EG clearly wants some more slots. They wouldn't buy the slot otherwise. So this is a good shot for Tomo.
I'm curious to see who he looks up to. I have a feeling he looks up to Perks with the Syndra, Yasuo, and the Heimerdinger. But I think if you can just say, I'm going to beat Doublelift this year and kind of set the bar at it for
That's
LCS
a pretty
player.
high bar.
You know what?
He wins LCS every year, Probs.
I got to stop you both.
Okay.
World Finals for Tomo in 2021. Chris Greeley, take it away.
I'm joined by Peter from TSM. With the 6th pick in the draft, TSM has selected SPX. CLG is now on the clock.
I take it back. That's the most surprising draft.
Yeah.
Wow. Is this the first support to get drafted, right?
Yeah.
That's like not even close. I think like SPX in my head was on nobody's list for like supports. Like I've heard some stuff about Gweiss. Shady's kind of a known quantity, but maybe was good. Chime was really hyped. I think I've even heard Peter Zhang talk about how much he liked working with Chime. So for FPX, who didn't even have that good of a showing today, to have this good a week to get drafted like that, it's actually really impressive.
I think the most impressive part was actually how receptive he was to the feedback of the coaches, and I think that's what got him drafted here, because the showing was not as impressive as, say, like I think Shady played a little bit better, but the fact that during the scrim days he was able to absorb what the coaches were telling him and not get tilted by what the games were. I mean, there were some games that were 7-45 in 20 minutes, and he still kept it cool. Like that is some mental fortitude.
And I've also got to say, people who are going to be pretty tight-lipped about who they think is really
That's
good
true.
if they're thinking about drafting it. Because while these coaches are working directly with the players, they're also working with competing coaches. So, some of the teams are coached by up to 6-7 staff from various teams, right? Split amongst 3 teams. And, they think the SPX is the best support.
Peter's not gonna
There's
tell me
maybe
that.
some misdirection. Like,
You are late.
that Chime guy is looking good.
All right. Well, we do have Riv spinning by with interviews, so take it away, please.
What's up? This is Rivington here with Sandpaper Axe as he gets picked up by TSM, the first support to get locked in from the Scouting Grounds draft. And you even look surprised yourself. How are you feeling, Sandpaper?
Oh, I'm definitely really happy to get picked up. My goal coming here was to get picked up by team, but playing on stage today, I definitely didn't play as well as I wanted to. So after the way I played, I wasn't expecting to get picked up, but so yeah, getting picked up was definitely a shock to me.
Well, you definitely showed something that the scouts recognize that they want on their team. How has it been playing with all these coaches and teams and players that you've seen online all the time?
Learning from the coaches, I learned a lot. Like, there's a lot of stuff I didn't realize that you could do in games, and so yeah, I just learned a lot. And some of the academy players that were here, they helped me specifically in lane for like lane matches and stuff. So yeah, I learned a lot.
So what do you think one of the most critical things you're going to be able to take away from Scouting Grounds is to prove that you can be that TSM support?
I don't know. Is that to practice hard and play well?
And that's the answer. That's what we're looking for here from Scouting Grounds. Thank you so much, Sandpaper Axe. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Riv. Yeah, we'll hope to see some growth from him throughout 2020, but we already have the next draft pick ready. Chris, take it away.
I'm joined by Matt on stage from CLG, and with the next pick in the draft, CLG has selected 5 Fire. Dignitas is now on the clock.
Okay, I guess like I expected Firefire to get drafted at some point.
Yeah.
I am surprised it's this late. Maybe teams like wanted different roles. Like in my head, I'm trying to go through like maybe they didn't want another mid laner because Evolve's already taken. But I mean, Firefire is good, and everyone knows he's good. It's just a matter of like, you know, how moldable is he? I guess how hungry is he?
You have to respect how much LP he has, no matter what.
Yeah,
right?
true.
That's true.
1200 LP, like. I don't care how you perform. The fact that you can grind away so hard and consistently climb and have a relevant matchup in solo queue, or a relevant champion pool for solo queue and competitive is really impressive. And even though he did not play these games out as cleanly as possible, I think his high highs were what made him attractive.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the Rise game today, right? You know, that could arguably be the most dominant individual game that we had of the entire batch today, right? You know, I think that Rise game was very, very impressive. He did have some incredibly high highs. People know he's a good mechanical player. You don't get to 1200 plus LP in Challenger without having good mechanics as a mid laner.
And even beyond that, like, despite being so high ranked in solo queue, he qualified through the Faceit circuit. So he actually qualified by playing on a team, and the whole team did well. Now, sure, playing in the Challenger circuit is not the same as playing on the LCS, it's not the same as playing in Academy. Of course, there's different standards there, but, right, like, he would have qualified both ways. And he qualified, you know, through playing with the team, gave someone else solo queue slot. I think he is a good player. Again, you know, very young, not a ton of experience, hopefully is moldable. Everything that I saw, his attitude is very good. So, you know, would like to see more of him. Chris Greeley is ready, though, so let's hear the next draft pick.
It is my pleasure to welcome a Dignitas representative back to the LCS stage for the first time since 2017. I'm joined by Bakery from Dignitas, and with the 8th pick in the draft, they have selected Chime. Cloud9 is now on the clock.
I'm excited to see Chime here. Coming into the tournament, this was like the first name I was going to look at for support pick. Taken number 4 overall in the draft, like, you know, high solo queue player, definitely a strong player overall. You know, didn't bring out a whole lot of Bard, but, you know, definitely a strong player. I kind of like eventually took my nod to Shady as I thought like maybe the more like ready today support, but I mean, cool to see him picked up and I hope we see him.
I think it's clear that the players, the teams really would prefer to take their chance with somebody that does not have that former experience. And I mean, it's cool for them that they get this opportunity.
I'm really interested to see, you know, going into these last couple picks here, are we going to see, you know, the Inoris, the Ziggs, like the Shady, the guys who actually have that LCS and Academy experience? Are we going to see any team saying, hey, we want some sort of veteran on our Academy squad. We want someone who can help to teach these players from inside the game and get picked up? Or is it just going to be, you know, kind of taking the other point of view, which it really is, hey, I think I know their ceiling. I think I know what this player is because I've seen a lot of years of them. And in that case, if you're kind of in that camp, you know, you go for the more unknown, right? You go for the player that you're not sure where their ceiling is because perhaps it's higher.
Definitely the thing I've heard most about Chime all week long, though, from pretty much anyone I talk to, is like he's really willing to learn and like very moldable. So yes, I think the talent is there, but he's clearly a player that's very receptive to feedback. And as far as supports go, like if you can bring up a good support, there's been quite a lot of talented domestic supports in NA as well. I think Chime can really succeed.
Something I find really interesting as well is the teams that are really investing into Academy and investing into new talent are actually turning a profit on their Academy teams. Because the buyouts for these players that have come in young and have gotten good over the year or two, your team is profitable just from selling contracts out. And I know of actually a couple of teams who like legit just profited off of Academy this year because their players got bought out, because they did such a good job of leveling them up. This is a great time to like find that next player who like, you know, no one knows about them, but you can turn them into a star in a year and a half, and suddenly this is a really great business opportunity. I have to stop you because
easier said than done.
It is easier than done. It is easier than done. But I love seeing it. If you're just the best do it, please give us the next draft.
Just make them Bjergsen, it's easy.
Doing our best to keep things moving here. I'm joined by Rainover on stage from Cloud9, and with the 9th pick in the draft, Cloud9 has selected Julian. And with the 10th and final pick in the draft, Team Liquid is now on the clock.
Julian's a great player. 3 mids drafted so far. Third in line, but I feel like a lot of the mids were all like very, very high level. Like I think those 3 were all a fairly comparable skill. And you know, cool to see him picked up. I like the guy.
Definitely learning as a player. It was cool to see him like branch out, like play lots of Kiana today. He's played like more Yasuo than any other champion. It's funny that he's drafted on C9 because like in my head he's kind of like a little baby Golden Glue. right? Like if Golden Glue is kind of leveling up, like as a player and maybe moving up into the LCS, I think Julian is a player that like with enough time can be very good because he's been consistently like top 5 challenger for so long, but I keep hearing the same criticism, and I'm hoping that as he grows as a player, he eventually abolishes that.
My criticism is now confused because Cloud9 has been the best organization in identifying the scouting grounds and academy talent. So clearly, this team would not take this draft pick if they did not see something in this player that they could level up. And not a lot of players were talking, or teams were talking about this guy. So maybe Cloud9 is onto something that we just don't know.
Maybe so. I mean, honestly, it would be fun to see. This is a guy I've seen, several times around. I've seen him, through various sort of lower tier circuits. He's been, a solid performer. I think he's, kind of still waiting to find that big breakout, and he hasn't had it yet. I'd love to see that happen to C9 because, as you're mentioning, they keep kind of churning out stars.
Well, I think one of the things that you have to credit, to kind of go back to the earlier conversation.
Yeah,
I mean,
please.
You're talking about academy being
Just find good
academy teams being profitable for nameless teams. Cloud9, obviously, right? is a team that everyone kind of looks to as this talent farm. And it's not just that they are finding good players, it's that they have a very talented coaching staff.
Yes.
Because one of the things you have to remember is that not every coach and not every coaching staff is going to have an absolute expert at every play style, at every role, right? And Cloud9 clearly is having a coaching staff and a system set up where they're able to actually teach these players and level them up at a rate that some of the other organizations have not yet been able to do. And I think that's something that can be really overlooked because there are players out there that, have the ability, have perhaps the mechanical talent or whatever, but if you don't get the proper coaching too and you don't have the full package, you won't develop into what you conceivably could be.
Let me tell you, I spoke almost no words to Rapid Star all week long, but I saw him constantly watching games. So I think Cloud9 have clearly done their research here. No one told me why they would want to take Julian, but the fact that Cloud9 sees something gives me hope for a player that is really ground out, like collegiate, amateur, kind of all the scouting grounds and circuits you can think of.
All right, well, we're ready to go for our 10th pick of the draft. Chris Greeley.
I'm joined by Yaltz from Team Liquid here on stage for the last and final pick of the 2019 Honda Scouting Ground Draft. And with that final pick, Team Liquid has selected Wolfie.
AKA DeWolf's Claw.
Yep.
Former screen name there, but all 4 mids.
Yeah.
Got grabbed.
Here's a pointer for all the guys that are playing with former experience. You do like Wolfie, change your name.
Yeah.
Change your name so people have a different view of how you like, who was that guy? Oh, I don't remember.
Fresh and young on the scene.
Yeah.
It's actually Julian's teammate currently too on Maryville in the collegiate circuit. So like, it's very like, it was funny in the draft because like no mids got taken until 5th, I think, Evolve, and then they all got taken in a row. And then of course Wolfie is like the guy that gets left last because only one team needs a mid laner and they have to pick everything else. But I am quite surprised to see this, like every single mid taken from this event.
If the meta shifts back to skill shots in the
Let me
mid
tell
lane,
you need a Vel'Koz player.
You need a Vel'Koz player. Yeah. Bring Nidalee back. He's back in there. Yeah. And honestly, like I think about holistically, North American players, mid lane is like the most important role, like by far. I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
There's like 3 native mids I think playing right now, and Bjergsen's one of them. Yes. Like native. I mean, he counts as a local.
He's American-born and raised.
He's American-born and raised. That little colony known as Denmark.
Yeah.
No, but and so this is kind of what you're looking for, right? Like I've seen all those Reddit threads, like why can't you develop NA talent? It's like, well, sometimes it's been hard to find ready mid laners when you can, grab people like. Bjergsen, for example, and everyone else. So, I would love to see like kind of that get balanced out, and the other mid laners kind of below the line kind of come up.
As a result of that too, both in Academy and LCS, mid is really top heavy in NA.
Yeah.
So like actually these teams being willing to be like, okay, we're going to at least try contest like leagues that are full of top half mid laners only, and if. It's one of those things where I wonder if they're looking back and being like, if we had tried this earlier, maybe it would have worked. But it's nice to see now that at least there is some interest in developing the local NA mid talent.
Yeah, well, we've got an interview. Riv, please.
What's up? I'm Riv here, joined by Wolfie as he gets picked up. Team Liquid's going to be the one. You're flowing into that composition. There were a lot left out there among those chairs. How does it feel to be picked up here and grab that hat? I know you're excited.
Oh, fantastic. This hat, high quality. I'm really excited to be picked up.
What were you able to learn throughout Scouting Grounds? I know a lot of people haven't had a chance to kind of talk with coaches and have that review session. Did that teach you anything about yourself and your gameplay?
Oh yeah, it's definitely showed me some weaknesses in my play. I usually rely on my teammates to shot call and communicate, and I think that I was lacking that. I've shown that I can improve that. So yeah.
And how's it feel to be able to play with all these people you see online and then take it to them on the Rift in kind of a competitive mode?
It's pretty exciting. I do get to play with like half the guys here on Collegiate, but it's good to meet everyone else. It's really exciting to just talk to everyone here, have a good experience, you know? So.
Awesome. Wolfie, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations. Best of luck on the journey with Liquid. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Riv. Great interviews in the day. 10 players got drafted. 9 of the teams, drafted these players up. And I'm excited to see, who does make the cut, right? As the negotiations go through, who does want which players, which ones let that lapse and they go to some other team. I think that's gonna be exciting to watch in the offseason.
And I really want to see who actually lands on the academy teams, first of all, because I don't know if the guys are going to be immediately ready for LCS, but I think all 10 players drafted could easily make it into the academy teams that the teams have.
Well, I mean, it was pretty impressive. The stat that Chris Greeley was really reading off of the top was that 70% of the Scouting Grounds players have played in some amount of Challenger Academy LCS, right? And I think that is kind of speaking to how well this has been kind of helping teams find talent. I don't think that we're going to have that high of a rate from this year personally, but I do think especially some of the top contenders could be right into Academy and have the potential to make it up to LCS.
Definitely would be cool. Now we do have Chris Greeley standing by to deliver the Honda MVP.
Welcome back. Your 2019 Honda Scouting Ground MVP is Fnatic.
All right, my good sir, this trophy is yours. I'm gonna go ahead and lift. Oh my God, I can't lift it. You need to help me. Take your trophy. Congratulations, man. Honda Scouting Grounds 2019 MVP. How does it feel to know you have been recognized by the scouts, the coaches, and all the people that it mattered that came out here and saw you as the MVP?
I think it feels for sure good because I think my time in the academy for sure has been fortunate, I think, to say the least. So it feels good to show that I still have stuff in me to show up, so.
And we got to talk a little bit because you did get into that draft, but I want to ask you, what critical things are you as the MVP still going to be able to take away from Scouting Grounds to make you, your team, as the most valuable player better in the long run?
For sure, I think it showed in the last game. I think we should have won that game if I didn't make the brand call, so I'll take most blame for me because I think it really cost us the game.
Awesome. And do you have any shout outs? I'm going to give you the floor. The MVP means everybody was looking at you, so any thank yous, any awesome things going out to the crowd, to family, to friends, to your team?
Thanks to my family especially. They've supported me this whole time. So I think I also want to thank my team. They've for sure helped me show my strengths. They all played incredibly well. So I want to give a shout out to them.
All right, one more round of applause for your 2019 Scouting Grounds Honda MVP Fnatic. Congratulations, that's yours. You can go wherever you want with that. Drink something out of it if you can. We're gonna throw it back to the desk to go over more of the day.
Drink from the wing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say best Fnatic of the year. Of all the Fanatics, I think this is the one that stands out to me. World's top 8, who cares about beating RNG?
Slay was right.
Yeah.
Slay was right. Like you said, he was best looking player here. I think the MVP kind of confirms that.
Well, and I think it's a very meaningful award for these players because it is voted upon by the coaching staffs, by the scouts that were here watching, right? And this is a guy who, that proves that you are, a talent to be looked at. Like you said, I believe he was playing for TSM Academy.
Yep.
That didn't go as well for him. And it can happen that a player, has one kind of bad stint with a team and then everyone says, well, it didn't work, right? Let's not bother. But, coming here, showing his stuff, I think, is a very important next step to be able to get back onto that academy level and prove what he can do in perhaps an environment that better suits him.
And he's a young player too, 18 years old. There's a bright future for this guy now. If you're already at this level and with the high amount of communication that he delivers, that's an area where typically young players do not have, and he just smoked the competition.
I think it's telling that both Evolved and Fnatic have been delivered. They're hey, they're young and talented, but they're actually really communicative and kind of ahead of the curve for these solo queue players. And to me, that's the biggest takeaway. I think Evolve could have maybe been the MVP, but watching and hearing Fnatic, especially throughout the week, it doesn't surprise me, as you suggested. So I think absolutely well-deserved and very excited to see where these players land in the future.
Yeah, those are the two huge names for me. Definitely played really well. Excited to see what their futures lie. Kind of what's in store for them, but I think a lot of good players here. Now, the LCS will return in 2020, but it is here for All-Star 2019, live from Las Vegas.
I feel like that's coming back.
It's going to be exciting. It's coming soon. It's in 3 weeks.
Yeah. Vegas is going to be hype. All-Stars was a lot of fun last year there. A lot of the players really have a good time, and I think it shows in the event.
Yep. I want to see Pabu back in the 1v1 finals.
I want to do another triple play.
I'm just gonna like chill out, vote for Pabu. He's my boy.
Vote for Pabu.
What about Doomby? You seeing those dance moves?
Okay. Also vote for Doink.
He's like a guarantee.
But for some reason, I think he might make it.
Yeah.
So.
It was so genius to dance, so now you can use all of his dances for his dance animations.
Exactly.
Of
That's the
dance
recall. The
champions.
recall. Yeah. Oh my
For that Nautilus skin that he's
I will
getting,
insta buy any skin if it has that recall.
Absolutely. Of course, thank you to all of our guests, including Peter and Golden Glue, for joining us today. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in Vegas for All-Star 2019. Good night.
Nice.
Let's check the man's hand. And TS